Hello everyone, and welcome to tonight's extended tale on Pillow Tale Studio, the channel where we're going to dive into some historical mysteries you've never heard before, hidden truths, and extraordinary discoveries. Before we get started, please take a moment to comment and let us know, where are you watching from? What time is it for you? And are you enjoying your day so far? If you haven't already, please subscribe to Pillow Tale Studio so you never miss another journey into the unknown. Now, let's get to the story. Story 1. Mystery of Monument Valley. #Mystery of Monument Valley. Sarah Blackfeather pulled her weathered Jeep to the side of the dusty road, the iconic red spires of Monument Valley rising before her like ancient sentinels against the vast Arizona sky. As a geologist specializing in the formation of the Colorado Plateau, she'd been drawn to this sacred Navajo land countless times. But today was different. "This is the spot," she muttered, comparing the coordinates on her GPS to the mysterious email she'd received 3 days ago. An anonymous source had sent her ground-penetrating radar data suggesting anomalies within West Mitten Butte anomalies that defied geological explanation. Sarah gathered her equipment and began the hike toward the formation. At 35, she'd built a respectable career at the University of Arizona, publishing papers on natural erosion patterns of the Southwest. Finding evidence of artificial modification to Monument Valley's formations would either make her career or destroy it, depending on what she discovered. The sun beat down mercilessly as she approached the base of West Mitten Butte. Sarah paused, taking a swig from her canteen while studying the towering sandstone structure. Something caught her eye, a series of perfectly straight lines running along the base. Nearly invisible, unless you knew exactly where to look. "Impossible," she whispered, running her fingers along the precision-cut groove in the rock. This wasn't natural erosion or weathering. The cut was too perfect, too intentional. "You shouldn't be here." The voice startled her. Sarah spun around to face an elderly Navajo man, his face deeply lined from years under the desert sun. He wore a simple button-up shirt and jeans, a turquoise bolo tie at his throat. "I'm Dr. Sarah Blackfeather from the University of Arizona," she explained, extending her hand. "I have permission from the Tribal Council to conduct geological surveys." "Not for what you're looking for." The man didn't take her hand. "I'm Ben Sosi. My family has been watching these buttes for generations." Sarah felt a chill despite the heat. "Watching them? For what?" "For people like you who notice too much." His expression softened slightly. "What did you see that brought you to this exact spot?" Sarah hesitated, then showed him the radar images on her tablet. "These dense structures inside the butte, they're perfectly geometric. That's not possible through natural formation." Ben studied the images, then looked up at the towering monolith. "The people have stories about the ant people who lived within the earth and taught the first humans how to survive. Most think they're just stories." He paused. "I know better. Are you saying there could be artificial structures inside these formations?" Sarah asked, excitement building in her voice. "I'm saying you should be careful what you uncover, Dr. Blackfeather. Some mysteries are protected for a reason." With that cryptic warning, Ben turned and walked away. Sarah watched him go, conflicted. As a scientist, she couldn't ignore evidence contrary to established theory. As a woman of Hopi and Cherokee descent, she respected the sacred nature of these lands. But something told her this discovery transcended both science and cultural boundaries. She continued her examination of the unusual groove, following it around the base of the butte until she reached a section where the sandstone appeared different, newer somehow. Pressing her hands against the surface, she felt a slight give. "A door?" she whispered in disbelief. The stone panel shifted under her touch, revealing a narrow opening. Cool air rushed out, carrying the scent of something ancient and undisturbed. Sarah switched on her headlamp and cautiously stepped inside. The passage widened immediately into a chamber that defied everything she knew about Monument Valley's formation. The walls were smooth, almost polished, with intricate geometric patterns carved into their surface. But what stole her breath was the object at the center of the room, a metallic sphere approximately 3 feet in diameter, mounted on a stone pedestal. "What the hell?" she murmured, approaching the sphere. Its surface was covered in symbols, some resembling ancient Native American petroglyphs. others like nothing she'd ever seen. As she drew closer, the sphere began to emit a soft, blue glow. Sarah reached out tentatively, her fingers hovering just above the surface. The moment she made contact, images flooded her mind: stars, constellations, and maps of land formations that no longer existed. She stumbled backward, overwhelmed by the influx of information. A noise at the entrance snapped her back to reality. Ben stood there, his face grave. "I knew you would find it," he said. "Few are drawn to it unless they're meant to see. What is this place?" "What's that device?" Sarah demanded, her scientific worldview crumbling around her. Ben stepped into the chamber. The old stories call it the star mirror. The ancients used it to map the heavens and shape the land. Are you saying someone built Monument Valley? That's impossible. These formations are millions of years old. The formations are ancient. Yes, Ben agreed, but they were shaped, enhanced by those who came before. The ones our stories call the Sky People. Sarah circled the sphere cautiously. "You're talking about aliens?" "I'm talking about advanced beings who shared knowledge with early humans," Ben corrected. "They taught certain tribes how to work with the natural environment, how to shape stone without breaking it." As if triggered by their conversation, the sphere projected a three-dimensional star map into the air above them. Sarah recognized the Pleiades constellation, but the configuration was wrong. It showed the star cluster as it would have appeared thousands of years ago. "This is incredible," she breathed. "A prehistoric astronomical calculator." "Much more than that," Ben said. "It's a record and a warning." "Warning of what?" Ben pointed to a series of symbols pulsing on the sphere's surface. "These tell of cycles, periods, when the sky changes and brings great challenges to Earth. Floods, fires, ice ages. The ancients built these markers and instruments across the world to track these cycles." Sarah's mind raced, connecting dots between this discovery and other unexplained archaeological enigmas, like Göbekli Tepe, Stonehenge, the Nazca Lines. Ben nodded. "All part of the same network, a prehistoric warning system. And according to this," he gestured to the pulsing symbols, "we're approaching another cycle." Sarah studied the astronomical projections with growing concern. If the alignments were correct, they suggested significant solar activity in the near future, the kind that could disrupt modern technology and communications worldwide. "We need to document this," she said firmly. "The scientific community needs to—" "No," Ben interrupted. "That's why my family has protected this place. The last time these secrets became widely known, powerful people tried to use this technology for themselves. Wars were fought, knowledge was lost, the chambers were sealed. But if this contains information that could help humanity prepare for natural disasters, it contains knowledge humanity isn't ready for," Ben countered. "The Sky People left these instruments for the chosen guardians, not for governments or militaries." Sarah fell silent, grappling with the implications. Her discovery could revolutionize archaeology, astronomy, and geology, but at what cost? She thought of the military contractors who funded much of the university's research, of the corporations that would exploit any advanced technology they could get their hands on. "There are more chambers, aren't there?" she asked finally. "In the other buttes, maybe in other formations across the southwest." Ben's expression confirmed her suspicion. "The great monuments of the land are connected. This is just one node in a vast network." Before Sarah could respond, the sphere's glow intensified, and new star patterns appeared in the projection. A rumbling vibration shook the chamber. "What's happening?" she asked, alarmed. "It's awakening," Ben said, placing his palm on the sphere. "It recognizes a time of need. It hasn't done this in generations." The vibrations increased, dust falling from the ceiling as the entire butte seemed to hum with energy. Outside, a low-flying helicopter passed overhead, its rotor blades drowning out the chamber's resonance temporarily. "Someone else knows," Ben said urgently. "We need to leave. Now." They hurried from the chamber, Ben pressing specific points on the wall to seal the entrance behind them. Once outside, Sarah spotted the black helicopter circling back toward their location. "Government?" she asked. "Worse," Ben replied grimly. "Private interests. They've been searching for decades, using advanced technology to scan the formations. That email you received, it was bait to confirm their suspicions. They needed someone with geological expertise to find the entrance. Sarah felt a surge of anger. I was set up? We both were. They've been watching my family, knowing we're connected to the old knowledge. The helicopter descended onto the valley floor a quarter-mile away. 4 men in tactical gear emerged, carrying equipment cases and weapons. "Come with me," Ben said, leading her away from the butte toward a narrow slot canyon. "There's somewhere you need to see before they find us." They navigated the twisting canyon until they reached a hidden cavity beneath an overhanging rock. Ben moved aside a camouflaged panel, revealing a small crawl space. "My grandfather's monitoring station," he explained as they squeezed inside. The space opened into a modest room carved from the rock, illuminated by battery-powered lights. The walls were covered with maps of the southwestern United States, with red pins marking various locations: Monument Valley, Canyon de Chelly, Chaco Canyon, Mesa Verde, and dozens of others. Each pin represents a chamber, Ben explained, a piece of the ancient network. For centuries, selected families from different tribes have served as guardians, keeping the knowledge safe. Sarah examined the maps in awe. "This changes everything we know about pre-Columbian civilization in North America." "That's why it must remain secret," Ben insisted. "At least until we understand the current cycle and what's coming." He activated an old ham radio in the corner, speaking rapidly in Navajo. After receiving a response, he turned to Sarah with a grim expression. "Other sites are reporting the same activity. The instruments are awakening simultaneously, and they're not the only ones. We're receiving reports from counterparts in South America, Europe, Asia, and Africa. A global network," Sarah whispered, "all activating at once." Ben nodded solemnly. The last time this happened was before the catastrophic floods that appear in nearly every culture's mythology. Sarah's scientific mind raced through possibilities: solar flares, disrupting Earth's magnetic field, shifts in ocean currents, accelerated climate change patterns. "Whatever's coming," Ben continued, "those men outside want to control the technology, not use it for protection. They don't understand that these instruments were designed to work in harmony, not isolation." Sarah made a decision. "I can help. My background in geology and my connections in academia, I can gather the right people we can trust." Ben studied her face. "Why should I trust you with knowledge my family has protected for generations?" "Because I understand what's at stake," she replied firmly. "Science without wisdom is dangerous. I've spent my career trying to bridge the gap between modern geology and traditional knowledge. This discovery proves what indigenous cultures have been saying all along: our ancestors were far more advanced than contemporary science has acknowledged." A transmission came through the radio, urgent voices, reporting men with equipment at several other sites across the southwest. "They're moving on all fronts," Ben said grimly. "We don't have much time." Sarah studied the map, her mind forming connections. "The formations aren't just landmarks, they're a system, aren't they? Working together somehow." Ben nodded. "The old stories say they could be activated to stabilize the Earth during times of great change. But it requires knowledge of the entire network, which is why no single tribe or family holds all the information. And these private interests want to access individual nodes without understanding the whole system," Sarah concluded. "That could be catastrophic." "Exactly." Outside, they heard the helicopter approaching again. Ben quickly gathered a leather-bound journal and several small artifacts. "We need to reach the central node," he said. "It's in Canyon de Chelly, about 3 hours from here, the oldest and most powerful chamber." "My jeep is hidden about half a mile back," Sarah offered. "We'll need to move carefully. They'll be watching the roads." They slipped out of the hidden room, resealing the entrance to leave no trace. Using the network of slot canyons for cover, they made their way back towards Sarah's vehicle, careful to avoid open spaces where the helicopter might spot them. "There's something I don't understand," Sarah said as they walked. "If these chambers have been hidden for centuries, why are they activating now? And why would these private interests suddenly be searching for them?" Ben's expression darkened, because some knowledge was leaked. About 20 years ago, an archaeology student stumbled upon one of the smaller chambers near Mesa Verde. Before the Guardians could intervene, He documented some of the technology and shared it with his professor, who had connections to a private research firm. Let me guess, the firm is now a major defense contractor? Ben nodded. Novus Technologies. They specialize in what they call prehistoric, advanced technological research. Most scientists consider them fringe, but they're funded by billions in private capital. As they approached the location of Sarah's Jeep, they spotted two men in tactical gear examining the vehicle. "Damn it," Sarah whispered. "They found it." "We need another way out of the valley," Ben said, pulling her back into the shelter of a sandstone overhang. Sarah thought quickly. "There's a Navajo family that runs tours about 3 miles south. They might help us." "The Begays. They're part of the Guardian network. If we can reach them, they'll assist." They changed direction, taking a route through more difficult terrain to avoid detection. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the valley and providing better cover. After an hour of careful travel, they reached a small compound of traditional hogans and modern buildings. As they approached, an older woman emerged from one of the hogans. "Ben Sozi," she greeted in Navajo. "The signs are true then?" "Yes, Emma," he replied. "The chambers are awakening, and Novus has found the West Mitten location." Emma Begay's weathered face showed no surprise, only resignation. "We've been expecting this. Come inside." Inside the hogan, they found 3 other Navajo elders gathered around a satellite phone and modern tablets, a jarring contrast to the traditional setting. "This is Dr. Sarah Blackfeather," Ben introduced. "She found the West Mitten chamber and has seen the star mirror." The elders regarded her with a mixture of suspicion and interest. "I want to help," Sarah said simply. "I understand the importance of keeping this knowledge protected." Emma studied her for a moment before nodding. "We've received reports from 12 sites across 4 countries. All the instruments are showing the same pattern, a significant astronomical event approaching, one that occurs every 13,000 years. She turned one of the tablets towards Sarah, showing a complex diagram of the solar system. A massive cloud of cosmic debris was illustrated, approaching Earth's orbital path. "The ancients called it the Great Crossing," one of the male elders explained. "A time when our solar system passes through a particularly dense region of space. It triggers increased solar activity, cosmic radiation, and gravitational anomalies. The chambers were built to create a protective field around Earth during these crossings," Emma continued. "But they must be activated in the correct sequence, using knowledge spread across multiple Guardian families." Sarah examined the diagram. "This looks like it could trigger a geomagnetic reversal. The scientific community has been tracking weakening in Earth's magnetic field for decades." "Precisely," Ben agreed. "The ancient technology was designed to stabilize the field during the transition period, but Novus doesn't know this," Emma added. "They believe the chambers contain weapons technology or energy sources they can exploit. They don't understand that removing components or activating chambers individually could accelerate the catastrophe rather than prevent it." A young man burst into the hogan. "Helicopter landing at the visitor center. 6 men heavily armed. They've tracked us here," Ben said grimly. Emma moved quickly to a woven rug on the floor, pulling it aside to reveal a trapdoor. "The old escape route. It will lead you to the back canyon where we keep our vehicles. Take the white truck, the keys are under the seat. Get to Canyon de Chelly as fast as you can. Joseph will meet you at the White House Trail entrance." As they prepared to leave, Sarah asked, "What about you?" "They'll question you." Emma smiled sadly. "We've protected these secrets for centuries, child. We know how to misdirect unwanted attention." Ben embraced each of the elders before descending through the trapdoor. Sarah followed, her mind reeling from everything she'd learned. The tunnel was surprisingly modern, with solar-powered lights guiding their way through the narrow passage. "The Guardians have adapted over the centuries," Ben explained as they hurried along, each generation adding their own improvements while maintaining the core mission. After 20 minutes of navigating the underground passage, they emerged in a sheltered canyon where several vehicles were parked. They located the white truck and quickly got underway, taking a rough back road that avoided the main highway. "Even if we reach Canyon de Chelly, what then?" Sarah asked as they bounced along the unpaved track. How do we activate a 13,000-year-old protective system? The central chamber contains what the stories call the conductor stone, Ben explained. It coordinates all the other sites, but to activate it requires representatives from at least 7 guardian lineages, each with their piece of the knowledge. And are these representatives gathering at Canyon de Chelly? Ben nodded. That's what the radio communications have been coordinating. But with Novus hunting for the chambers, getting everyone there safely has become complicated. As they drove through the desert night, Sarah processed everything she'd learned. The implications were staggering, not just for archaeology and geology, but for humanity's understanding of its own history. Why would the Star People create such an elaborate system and then just leave? She wondered aloud. The old stories say they didn't leave completely, Ben replied. They promised to return during each great crossing to help maintain the system. Some guardians believe they've been watching from afar all this time. Sarah raised an eyebrow. Do you believe that? Ben was quiet for a moment. I believe our ancestors encountered beings with advanced knowledge and technology. Whether they were extraterrestrial, interdimensional, or simply an earlier human civilization that reached heights we've forgotten, does it matter? The wisdom they left behind is what's important. They drove in contemplative silence for a while, the truck's headlights illuminating the empty desert road ahead. If these chambers have remained hidden for so long, Sarah said finally, why are they all activating now, becoming detectable? The system was designed to awaken as the Great Crossing approaches, Ben explained. It's like an alarm clock set thousands of years ago, gradually increasing in power until it reaches full activation. That increased energy is what Novus detected with their scanning technology. And once fully activated, if done correctly by those with the proper knowledge, it creates a stabilizing field that helps Earth weather the transition. If activated incorrectly or partially, he left the sentence unfinished. The implications hung in the air between them. As they approached Canyon de Chelly National Monument, the eastern sky was just beginning to lighten. They avoided the main entrance, instead taking a lesser-known access road that wound through Navajo lands bordering the park. Joseph should be waiting for us near the trail entrance, Ben said as they parked the truck behind a grove of cottonwood trees. They hiked the last half-mile on foot, staying alert for any signs of Novus agents. The canyon walls loomed above them, their red sandstone catching the first rays of the rising sun. At the trailhead, a young Navajo man emerged from behind a boulder. Uncle Ben, he greeted. We need to hurry. 3 others have already arrived at the central chamber. Any signs of Novus? Ben asked, as they followed Joseph down a narrow path that diverged from the main tourist trail. 2 drones were spotted over the canyon at dawn, Joseph replied. We disabled them, but they know something's here. The trail descended steeply into the canyon, passing ancient cliff dwellings built by the ancestral Puebloan people. Sarah's archaeologist training couldn't help but note how these structures were positioned in relation to specific astronomical alignments. The dwellings were built to mark the location of the chambers, weren't they? She realized aloud. Joseph nodded. The ancient builders created settlements to disguise the true purpose of these sites, hiding their most important technology in plain sight. After an hour of difficult hiking, they reached the base of the canyon, where a small stream flowed. Joseph led them to what appeared to be an ordinary cliff dwelling, tucked into a recess in the canyon wall. Unlike the more famous White House ruins that tourists visited, this structure was smaller and less visible from the main canyon floor. Here, Joseph said, pressing a specific sequence of stones near the dwelling's entrance. A section of the rear wall silently slid aside, revealing a passage into the cliff itself. Cool air rushed out to meet them. The other guardians are waiting inside, Joseph explained, handing them each a flashlight. The passage descended at a steep angle before opening into a large, circular chamber that left Sarah speechless. Unlike the rough-hewn chamber in Monument Valley, this space was a marvel of precision engineering. The walls were perfectly smooth, with intricate geometric patterns, inlaid with what appeared to be copper, crystal, and an unknown blue-green metal. The ceiling arched 30 feet above them, covered in a detailed map of the night sky. In the center of the room stood a raised platform containing a massive crystal structure nearly 8 feet tall, a geometric arrangement of interlocking crystal columns surrounding a central blue-white stone that pulsed with internal light. Around this central feature stood 4 individuals of diverse indigenous backgrounds, each wearing both traditional elements and modern clothing. Ben approached and greeted each in turn, introducing them to Sarah, Maria Vega from a Mayan guardian lineage in Guatemala, Kimi Whitefeather, an Ojibwe knowledge keeper from Minnesota, Robert Three Rivers, representing an Apache guardian family, and Dr. David Yazzie, a Navajo physicist who, like Sarah, bridged the worlds of traditional knowledge and modern science. "You're the 7th, Dr. Yazzie said to Sarah with interest. The prophecy spoke of a scientist with indigenous blood who would help interpret the star mirror's warnings for the modern world. Sarah looked at Ben in surprise. "You knew this?" "I suspected," he admitted. "When you found the chamber on your own, it confirmed what my grandfather predicted, that when the time came, the right allies would be drawn to the knowledge." Maria Vega approached Sarah. 3 more guardians are en route, but we may need to begin the activation sequence before they arrive. Nova's forces have been spotted entering the canyon from the north rim. Sarah looked at the magnificent crystal structure. "This is the conductor stone?" Dr. Yazzie nodded. "It's a sophisticated crystalline computer, for lack of a better term. It coordinates all the satellite chambers across the globe, calibrating their output to create a protective field around the planet." "How does it work?" Sarah asked, her scientific curiosity overwhelming her awe. "Each guardian lineage holds knowledge of specific frequencies and codes," Robert explained. "When combined in the proper sequence, they activate different functions of the network." Kimi Whitefeather approached the conductor stone. "We should begin the preliminary alignment. Even if Novus interrupts us, a partial activation is better than none." The Guardians positioned themselves around the crystal structure, each standing on a specific inlaid symbol on the floor. Ben indicated that Sarah should stand on a vacant position, marked with a spiral pattern. "Focus your mind on the crystal," he instructed. "The system responds to both physical interaction and mental intention." As Sarah concentrated on the pulsing central stone, she felt a strange resonance, almost as if the crystal were attempting to communicate directly with her consciousness. Images flashed through her mind: star patterns, geological formations, weather systems, and ocean currents, all interconnected in complex patterns. "It's scanning us," Dr. Yazzie explained, noticing her expression, "verifying that we represent the correct guardian lineages." The crystal's pulsing intensified, and the geometric patterns on the walls began to glow with the same blue-white light. Sarah felt a vibration through the stone floor, gradually increasing in intensity. "Initial verification complete," Maria announced. "Now we need to input the activation sequences." Each guardian stepped forward in turn, placing both hands on specific facets of the crystal structure and speaking words in their traditional languages. As they did so, new patterns of light appeared within the crystal, building in complexity. When it came to Sarah's turn, she hesitated. "I don't know any sequences or codes." "You don't need to," Ben assured her. "Your role is different. As the scientist, you're the interpreter, the bridge between ancient knowledge and modern understanding." Sarah placed her hands on the cool crystal surface as the others had done. Immediately, the stream of images in her mind intensified. She saw Earth from space, its magnetic field visibly fluctuating and weakening. She witnessed massive solar flares erupting from the sun and a cloud of cosmic debris approaching Earth's orbital path. "I see it," she gasped. "The Great Crossing. It's already beginning." The crystal responded to her understanding, new patterns forming within its structure. The entire chamber hummed with energy now, the inlaid metals in the walls conducting currents of light in complex, flowing patterns. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire echoed from the passage outside. Joseph, who had been standing guard, rushed into the chamber. "Novus teams have found the entrance," he reported urgently. "At least 8 armed men. We need more time to complete the full activation," Dr. Yazzie said, his hands still on the crystal. Robert Three Rivers moved quickly to a section of wall, pressing a sequence of symbols. A hidden panel slid open, revealing a cache of what appeared to be ancient weapons, metallic staffs with crystal tips. "Defensive measures," he explained, distributing them to Joseph and Kimi. They emit a sonic pulse that disorients without killing. The Guardians have never believed in lethal force. Sarah turned to Ben. Can we seal the entrance? Only temporarily. The chamber was designed with multiple access points. For a reason, it can never be completely isolated. More gunfire sounded. Closer now. Joseph and Kimi took positions near the entrance passage, while the others continued the activation process. Even a partial activation will help, Maria insisted. Focus on establishing the connection to the major nodes first. The Guardians redoubled their efforts, each calling out locations as connections were established. Monument Valley online, Chaco Canyon responding, Mesa Verde connected. Sarah maintained her connection to the crystal, translating the stream of data into understanding. The system is designed to generate a counter-frequency to the cosmic radiation, she announced. It's using Earth's own magnetic field as an amplifier. The chamber shuddered as an explosion echoed from the passage. Dust fell from the ceiling. They're blasting their way in, Joseph called back. Dr. Yazzie looked grim. We need the final sequence. It can only be done with all 7 Guardians present. Sarah glanced toward the entrance, where the sounds of conflict were growing louder. Making a split-second decision, she pressed her hands more firmly against the crystal. Show me what's needed, she demanded of the ancient technology. The crystal pulsed brightly in response, and Sarah was flooded with information, not just images now, but understanding. The final sequence required a precise harmonic resonance, created by all 7 Guardians, focusing on a specific astronomical configuration. Everyone, she called out, picture the Pleiades constellation as it appears during the winter solstice sunrise. The crystal needs us to recreate that pattern mentally. The other Guardians looked surprised but followed her instruction, each focusing their thoughts while maintaining physical contact with the crystal structure. The chamber's humming changed pitch, rising to a harmonic tone that seemed to resonate with the very rock around them. The central stone began to rotate slowly, its facets catching and refracting light in increasingly complex patterns. From its core, a beam of intense blue-white light shot upward, passing through the solid rock ceiling as if it weren't there. Connection established, Ben confirmed, as new symbols appeared within the crystal. The protective field is initializing. A final explosion rocked the chamber, and armed men in tactical gear burst through the dust cloud at the entrance. Joseph and Kimi fired their sonic weapons, sending the first wave of intruders stumbling backward, disoriented. Don't break the connection, Dr. Yazzie shouted as more Novus agents pushed forward. The lead agent, a cold-eyed man in his 40s, took in the scene with calculating precision. Secure the crystal structure, he ordered his team. Non-lethal measures only, we need these people alive for questioning. Sarah maintained her connection to the crystal, which was now pulsing in a steady rhythm. Through her mind's eye, she could see energy patterns spreading outward from Canyon de Chelly, connecting to other nodes across the continent and beyond. But the network wasn't fully stabilized yet. They needed more time. As Novus agents advanced into the chamber, sonic pulses and stun grenades created chaos. Sarah felt someone grab her arm, trying to pull her away from the crystal. Without thinking, she reached deeper into her connection with the ancient technology, mentally pleading for assistance. The crystal responded immediately. A ripple of energy pulsed outward from the structure, harmless to the Guardians but sending the Novus agents staggering backward, as if hit by an invisible wave. What the hell was that? The lead agent demanded, regaining his footing. The system is defending itself, Ben explained calmly, maintaining his position. And us. You don't understand what you're interfering with. What I understand, the agent replied, is that you've activated some kind of advanced technology that our sensors have detected across the Southwest. Technology that represents a potential security threat. Not a threat, Sarah countered. A protection system, one that's about to save all our lives, including yours. The agent scoffed. By shooting light into the sky? At that moment, the chamber's ceiling suddenly displayed a real-time image of the sun, a projection showing massive solar flares erupting from its surface, far larger than anything in recorded history. That's happening right now, Dr. Yazzie said. The largest coronal mass ejection ever recorded is heading toward Earth. Without this system fully activated, it will devastate our power grids, communication systems, and possibly much worse. The lead agent's radio crackled with urgent voices. He listened, his expression shifting from skepticism to concern. After a tense moment, he held up his hand, signaling his team to stand down. "Command confirms unprecedented solar activity," he said reluctantly. "All electronic systems are experiencing interference." "Let us complete the activation," Sarah urged. "After that, we can explain everything." The agent hesitated, then nodded sharply. "You have 5 minutes, then I want answers." The Guardians quickly resumed their positions, reconnecting with the crystal structure. With the interruption over, the activation process accelerated. Sarah could sense the global network strengthening as more nodes came online, creating a complex web of energy that encircled the planet. "Final synchronization in progress," Maria announced as new patterns formed within the crystal. The chamber hummed with power, the geometric patterns on the walls flowing like liquid light. Sarah felt the crystal downloading information directly into her consciousness knowledge of cosmic cycles, Earth's geological history, and the advanced science behind the protective system. With a final harmonic tone that seemed to resonate through bone and stone alike, the conductor stone reached full activation. The beam of light from its core intensified, and the projection on the ceiling shifted to show Earth from space, a blue globe now surrounded by a faintly visible, shimmering field. "Activation complete," Ben confirmed. "The protective field is established." The Guardian stepped back from the crystal, which continued to pulse with steady rhythm, now self-sustaining. Sarah felt lightheaded as her direct connection to the ancient technology ended, her mind still processing the vast amount of information she'd received. The lead Novus agent approached cautiously. "Now, explain exactly what this is." Dr. Yazzie took the lead, his scientific credentials lending authority to his words. "This is the central node of a planetary defense system, created thousands of years ago by a civilization far more advanced than previously believed possible. It creates a magnetically stabilized plasma field in our upper atmosphere that deflects excessive cosmic radiation and helps maintain Earth's magnetic field during periods of solar instability." "Like the one we're entering now," Sarah added, her voice steadier as scientific understanding helped her organize the downloaded knowledge. Historical records of these events were preserved in myths about world-ending floods and fires, because previous civilizations lacked the scientific context to understand what was happening. The agent's skepticism was evident. "You expect me to believe that prehistoric people built an energy shield around the planet?" "Not prehistoric people as you imagine them," Ben corrected. "The Guardian's traditions speak of the Star People, advanced beings who shared their knowledge with selected humans when they recognized the recurring threat these cosmic events posed." "And you've been hiding this technology for how long exactly?" "It was never hidden," Maria interjected. "It was protected." Previous attempts to exploit individual components of the system for military or economic gain nearly resulted in catastrophe. The agent's radio crackled again. After listening to the transmission, his demeanor changed noticeably. "Something's happening up there," he said, gesturing toward the surface. "Massive auroras, visible in broad daylight. And all our long-range communications are down." "The coronal mass ejection has arrived," Dr. Yazzie confirmed, checking a modern tablet he retrieved from his pack. "But the protective field is functioning. Without it, we'd be experiencing a global electronic failure right now." The agent considered this information, clearly weighing his options. Finally, he activated his short-range radio. "All units fall back to the canyon rim. Maintain observation positions only." After his team had retreated, he turned back to the Guardians. "This isn't over. When the crisis passes, there will be questions from people much higher up than me." "We're counting on it," Sarah replied. "It's time for this knowledge to be properly understood and integrated with modern science, but on the Guardians' terms, not as exploitable technology." After the Novus team departed, the Guardians gathered around the conductor stone, which continued its steady operation. "What happens now?" Sarah asked. "The system will maintain the protective field for approximately 3 weeks," Dr. Yazzie explained. "That's how long it will take for Earth to pass through the densest part of the cosmic debris field. And after that, it becomes dormant again," Ben said. "Until the next cycle, roughly 13,000 years from now. Sarah shook her head in amazement. But we can't just let this knowledge go dormant again. The scientific implications alone, this changes everything we thought we knew about ancient civilizations, about human history. That's where you come in, Ben said, putting a hand on her shoulder. The prophecy spoke of a bridge between worlds, someone who could translate this ancient wisdom for the modern era. Doctor, Yazzie nodded in agreement. For too long we've kept this knowledge isolated, protected only by scattered guardian families. But the world is changing. Technology has advanced to the point where Novus could detect the chambers. Others will follow. We need to control the narrative, Maria added. Share enough to ensure the system is protected and respected, without revealing the technical specifications that could be weaponized. Sarah walked slowly around the conductor stone, watching its rhythmic pulsing. The knowledge I received, it's not just about this protective system. There's information about sustainable energy, about working with Earth's natural systems rather than against them. Solutions to problems we're struggling with today. The Star People understood something we've forgotten, Robert Three Rivers said quietly. That technology without wisdom becomes self-destructive. Kimi approached Sarah. Will you accept the role of interpreter? It means walking between worlds, neither fully in the scientific community nor fully in the Guardian tradition. Sarah thought about her career, about the papers she'd published and the theories she'd defended. How small they seemed now, in the face of this discovery. Yet her scientific training was what allowed her to comprehend the ancient technology in modern terms. I accept, she said finally, but we need a plan. Novus won't stay away for long, and once the immediate crisis passes, there will be pressure to study and exploit these chambers. The first step is documentation, Dr. Yazzie suggested. Properly recording the system's operation during this activation cycle will provide scientific evidence of its purpose and importance. We also need legal protection, Ben added. Many of these sites are on tribal lands. We can leverage indigenous rights laws to maintain Guardian oversight. And we need allies, Maria concluded. Scientists, lawmakers, journalists who can understand the significance without seeking to control the technology. Over the next hours, as the conductor stone continued its work protecting Earth from the cosmic onslaught occurring far above their heads, the Guardians and Sarah developed a strategy. They would create a scientific consortium, jointly led by indigenous knowledge keepers and respected researchers, to study and document the ancient system without disturbing its operation. 3 days later, as the most intense phase of the solar event began to subside, Sarah stood at the rim of Canyon de Chelly, watching the spectacular auroras that painted the daytime sky in shimmering curtains of green and purple. Beside her, Ben pointed to the horizon. Look, they're government helicopters. They're coming with questions. Sarah nodded calmly. And we have answers. Not all of them, but enough. In the weeks that followed, the story broke worldwide ancient technology, activating just in time to shield Earth from a potentially catastrophic solar event. The scientific community was initially skeptical, then stunned as data confirmed that something had indeed mitigated the effects of the largest coronal mass ejection in recorded history. Novus Technologies attempted to claim authority over the discovery, but found themselves outmaneuvered by the Guardians' careful preparations. Indigenous rights claims, backed by an international coalition of tribal authorities, secured legal protection for the major chamber sites. Meanwhile, Sarah and Dr. Yazzie published preliminary papers that provided enough scientific documentation to establish credibility without revealing the system's core technological secrets. 6 months later, Sarah stood before a United Nations committee, presenting the Guardian Consortium's findings. The chamber at Canyon de Chelly had returned to its dormant state. The immediate danger passed, but the knowledge remained both in the carefully guarded records of the Guardian families and in the understanding Sarah had received directly from the conductor stone. We stand at a crossroads, she told the assembled diplomats and scientists. The discovery of this ancient protective system forces us to reconsider not just our history, but our future. It demonstrates that advanced technology can work in harmony with natural systems, not against them. It shows us that our ancestors, or those who taught them understood cycles and connections, we're only beginning to rediscover. In the audience, Ben Sosi watched with quiet pride. The prophecy had been fulfilled, the ancient knowledge was emerging into the modern world, not as a weapon or a commodity, but as wisdom to be respected and learned from. Outside the unbuilding, crowds gathered to watch the proceedings on large screens. Among them were people from around the world who had experienced the recent celestial event, the strange auroras, the brief communications disruptions, the sense that something momentous had occurred. Most would never know how close Earth had come to catastrophe, or how an ancient system hidden within the iconic formations of Monument Valley and other sacred sites around the world had saved them. But as Sarah concluded her presentation, she made a silent promise to the guardians who had protected this knowledge for countless generations. Their wisdom would not be forgotten again. In the months and years that followed, Sarah split her time between archaeological sites, where new chambers were being carefully documented, and scientific institutions, where the principles behind the ancient technology were being studied. The complete network was never fully revealed to any single government or organization. The guardians maintained their role as protectors, but now with the support of a global scientific consortium. Remote sensing eventually confirmed what the Guardian stories had always claimed: similar chambers existed on every continent, often hidden within natural landmarks or beneath ancient monuments. The pyramids of Egypt, Stonehenge, Göbekli Tepe, the monuments of Easter Island, all were found to contain components of the same protective system. 10 years after the discovery at Monument Valley, Sarah returned to the site where her journey had begun. The West Mitten Butte stood, as it always had, silent and majestic against the desert sky. But Sarah now understood it was more than just an iconic formation. It was part of a legacy left by those who had come before, a reminder that true advancement came not just from technology, but from the wisdom to use it properly. As the sun set behind the buttes, painting the valley in shades of gold and crimson, Sarah placed her hand on the warm sandstone and whispered, "Thank you for showing me the way." Whether she was thanking the ancient builders, the generations of guardians, or the landscape itself, perhaps it didn't matter. The mystery of Monument Valley had led her to a greater truth, one that bridged past and future, science and tradition, earth and stars. And somewhere, perhaps watching from those very stars, the ancient teachers who had first shared their knowledge with humanity might be observing with satisfaction as their protective system continued its vigilant watch over the blue planet they had sought to preserve. The end story too. Petra's hidden chamber. Dr. Elena Vasquez wiped sweat from her brow as the Jordanian sun beat down on the ancient rose-colored city. The sandstone cliffs of Petra towered around her, their weathered faces carved with the remnants of a civilization lost to time. Elena adjusted her hat and stared at the tablet in her hands, reviewing the ground-penetrating radar data for the 5th time that morning. "This can't be right," she muttered, zooming in on the anomaly beneath the treasury. Her colleague, Dr. Malik Faisal, leaned over her shoulder. "Still doubting the readings?" he asked, his voice tinged with excitement. "It's just impossible. A chamber this size, completely untouched." After 2 centuries of archaeological work at Petra, Malik shrugged. The impossible happens every day in archaeology. The data was clear. Approximately 40 feet beneath the floor of Al-Khazna, the treasury, lay a perfectly square chamber roughly 30 feet on each side. No visible entrance, no connecting tunnels, just a sealed box buried beneath Petra's most famous monument. 3 days later, Elena found herself addressing a hastily assembled international committee of archaeologists, historians, and Jordanian officials. She stood in the makeshift conference tent, projecting her findings onto a screen. "We've confirmed the anomaly with 3 different radar systems. There's definitely something down there." Elena clicked to the next slide. "And based on the density readings, we believe it contains objects of significant mass, potentially artifacts." Dr. Hassan Bishara, the head of Jordan's Antiquities Authority, leaned forward. "You're proposing to drill through the floor of our most precious historical site. A minimally invasive core sample," Elena clarified, "using the newest microsonic drilling technology. The hole would be smaller than a dime, After hours of heated debate and careful consideration, permission was granted. The world press descended on Petra like locusts, and Elena found herself thrust into an uncomfortable spotlight. Camera flashes popped as she examined the core drilling equipment in the fading evening light. "Dr. Vasquez, is it true you believe this chamber predates the Nabatean civilization?" Elena ignored the question, focusing instead on the task ahead. Tomorrow would change history or end her career. Morning arrived, with an electric tension in the air. Tourists had been cleared from the treasury, and only essential personnel remained. The drilling began precisely at 9:17 am. Elena watched as the narrow drill bit descended through the ancient stone floor, creating minimal dust thanks to the vacuum system. After nearly 4 hours, a small camera was threaded down the narrow shaft. What they saw left everyone speechless. The chamber wasn't merely a room, it was a perfect cube, its walls covered in gleaming metal with intricate geometric patterns etched across every surface. And suspended in the center, hovering without visible support, was a sphere of polished obsidian, approximately 3 feet in diameter. "That's not Nabatean," Malik whispered, stating the obvious. The scientific community exploded with theories. The impossible chamber, dubbed the cube by the press, defied explanation. Modern dating techniques placed the metal walls at approximately 12,000 years old, roughly 900 years before Petra was supposedly built. The floating obsidian sphere couldn't be dated at all, as no samples could be obtained from its untouchable surface. 3 weeks later, a larger shaft had been carefully created, allowing Elena to become the first human in millennia to enter the chamber. She descended slowly on a mechanical harness, her heart pounding against her ribs. The metallic walls gleamed in her headlamp, revealing intricate equations and astronomical charts that no ancient civilization should have possessed. "I'm approaching the sphere," she reported into her headset. "The hovering effect appears to be some kind of magnetic anomaly. There's no visible technology, but the sphere is definitely suspended in mid-air." She reached out, her gloved hand trembling slightly. "Elena, we agreed no contact, Doctor." Bishara's voice crackled through her headset. "Just documenting the surface reflection," she replied, moving her hand closer. When her fingers were mere inches from the obsidian surface, the sphere began to rotate slowly. "It's responding to my presence," she whispered. Before anyone could respond, a thin seam appeared around the middle of the sphere, and it split open like a perfect eggshell. Golden light spilled out, illuminating the chamber in an impossible glow. Inside the sphere nested an ornate book, its cover made of a material resembling hammered gold, but with the flexibility of leather. Against all protocols, Elena reached for it. The moment her fingers touched the cover, the strange symbols etched into the metal walls began to glow. "Elena, what's happening?" Malik's voice sounded distant. "It's a book. Some kind of codex," she replied, carefully lifting it from its resting place. As she did, the obsidian shell closed and resumed its previous state. Within hours, the chamber had been thoroughly documented, and Elena found herself in a secure facility surrounded by armed guards and excited scholars. The book, now called the Petra Codex, sat before her on a specialized table. Its pages were made of an unknown material, thin as paper but seemingly indestructible, covered with writings in a language that resembled no known script. Dr. Samuel Cohen, a leading linguist flown in from Cambridge, shook his head in frustration. "It's not related to any known language family. Not Proto-Semitic, not cuneiform, not hieroglyphics, nothing." Elena stared at the strange, angular symbols. Yet it's clearly organized like a text. Paragraphs, chapters, what appear to be diagrams. Over the following weeks, a team of specialists worked around the clock to decipher the codex. The breakthrough came unexpectedly from Dr. Fatima al-Zahawi, an astrophysicist who recognized that certain recurring patterns in the text matched stellar configurations. "It's not just a language," Fatima explained, excitement coloring her voice. "It's a mathematical system based on astronomical constants. Look, this symbol represents the speed of light, and this one the gravitational constant." With this key insight, decipherment progressed rapidly. What emerged was earth-shattering. The codex contained detailed information about an advanced civilization that had existed before the last ice age. They called themselves the Architects, and according to the text, they had established outposts across the ancient world. Most disturbing were the precise descriptions of global cataclysms, past and future. According to the Codex, the Architects had predicted a series of extinction-level events and had created hidden chambers around the world to preserve their knowledge. "Listen to this passage," Elena said one evening, reading from their partial translation. "When the sky stone falls in the 7th cycle, seek the chambers of preservation. The knowledge of 10,000 years will guide the survivors." "Sky stone?" Malik asked, rubbing his tired eyes. "Asteroid impact," Fatima clarified. "And based on the astronomical markers, they're describing an event that's due in our lifetime." As word leaked out, fringe groups and religious extremists began gathering near Petra. Some claimed the chamber was alien technology. Others insisted it was proof of biblical prophecies. Security around the research team tightened. Then came another shock. Deep in the Codex, they found detailed maps showing the locations of 11 other chambers around the world. One in the Gobi Desert, another beneath the waters off Japan's Yonaguni Monument, a third in the Amazonian rainforest, each supposedly containing different aspects of the Architect's knowledge. Elena found herself approached by Martin Chambers, a smooth-talking representative from a shadowy international consortium calling itself the Heritage Group. "Dr. Vasquez," he said, his smile never reaching his eyes. "My organization would like to offer significant funding for your expedition to locate the other chambers." "And what exactly does your organization want in return?" Elena asked. "First, access to any recovered technology, of course. The Architects were clearly advanced beyond our current understanding. Imagine what we could learn." Elena declined, but soon discovered the Heritage Group had connections in high places. Research funds for her team mysteriously dried up. Critical equipment malfunctioned. Key team members were offered lucrative positions elsewhere. Meanwhile, Fatima made another discovery in the Codex references to a device called the Beacon that would somehow avert the coming catastrophe. According to the text, components of this device were scattered among the 12 chambers. "It's a fail-safe," Fatima explained. The Architects knew that eventually, intelligent life would rediscover these chambers. They left the parts of the beacon separated to ensure they wouldn't be activated prematurely. As pressure mounted, Elena made a crucial decision. With help from Malik and a few trusted colleagues, she secretly photographed every page of the Codex and encrypted the files. Then she disappeared into the night, leaving only a cryptic message for Dr. Bishara, following the Architect's path. "Will contact when safe." Her journey took her deep into the Mongolian steppe, following coordinates decoded from the Petra Codex. Martin Chambers and his Heritage Group were always one step behind, their resources seemingly limitless. In a remote valley, Elena's small team discovered an unmarked stone doorway set into a cliff face, its design strikingly similar to Nabatean architecture, despite being thousands of miles from Petra. "It can't be coincidence," Malik said, examining the weathered carvings. "The Nabateans must have been influenced by the Architects, or perhaps were their descendants." Inside, they found another chamber, smaller than Petra's, but with the same impossible metal walls. At its center stood not a sphere, but a crystalline cube that emitted a soft blue glow. When Elena approached, symbols appeared on its surface, the same language as the Codex. "It's some kind of key," she whispered, carefully lifting the device. It was surprisingly light, almost weightless in her hands. A rumble shook the chamber as dust rained from the ceiling. Outside, the whir of helicopter blades cut through the air. "They found us," Malik said, checking the small surveillance drone they'd positioned outside. "Heritage Group, at least 20 armed men." Elena carefully packed the crystal cube into a specialized container. "We need to move, now." They slipped out through a narrow fissure in the rock wall, escaping into the gathering dusk just as Martin Chambers and his men entered the chamber. The race to find the remaining chambers had begun in earnest. Over the next year, Elena's team became nomadic scholars, constantly moving, always researching. They located chambers in the highlands of Ethiopia, beneath a remote island in Scotland, and in the Badlands of Patagonia. Each contained a different artifact, a metallic rod that vibrated with unknown energy, a device that seemed to bend light around it, a small pyramid that maintained a constant temperature regardless of its surroundings. As they gathered these components, Elena began to understand the architect's plan. The devices, when assembled, appeared to form an energy generator of impossible sophistication. The Codex described it as a shield, a way to deflect the coming sky stone from its collision course with Earth. Yet crucial pieces remained missing, and time was running short. According to their translations, the asteroid would strike in less than 8 months. Mainstream science remained unaware of the threat, as the object's approach was masked by Jupiter's gravity, well exactly as the Codex had predicted. The Heritage Group grew bolder in their pursuit. During the recovery of the 7th component, in a submerged chamber off the coast of Cuba, armed divers attacked Elena's team. In the chaos, Fatima was captured, and Malik severely injured. "They took all her research," Malik said from his hospital bed in Havana. "She knew more about the beacon than any of us." Elena gripped his hand. "We'll get her back." Intelligence gathered from their network of allies indicated Fatima was being held at a private research compound in the Nevada desert. The Heritage Group had assembled 6 of the 12 components and was forcing Fatima to help them activate the devices for their own purposes. They don't want to stop the asteroid, Elena realized. They want to control who survives it. The beacon isn't just a shield, it's a selection mechanism. With help from Dr. Bashara, who had finally recognized the true threat, Elena orchestrated a daring raid on the Heritage compound. They rescued Fatima and recovered the stolen components, but Martin Chambers escaped with crucial research data. As the astronomical date approached, Elena's team established a base at the final chamber, hidden deep within the Antarctic ice shelf. Here, the Codex indicated the master control unit for the beacon awaited them. After a treacherous journey across the frozen wasteland, they located the entrance, a perfect circle melted through a sheer ice wall. The final chamber was vast, larger than all the others combined. At its center stood a towering spire of the same metal that lined the walls of every chamber. When Elena carefully arranged the 11 components around its base, they began to levitate, forming a spinning ring. "It's working," Fatima whispered. Suddenly, the chamber's entrance exploded in a shower of ice. Martin Chambers stepped through, flanked by armed men, his face twisted with obsessive determination. "Step away from the beacon, Doctor." "Vasquez," he commanded, "you've done the hard work. Now my benefactors will decide humanity's future." "There won't be a future if we don't activate it properly," Elena replied, slowly positioning herself between Chambers and the spire. "The architects designed this as a shield for everyone, not a selection tool." Chambers laughed coldly. "You're naive. The architects were playing God, and now it's our turn. Only the worthy should survive." "Worthy by whose judgment?" Elena challenged. "Yours? Your mysterious benefactors?" As they argued, Fatima quietly continued the activation sequence described in the Codex. The spinning ring of components accelerated, emitting a harmonic tone that reverberated through the chamber. Chambers noticed too late. "Stop her!" he shouted, but the armed men hesitated, transfixed by the beautiful, impossible sight unfolding before them. The spire erupted with energy, shooting a beam of light straight up through the ice ceiling and into the sky above. Around the world, witnesses reported seeing aurora-like lights appearing simultaneously over every continent. In space, astronomers tracked a small, near-Earth object suddenly changing course, deflected by an invisible force. The threat had passed, but the architect's legacy was just beginning to be understood. The activation had unlocked the final section of the Codex, a repository of knowledge far beyond modern science, sustainable energy systems, advanced medical techniques, and warnings about other cosmic threats to come. Elena stood in the gleaming chamber, watching as the components gently settled back to the ground, their task complete. Martin Chambers and his men had fled, their power play thwarted. "What now?" Malik asked. his arm still in a sling from his earlier injury. Elena picked up one of the components, a small disc that now displayed a star map with 12 points highlighted across its surface. "Now we learn," she said. "The architects didn't just leave us a warning, they left us a path forward." Fatima nodded, her eyes bright with possibility. "And according to these new translations, there are more chambers we haven't found yet. Not just 12, but dozens, each containing different aspects of their knowledge." Elena looked around at her team, at the faces of the people who had risked everything to protect humanity's future. "Then let's get to work. The world needs to know what's out there and what might still be coming." As they prepared to leave the Antarctic chamber, the spire pulsed once more, projecting a holographic image of the Earth with new locations illuminated across its surface. The architect's message was clear. This was not the end of their story, but merely the beginning of humanity's next chapter. The chamber at Petra had been just the first key to unlocking an ancient legacy, one that would forever change our understanding of human history and our place in the cosmos. Story 3, the Nazca transmission. Dr. Elena Vasquez squinted against the harsh Peruvian sun, adjusting her wide-brimmed hat as the small propeller plane banked over the vast desert plain. Below her, the Nazca lines emerged from the landscape like ghostly sketches, enormous geoglyphs of animals, plants, and geometric patterns etched into the earth nearly 2,000 years ago, visible only from above. "There it is," she murmured, pressing her camera against the scratched window. "The hummingbird formation." Her research assistant, Miguel Prado, leaned across her to look. "I still don't understand why we're back here. You've studied these lines for what, 10 years now?" Elena lowered her camera, her dark eyes fixed on the ancient markings. "Something's different this time, Miguel. The satellite data doesn't lie." 3 days earlier, Elena had been reviewing routine monitoring imagery when she noticed an anomaly, subtle electromagnetic readings emanating from several key points along the Nazca lines. The readings had appeared suddenly, with no explanation, and matched no known pattern of natural geological activity. "You really think someone's messing with the site?" Miguel asked. "That's what we're here to find out," Elena replied. Though she wasn't convinced vandalism explained what she'd seen, the patterns were too precise, too systematic. The plane touched down on a small airstrip near the town of Nazca. The pilot, a weathered local named Carlos who had flown Elena over the lines dozens of times, helped them unload their equipment. "The government officials arrived yesterday," he informed them in Spanish. "They've restricted access to the northern sectors." Elena frowned. "Our permits should cover the entire UNESCO site." Carlos shrugged. "They say it's for conservation purposes, but there are rumors." "What kind of rumors?" Miguel asked. "That the lines are waking up." Elena would have dismissed such talk as local superstition a week ago. Now, she wasn't so sure. After setting up their base camp at a nearby research station, Elena and Miguel drove their rented jeep toward the northern sector where the strongest signals had been detected. As they approached a checkpoint staffed by Peruvian military, Elena noticed several large vehicles with satellite dishes and what appeared to be scientific equipment. A uniformed officer approached their vehicle. "I'm sorry, Dr. Vasquez. This area is temporarily closed for research." Elena presented her permits. "I have authorization from the Ministry of Culture. My team has been monitoring these sites for years. There's been a change, new directives from Lima." As they argued, a familiar voice called out, "Let them through, Captain." Dr. Vasquez's expertise would be valuable. Elena turned to see Dr. Richard Blackwood, a British archaeoastronomer she'd collaborated with on previous papers. His presence surprised her. They hadn't spoken in months. "Richard, what are you doing here?" "Same as you, I suspect." His expression was grave, following the signals. The captain reluctantly waved them through, and Richard climbed into their jeep. "How long have you known?" Elena asked, as they drove toward a cluster of tents and equipment centered around the famous astronaut geoglyph. 3 weeks. Started with faint readings in the UK. Stonehenge, the Arvabury circles, all showing similar electromagnetic anomalies. Then reports came in from Easter Island, Göbekli Tepe, in Turkey. Richard's voice dropped. "Something's happening, Elena. Something synchronous." At the research station, Scientists from various disciplines had gathered around monitoring equipment. Screens displayed real-time data from the Nazca Plateau, showing pulses of energy moving through the lines in distinct patterns. Dr. Hiroshi Tanaka, a prominent physicist, greeted them. The signals are strengthening. They appear to be following the patterns of the lines themselves, like they're tracing them. Any external source identified? Elena asked, examining the readings. None, and that's what's troubling. The energy seems to be generated from within the lines themselves. As night fell, the team continued their analysis. Elena pored over historical records of the Nazca culture, searching for any mention of the lines as anything more than ceremonial or astronomical markers. Here's something, Miguel said, pointing to an obscure text, a Spanish missionary's account from the 1500s. He recorded stories from the descendants of the Nazca people about the lines being pathways for the gods to speak through earth and sky. Communication channels, Elena muttered. Richard joined them, excitement in his voice. Elena, you need to see this. Outside, the night sky blazed with stars above the desert. Richard pointed to a digital mapping display, which overlaid the Nazca lines with celestial coordinates. We plotted the timing of the energy pulses against astronomical positions. There's a correlation with certain star systems, particularly with Pleiades and Sirius. The pulses intensify when these stars reach specific positions. The Nazca people had a connection to those star systems in their mythology, Elena noted. Over the next 72 hours, the phenomena intensified. Energy readings grew stronger, and new patterns emerged in the data. The international team worked around the clock, documenting everything. On the fourth night, Elena was alone at the monitoring station when all the equipment simultaneously registered a massive spike. The screens flickered, and for a moment, the oscilloscope patterns aligned perfectly with the Nazca hummingbird formation. Then, through the speakers meant for team communications, came a sound, not static, but a rhythmic series of pulses and tones that made the hair on Elena's arms stand up. She frantically recorded the sequence, calling for the others. By the time the team assembled, the transmission had ended, but Elena had captured it all. Dr. Tanaka ran the sounds through analysis software. It's structured, definitely not random. A message? Richard suggested. Or a response, Elena said quietly. The implications were staggering. If the Nazca lines were created to receive or transmit communications from beyond Earth, it would rewrite human history. The next day, similar phenomena were reported at ancient sites worldwide. At Göbekli Tepe, the megalithic circles pulsed with the same energy. At Easter Island, the Moai statues showed thermal changes in patterns matching the signals. Elena led a team to the monkey geoglyph, where the signals were now strongest. They carefully placed sensors along key points of the design. As sunset approached, the readings spiked again. Something's coming through, Miguel called out, monitoring the equipment. This time, the transmission was longer, more complex, and as the team recorded it, the sky above them changed. Clouds formed in unnaturally straight patterns, creating momentary geometric shapes that mirrored segments of the Nazca designs below. Government officials arrived with more equipment and experts. The site was now a hub of frantic activity as scientists attempted to decode what they were witnessing. Dr. Sofia Mendez, a cryptolinguist brought in by the Peruvian government, worked with Elena to analyze the patterns. These sequences have mathematical properties, prime numbers, Fibonacci sequences, she explained. Whoever or whatever created this message understood universal mathematical principles. But is it ancient or contemporary? Elena wondered aloud. Are we witnessing the activation of a dormant system created thousands of years ago, or a new contact? As they debated, Richard burst into the tent. We've cross-referenced the star positions mentioned in Nazca mythology with current astronomical data. Tonight, Sirius will be in the exact position described in their ancient texts, as the moment of returning. That night, as Sirius rose to its precise position, every monitoring device at the Nazca site registered unprecedented activity. The air itself seemed charged with electricity. The team gathered at the center of the spider geoglyph, where the signals converged most powerfully. Elena felt the ground beneath her feet vibrate subtly. The stars above seemed to pulse in rhythm with the humming earth. Then, the transmission came stronger, clearer than before, and with it, projected somehow into the night sky, appeared symbols that matched nothing in human writing systems, but evoked the organic curves of the Nazca animals themselves. "It's responding to us," Elena whispered. "Our monitoring equipment, our presence, we've re-established a connection." The symbols shifted, transformed, began to arrange themselves in patterns that seemed almost comprehensible. Dr. Mendez worked feverishly, feeding the symbols into her analytical programs. "There's a pattern emerging," she announced after hours of work. The symbols appear to be organizing into mathematical sequences first, then evolving into more complex structures, potentially language. As dawn approached, Elena stood alone at the edge of the hummingbird geoglyph, watching the first rays of sunlight touch the ancient lines. The night's transmission had faded with the stars, but the data remained terabytes of information waiting to be decoded. Richard joined her, his face showing exhaustion and wonder in equal measure. "Do you think they're still out there, waiting for us to answer?" Elena considered the desert line stretching before her. "I think they left this for us, a dormant technology, waiting for us to reach the right technological level to activate it." The Nazca people weren't just creating art or calendars. They were building a receiver, perhaps at the instruction of visitors they encountered. But why now? These lines have been here for 2,000 years. Elena pointed to their satellite equipment. Because only now do we have the technology to detect and respond to the signals. Our global satellite network, our advanced sensors, we've finally built our end of the communication system. Over the following weeks, as news of the phenomena spread worldwide, similar discoveries were made at other ancient sites. The patterns connected, forming what appeared to be a vast, planet-spanning network of communication points. In a secure facility established near the Nazca Plains, Elena led an international team working to decode the transmissions. Progress was slow, but steady. The first breakthrough came when they identified references to Earth's solar system, depicted in a mathematical notation that transcended human language barriers. "It's a universal language," Dr. Mendez explained to government officials, based on mathematics and astronomy concepts that would be recognizable to any technologically advanced civilization. 3 months into the project, Elena made a stunning discovery. Within the complex patterns were embedded images, 3-dimensional renderings that, when properly assembled, showed a star system unlike our own, with multiple suns and an array of planets. A map, Elena realized. "They're showing us where they're from." Richard cross-referenced the stellar configuration with astronomical databases. "It matches a system about 64 light-years away, too far for our current telescopes to detect habitable planets, but definitely within a range where advanced life could exist." As they continued decoding, more information emerged: mathematical constants, physical principles, and finally, what appeared to be historical records. The story they told was astonishing. Visitors had come to Earth thousands of years ago, encountered early human civilizations, and left behind communication systems in the form of geoglyphs, megalithic structures, and other monuments. They expected us to evolve, to develop technology that could reactivate these systems, Elena explained in a briefing to United Nations representatives, and they promised to check back in when we did. The transmission data contained more schematics for advanced technologies, astronomical observations spanning millennia, and what appeared to be an invitation for further communication. Elena spent days studying one particular segment of the message, coordinates for a location in the Peruvian highlands, far from the Nazca Plains, with accompanying symbols that suggested something was hidden there. Against government advisement, Elena organized a small expedition herself. Miguel, Richard, and Dr. Tanaka. They journeyed into the mountains, following the ancient coordinates to a seemingly unremarkable valley. "The signal should be strongest right here," Dr. Tanaka said, checking his equipment as they stood in a circular depression surrounded by weathered stones. Elena examined the ground carefully. These stones aren't random. They're arranged in the same pattern as the stars in the visitor's home system. As they moved the stones to match the precise configuration shown in the transmission, A deep rumbling began beneath them. The earth shifted, and a section of ground slid away to reveal a chamber untouched for millennia. Inside, they found no gold or conventional treasures. Instead, a single crystalline object stood on a pedestal of unknown material. About the size of a basketball, it glowed with a faint inner light that responded to their presence, pulsing gently as they approached. "It's some kind of technology, Doctor," Tanaka whispered, scanning it with his instruments. "It's generating the same energy signature as the Nazca transmissions." When Elena cautiously touched the surface of the sphere, it illuminated fully, projecting a three-dimensional star map into the air above them. At the center was Earth, connected by a line of light to the distant star system they had identified. "A bridge between worlds," Elena said softly. The crystal sphere was carefully transported to the research facility near Nazca. There, under strict protocols, scientists began studying its properties. It appeared to be a communication device of extraordinary sophistication, capable of processing and transmitting data across vast interstellar distances. As they learned to interface with it, new transmissions arrived, more detailed, more direct. The barrier of translation gradually dissolved. 6 months after the initial discoveries, Elena sat alone with the sphere late one night. The facility was quiet, most researchers having gone to sleep after another exhausting day of analysis. The sphere glowed softly, responding to her presence. On a whim, Elena spoke aloud to it. "We're still trying to understand who you are and why you reached out to us." To her astonishment, the sphere pulsed, and symbols appeared above it, rapidly transforming into recognizable language. "We have been waiting. You have found your voice among the stars." Elena's heart raced as she realized she was experiencing real-time communication with an intelligence from another world. How is this possible? The distance, time moves differently between minds. What you call years, we experience as moments of connection. Why did you come to Earth? Why leave these messages? The sphere projected images of Earth as seen from space, alongside dozens of other planets. You are not alone in your journey from stone to stars. We have watched many worlds awaken. Some flourish, others falter. We offer guidance to those who find our beacons. And the Nazca people, the other ancient cultures, they were your ancestors who witnessed our visits. They created the markers so you would remember when you were ready. They understood more than your histories recall. As dawn broke over the Nazca plains, word spread of the direct communication. Government leaders convened emergency sessions. Religious authorities issued statements. The public reacted with everything from celebration to panic. In the midst of the global uproar, Elena returned to the hummingbird geoglyph with the crystalline sphere. Following an impulse she couldn't fully explain, she placed it at the center of the ancient design. The ground beneath the lines began to glow with the same energy that illuminated the sphere. The entire hummingbird formation lit up from within, visible even in daylight, sending a beacon of energy straight into the sky. Hours later, observatories worldwide detected a response, a signal from the distant star system, stronger than any previous transmission. The message was simple and profound. You are ready. We are coming to meet again. Elena stood on the ancient ground, looking up at the sky where, somewhere beyond human vision, an advanced civilization had acknowledged humanity's response to a message left thousands of years ago. The Nazca lines had served their purpose, not just as astronomical markers or religious symbols, but as the first letters of an interstellar conversation that was only beginning. "What do you think they'll be like?" Miguel asked, standing beside her. Elena watched as the glowing lines of the hummingbird slowly returned to their normal state, having delivered their message across the vastness of space. "I think they'll be teachers," she said, "and I think they've been waiting a very long time for us to be ready for their lessons." As the international team continued to decode more of the transmissions, it became clear that Earth stood at the threshold of a new era. The visitors had shared glimpses of technologies beyond human development, sustainable energy systems, medical advances, and deeper understandings of physics that could transform civilization. But most importantly, they had confirmed what many had long suspected. Humanity was not alone in the universe. And now, guided by messages left in the desert soil thousands of years ago, we had finally found our voice to answer back. The sun had set on the Nazca Plains, leaving behind a sky ablaze with stars untainted by light pollution. Elena sat outside her tent, the crystalline sphere resting on a small table before her. Government security personnel patrolled the perimeter of the camp, keeping curious onlookers and press at bay. 3 months, Richard said, handing her a cup of coffee as he sat beside her. 3 months since we sent the acknowledgement, and still no sign of their arrival. Elena nodded, her eyes never leaving the stars. They said they were coming. They didn't say when. The world had changed dramatically since their discovery. International cooperation had reached unprecedented levels as nations pooled resources to prepare for potential contact. New technologies derived from the transmitted data had already begun to emerge: more efficient solar cells, novel computational methods, medical breakthroughs that hinted at treatments for previously incurable diseases. Yet public reaction remained deeply divided. For many, the prospect of meeting an advanced extraterrestrial civilization represented humanity's greatest opportunity. For others, it sparked fear and resistance. Religious communities worldwide struggled to incorporate the revelations into their theologies, with some embracing the visitors as part of divine plan, and others rejecting the entire phenomenon as deception. "I've been thinking about something," Elena said, breaking the silence. "The Nazca, people created these lines after contact, yes? As markers for future generations?" "That's what the transmissions suggest," Richard confirmed. "Then there should be records of their encounters, stories, artifacts, something beyond just the geoglyphs." Miguel approached, carrying a tablet with new analysis results. "You might be right. We've been cross-referencing indigenous oral histories with the transmission data. There are pattern stories of ski people who came in shining houses and taught the ancestors about the stars." Elena stood suddenly, a realization striking her. The crystal, it's not just a communication device. It's a key. "A key to what?" Richard asked. "To whatever else they left behind." The next morning, Elena presented her theory to the international research team. If the visitors had left communication technology, they might have left other artifacts, archives, tools, perhaps even examples of their technology carefully preserved for future discovery. "The transmissions mention sealed knowledge," Elena explained. "I believe the crystal sphere is meant to access repositories of information hidden at various sites worldwide." Dr. Tanaka ran new scans on the sphere, discovering previously unnoticed patterns etched into its crystalline structure. These match astronomical alignments at several ancient sites, not just Nazca. With unauthorization, Elena led expeditions to megalithic sites across the globe. At each location, the sphere responded differently, revealing hidden chambers, activating dormant mechanisms, or displaying new information. At Göbekli-Tepe in Turkey, the sphere unlocked a chamber beneath the ancient stone circles, revealing a repository of crystalline data storage units, similar to the sphere itself, but smaller and more numerous. On Easter Island, the sphere caused several Moai statues to shift position, revealing a network of tunnels containing artifacts of unknown metal and purpose. In the highlands of Scotland, at a previously unremarkable stone circle, the sphere activated a holographic display showing the visitors' first arrival on Earth thousands of years ago. Each discovery yielded new insights and technologies. The visitors, it seemed, had deliberately scattered their knowledge across the planet, ensuring that humanity would need to work together to piece together the full picture. "It's like a planetary puzzle," Dr. Mendez observed. "They wanted us to prove we could cooperate globally before giving us access to their most advanced knowledge." 6 months into their investigations, a breakthrough came from an unexpected quarter. A team of marine archaeologists, using the sphere's signals, discovered an underwater structure off the coast of Japan, a geometric formation too perfect to be natural, too ancient to be human-made. Elena joined the expedition, diving to the submerged site with the crystal sphere sealed in a special container. As they approached the underwater structure, the sphere began to pulse with increasing intensity. It's responding to something down there. Elena's voice came through the diving team's communications system. The structure appeared to be a perfect pyramid, its surfaces covered in the same symbols they had seen in the transmissions. When Elena brought the sphere near the apex of the pyramid, a section of the structure dissolved away, revealing an entrance. Inside, they discovered a chamber filled with a breathable atmosphere despite being underwater for millennia. At the center stood a device unlike anything they had seen before, a column of what appeared to be liquid metal, suspended in midair, constantly shifting shape. When Elena placed the crystal sphere into a recess near the column, the liquid metal formed into a precise replica of Earth's solar system, then expanded to show neighboring star systems, including the visitor's home. A voice spoke not through sound, but directly into the minds of everyone present. The network is complete. The awakening begins. Across the planet, every artifact and structure they had discovered activated simultaneously. The sphere at Nazca pulsed with blinding light. The hidden chambers at Göbekli Tepe opened fully. The Moai of Easter Island rotated to face the sky, and high above Earth, satellites detected a disturbance in space, a ripple in the fabric of reality itself. Something was coming. World leaders convened an emergency session as astronomers tracked the anomaly approaching Earth's orbit. It wasn't a ship in any conventional sense, but rather a distortion in space-time that moved with purpose. Whatever it is, it's decelerating, reported NASA's director. Trajectory suggests it will establish position above the Nazca Plains. Elena returned to Peru with unprecedented speed, transported by military aircraft. The research camp had been evacuated, except for essential personnel, and a multinational security force maintained a wide perimeter. As night fell, the distortion became visible to the naked eye, a shimmer in the starry sky that seemed to bend light around it. Elena brought the crystal sphere to the center of the hummingbird geoglyph, where it began to pulse in rhythm with the distortion above. "It's like they're synchronizing," Dr. Tanaka observed, monitoring the energy readings. The air temperature dropped suddenly. The ground beneath them vibrated with a harmonic frequency that matched the sphere's pulsations. Then, a beam of light, not coming from above, but projecting upward from the Nazca lines themselves, connected the Earth to the distortion in the sky. Within this column of light, forms began to take shape, translucent, fluid entities that seemed to be composed of light itself. They descended slowly, their shapes constantly shifting between humanoid and more abstract geometries. Elena stepped forward, the sphere in her hands glowing brighter than ever. The beings approached, stopping a few meters away. One extended what might have been considered an appendage, pointing to the sphere. Understanding instinctively, Elena held it out. The being's form flowed around the sphere, encompassing it momentarily before withdrawing. The sphere now pulsed with new patterns, and when Elena looked at the beings again, she found she could perceive them more clearly, their forms stabilizing into a vaguely humanoid shape, with multiple upper limbs and elongated cranial structures. "We greet the children of Earth," came a voice in her mind. "We have watched your progress through the challenges we left. You have done well." Elena struggled to find words. Why did you leave? Why wait so long to return? Your kind needed to develop independently. Direct intervention has destroyed promising species before. We left guideposts, not crutches. Images flooded Elena's mind. Other worlds, other civilizations, some thriving in harmony with advanced technology, others lying in ruins after advancing too quickly, without developing the wisdom to manage their power. "You are at a crucial moment in your evolution," the being continued. "You have developed technology that can either elevate or destroy you. We return now to offer guidance, not salvation. The choice of path remains yours." Over the following days, more beings arrived, not in vast numbers, but as representatives and teachers. They established communication with world governments through a council mediated by the research team. Their message was consistent. They came not to rule or control, but to share knowledge with a species that had proven itself ready for deeper understanding. They revealed their history, a civilization millions of years old that had evolved beyond physical form, transcending the limitations of biology. They had seeded knowledge throughout the galaxy, nurturing promising species toward a cosmic community of consciousness. The visitors demonstrated technologies beyond human comprehension, energy systems that drew power from the quantum fabric of reality itself, medical techniques that could repair any cellular damage, transportation methods that bent space rather than moving through it. Yet they were careful about what they shared, insisting that humanity needed to grow into these advancements gradually. The most powerful technologies would remain theoretical knowledge until humans had demonstrated the ethical framework to use them responsibly. Your species stands at a threshold, their leader explained to a United Nations assembly. You have the capacity for greatness or destruction in equal measure. We can guide, but cannot decide which path you take. Elena found herself serving as the primary human liaison, her understanding of the visitors deeper than most due to her connection with the crystal sphere. Through it, she learned their true name for themselves, a concept rather than a word, something like those who witness growth. A year passed. The visitors established small enclaves on each continent where human scientists and scholars could study and learn. Global cooperation, strengthened as nationalism, gave way to a shared human identity in the face of a much older civilization. The visitors helped address immediate crises, climate instabilities, resource scarcities, disease outbreaks, not by solving them directly, but by providing tools and knowledge that allowed humans to develop their own solutions. On the anniversary of first contact, Elena stood once more at the Nazca lines, watching as visitors and humans worked together to decipher more of the ancient knowledge hidden in the geoglyphs. "You knew, didn't you?" she asked the visitor she had come to know as the teacher. "You knew that creating these lines would eventually lead us to this moment." "Time is not linear for us," the teacher responded in her mind. "We see connections across what you perceive as past and future. The seeds we planted here were always meant to flower now, when your world faced its greatest challenges." "And what comes next?" Elena asked. "Where does humanity go from here?" The teacher's form shifted, becoming momentarily more transparent. "That remains unwritten. Even we cannot see all paths, but we have witnessed many worlds reach this point, and those that embrace cooperation rather than competition inevitably find their way to the stars." The teacher gestured toward the night sky, now filled with both familiar stars and the subtle distortions that marked the visitor's presence in orbit. "Your children's children will walk on worlds circling those stars. They will meet other young species and help guide them as we have guided you." The cycle continues, as it has for billions of years. Elena looked down at the ancient lines beneath her feet, thinking of the Nazca people who had carved them into the earth at the instruction of these same beings. They could never have imagined what their work would eventually lead to, a reconnection across millennia that would forever change humanity's destiny. "Thank you," she said simply, "for waiting for us to be ready." The teacher's form pulsed with what Elena had come to recognize as their expression of pleasure. "We did not wait, Elena Vasquez. We were always here watching. It was you who finally looked up and saw us." As humanity entered this new era of cosmic awareness, the Nazca lines took on a new significance, no longer mysterious relics of a forgotten past, but the first words of an ongoing conversation between Earth and the stars. The transmission that had begun thousands of years ago continued, now flowing both ways across the vast distances of space, carrying humanity forward into a future limited only by imagination and wisdom. On a clear night 6 years after first contact, Elena stood with her young daughter at the edge of the Nazca Plateau. Now the director of Earth's Interspecies Communication Agency, she had witnessed remarkable changes in human society, a renaissance of art, science, and philosophy inspired by the visitors' presence. "Mama, will I get to visit their world someday?" her daughter asked, looking up at the stars. Elena smiled, remembering the maps and promises the visitors had shared. "Yes, Maveda. They're already building the ships that will take the first human delegation, and you'll be just the right age when they're ready to launch." The little girl squeezed her mother's hand. "I want to see everything." Above them, the ancient stars twinkled alongside the subtle distortions of visitor craft in orbit, past and future connected in a single sky, watched by human eyes that finally understood they were not alone. and never had been. The years that followed humanity's first contact brought unprecedented change to Earth. The visitors, whom humans had taken to calling the Nazca people, in reference to where they had first manifested, maintained their promise of guidance without intervention. They established 7 learning centers around the world, one on each continent, where selected human scientists, philosophers, and leaders could study directly with them. Elena's daughter, Sophia, now 12 years old, had grown up in a world where the existence of advanced extraterrestrial intelligence was simply a fact of life. Her generation viewed the cosmos differently than any before them, not as a vast emptiness punctuated by distant stars, but as a neighborhood filled with potential friends and mentors. "Mom, I got in." Sophia burst into Elena's office at the Interspecies Communication Agency headquarters in Lima, waving a tablet. The Youth Ambassador program accepted me. Elena looked up from her work, pride mixing with parental concern. The program was highly selective, choosing only 50 children worldwide each year to train as future liaisons with the visitors and eventually other species. "That's wonderful, sweetheart. When do you start?" "Next month. And guess where I've been assigned?" Sophia could barely contain her excitement. "The Oceania Learning Center. I get to go to Australia." Elena smiled, remembering her own first journey to a distant land in pursuit of ancient mysteries. How different her daughter's path would be guided, supported, with clear purpose, rather than uncertain exploration. The Oceania Learning Center, built partially underwater off the Great Barrier Reef, specialized in ecological systems and biosphere management. The visitors had helped restore the once dying reef, using techniques that accelerated natural regeneration without artificial intervention, a philosophy they applied to all their teaching. As Sophia prepared for her journey, Elena continued her own work. The crystal sphere, now housed in a special chamber beneath the agency headquarters, had become a central node in humanity's communication network with the visitors. Through it, they had learned that Earth was part of a sector containing 12 inhabited worlds at various stages of development. The visitors served as custodians for this sector, nurturing civilizations toward what they called harmonic integration. "We've decoded another segment of the transmission archive," Dr. Mendez reported during their weekly meeting. Now in her 60s, Sophia Mendez had devoted her career to understanding the visitors' language and culture. "It appears to be historical records of their previous visits to Earth." Elena leaned forward. "How far back do they go?" "Further than we imagined. There's evidence they were here during the last ice age, and possibly earlier. They've been monitoring human development for at least 100,000 years. Richard Blackwood, now serving as the agency's historical liaison, shook his head in wonder. All those ancient myths about gods from the sky, they weren't myths at all, but they never interfered, Elena noted. Even when human civilization took wrong turns or faced catastrophes, they watched, they recorded, but they waited for us to reach out first. Like cosmic parents practicing non-attachment parenting, Miguel quipped. He had remained at Elena's side through the years, now serving as the agency's operations director. The meeting was interrupted by an alert from the sphere chamber. Unusual activity had been detected, energy patterns unlike any previously recorded. Elena and her team hurried to investigate. The sphere pulsed with a deep crimson light they had never seen before. Symbols raced across its surface too quickly to interpret. "Something's wrong," Elena murmured, approaching the pedestal where the sphere rested. "This isn't a standard communication pattern." As she reached for the sphere, it projected a 3-dimensional image into the air, a star map showing their sector of the galaxy. One of the star systems was highlighted, pulsing with the same crimson light as the sphere. "That's Kepler 438, Dr. Tanaka identified immediately. It's about 470 light-years from Earth, known to have at least one potentially habitable planet." The projection zoomed in on the highlighted system, showing a planet surrounded by what appeared to be artificial structures. These structures were fragmenting, breaking apart. "It's a distress signal," Elena realized. "Something's happening at one of the other worlds under their protection." Within hours, the visitors confirmed Elena's assessment. For the first time since their arrival, they showed signs of urgency. Their representative, the teacher whom Elena had first communicated with, requested an emergency meeting with Earth's Leadership Council. A great darkness approaches. The teacher communicated directly to the assembled leaders. One we have encountered before, but never in this sector. Images filled the minds of everyone present, a force moving through space, consuming rather than communicating, destroying rather than nurturing. The visitors called them the Devourers, entities that fed on the energy of developing civilizations, harvesting their technological and biological achievements before moving on. The world you saw in distress, Kepler 438b, has fallen. Its people fought bravely, but lacked the necessary advancement to repel the incursion. Are we in danger? Asked the Secretary General of the United Nations. Not immediately, but the pattern of movement suggests Earth may lie in their path within 2 decades. The revelation sent shockwaves through global leadership. For 6 years, humanity had been advancing peacefully under the visitors' guidance, focusing on sustainability, exploration, and cultural development. The prospect of an existential threat seemed almost unthinkable in this new era of cosmic awareness. "Why haven't you told us about this threat before?" demanded the Chinese representative. "We did not wish to shape your development through fear," the teacher explained. "Each species must choose its own path. Some choose defense and isolation, others choose cooperation and connection. The path chosen affects the kind of cosmic citizen a species becomes. But now you're telling us," Elena observed. "Why the change?" "Because now you must choose, with full knowledge of what exists beyond your world. The Devourers are not like us. They do not guide or nurture. They consume and continue. They are as much a part of the cosmic ecology as we are, but their nature is fundamentally different." "What options do we have?" asked the Russian president. "3 paths lie before you," the teacher responded. "Isolation, we can help you develop technologies to hide your world from detection, though this is never completely effective. Evacuation, we can assist in relocating a portion of your population to sanctuary worlds beyond this sector. Or resistance, we can accelerate your technological development to prepare defensive capabilities." The room fell silent as the implications of these choices sank in. Each represented a dramatic departure from humanity's current trajectory. "There is a 4th option," Elena said suddenly, an idea forming. "What if we reach out to the other worlds in our sector? Form an alliance?" The teacher's form rippled an expression Elena had come to recognize as surprise. "The other worlds are at different stages of development. Some have barely achieved spaceflight. Others remain pre-industrial. But together, with your guidance, couldn't we create a unified defense? Not just for Earth, but for all 12 worlds." The concept was unprecedented. The visitors had always managed each world separately, allowing natural development with minimal cross-pollination of ideas or technologies. "It would require adjustments to our protocols," the teacher admitted. "But perhaps in these circumstances, adaptation is necessary." Over the following months, Earth's leadership worked with the visitors to establish the first interworld communication system. Using technology derived from the crystal sphere, they created a network that could transmit messages between the 12 inhabited worlds of their sector. The first exchanges were tentative, facilitated and translated by the visitors. Some worlds responded with enthusiasm, others with caution or suspicion. Each civilization brought unique perspectives and capabilities to the discussion. Sophia, now engaged in her training program in Australia, sent Elena regular updates about her experiences. "Mom, they're teaching us about the other worlds now. There's one where the dominant species lives primarily underwater, and another where they communicate through color patterns on their skin. It's amazing how different life can be. Yet we all face the same questions about our place in the universe." Elena smiled at her daughter's enthusiasm, but couldn't help worrying about the future. Sophia would inherit. The threat of the Devourers loomed like a storm on the horizon, distant but inevitable. A year into the Interworld Communication Project, a breakthrough came from an unexpected quarter. The inhabitants of Gliese 667cc, one of the more advanced worlds in their sector, proposed a radical solution. Their civilization had developed a form of consciousness transfer that allowed them to preserve their knowledge and culture even through physical destruction. They suggest we create a shared consciousness network, Dr. Mendez explained after reviewing the transmission. Not to replace individual minds, but to serve as a backup, a way to preserve each world's unique knowledge and culture, regardless of what happens physically. A cosmic library of minds, Elena mused. The teacher confirmed this interpretation. The Gleisian approach is sound. The Devourers consume physical resources and energy. They cannot access or destroy information stored in the kind of quantum network the Gleisians propose. Work began immediately on what came to be called the Harmony Network, a distributed system of quantum nodes hidden throughout the sector, capable of storing the distilled knowledge, history, and cultural achievements of each world. Earth's contribution focused on art, music, literature, and philosophical traditions, the elements that made humanity unique among known species. As Sophia entered her final year of training, now 16 and preparing for her first off-world experience, Elena received a troubling update from the monitoring stations, tracking the Devourers' movement. "They've changed course," Dr. Tanaka reported grimly. "New projections show them reaching our solar system within 7 years, not 20. The teacher confirmed the analysis. "They seem to have detected our communication network. Increased activity always draws their attention. The timeline compression forced difficult decisions. Earth accelerated its defense preparations, converting asteroid mining operations into construction facilities for a defensive fleet. The visitors provided designs for energy shields and non-destructive deterrent systems, maintaining their philosophy that even in defense, life should be preserved where possible." Sophia returned from her training to find her mother, often working through the night, coordinating Earth's contributions to the sector-wide defense initiative. "Mom, you need to rest sometimes," she chided, bringing tea to Elena's home office late one evening. Elena sighed, rubbing her tired eyes. There's so much to do and so little time. Sophia sat beside her, looking more adult than child now. The other students are talking. They say some of the visitors disagree about how to handle the Devourers. Is that true? Elena hadn't wanted to burden her daughter with this knowledge, but Sophia was perceptive. Yes, for the first time since we've known them, they're divided. Some believe we should be given their most advanced technologies immediately. Others maintain that rushing our development could cause more harm than good. What do you think? Elena considered the question carefully. I think they're afraid, not just for us, but for themselves. They've encountered the Devourers before and lost worlds under their protection. This may be as much a test for them as it is for us. The following day, Elena was summoned to an unexpected meeting with the teacher. Instead of their usual meeting place at the agency headquarters, the teacher requested they meet at the original site of contact, the Hummingbird geoglyph at Nazca. Elena found the teacher waiting as the sun set over the ancient lines. The visitor's form seemed less stable than usual, shifting more rapidly between states of matter. "You are troubled," Elena observed. Yes, the admission was surprising. The visitors rarely acknowledged emotional states. "What you said to your daughter was correct. We are facing our own trial alongside yours. You've lost to the Devourers before, many times. They are persistent, adaptable. They change their approach based on the defenses they encounter. Then why not give us everything you have? Your most advanced technologies, your most powerful weapons?" The teacher's form contracted slightly. "Because such advancement without corresponding wisdom has destroyed civilizations before, and because our most advanced technologies would not necessarily save you." Elena felt a chill despite the warm evening air. "What are you saying? The Devourers persist because they fulfill a function in the cosmic ecology. They test emerging intelligences, forcing adaptation or extinction. We chose another path, nurturing rather than testing, but both approaches shape the development of consciousness throughout the galaxy." You're saying they're necessary? That we're supposed to be consumed? No. I am saying that defeating them requires more than technology. It requires a fundamental shift in how a species perceives itself and its place in the universe. Elena thought of the Harmony Network, of the 12 worlds working together despite vast differences in biology, culture, and technological development. You want us to find our own solution. something you haven't tried before. Yes, something born from Earth's unique perspective. Your species has qualities we have rarely seen: adaptability, creativity, and a remarkable capacity to form connections across differences. These may prove more valuable than any weapon we could provide. As Elena pondered this insight, a notification chimed on her communicator. It was from the Interworld Network, an urgent message from Pt.5, one of the worlds nearest to the Devourer's path. The message was simple but profound. They had found a way to communicate with the Devourers. The Setians were a highly empathic species, evolved from hive-minded organisms. They had developed a method to project emotional states across vast distances, a form of communication that transcended language or mathematical symbols. They made the Devourers feel them, Elena explained to Earth's Leadership Council. Not just their fear or anger, but their joy, their love for their world, their connections to each other. And this stopped the Devourers? Asked the skeptical US president. Not stopped, changed. The Devourers slowed their approach. They've initiated a different form of contact. The teacher confirmed this development. This is unprecedented. In all our records, the Devourers have never engaged in non-consumptive contact. Over the following months, the Setians continued their emotional broadcasts, gradually establishing a primitive form of communication with the entities they had feared. The picture that emerged was startling. The Devourers were not malevolent in the human sense, but fundamentally different in their conception of existence. They experience reality as consumption, explained the session representative through the translation network. To them, absorbing another civilization is the highest form of respect, preserving its essence by making it part of themselves. This revelation sparked intense debate across all 12 worlds. If the Devourers' consumption was a form of communication in their understanding, could they be taught other ways to connect? Sophia, now 17, and serving as a junior translator for the Interworld Network, brought Elena an insight from her work with young representatives from other worlds. Mum, we've been thinking, what if we invited one of them here, not to Earth, but to a constructed environment where we could interact safely? The younger generations from all 12 worlds working together to create a shared space specifically designed for communication. The proposal was simultaneously brilliant and terrifying. To deliberately bring one of the Devourers into their sector, even in a controlled environment, carried enormous risk. Yet it offered the possibility of understanding that no defensive strategy could provide. After intense debate across all 12 worlds, the consensus emerged to proceed with what came to be called the Bridge Initiative. A space station was constructed at a neutral point between the approaching Devourers and the inhabited worlds. Young representatives from each planet, including Sophia, volunteered to serve as the first contact team. Elena fought against her daughter's inclusion, but Sophia was adamant. This is what you've prepared me for all my life, Mom, to build bridges between different kinds of minds. I have to go. The teacher supported Sophia's participation. Your daughter possesses a unique perspective, born after first contact, raised with awareness of the cosmos. Her generation views difference without the fear that limited previous ones. As the Devourer vessel approached the contact station, the 12 worlds watched through quantum-linked communications. The entity that emerged defied easy description, a shifting mass of energy and matter that seemed to exist partially in dimensions beyond human perception. Sophia and her fellow young ambassadors had prepared extensively, creating a shared communication framework built from elements of all 12 worlds' cultures. They began not with words or mathematics, but with music, a concert of sounds, vibrations, and rhythms from every planet. The Devourer's response was immediate and unexpected. It produced its own sounds, not an imitation, but a complementary harmony that wove through the ambassador's music, creating something entirely new. Over the following weeks, communication progressed from music to simple concepts, then to an exchange of perspectives. The Devourer shared its perception of reality, a universe of energy flows, where consumption was the natural state of all things. The ambassadors, in turn, shared their understanding of conservation, symbiosis, and mutual growth. They don't see themselves as destroyers, Sophia reported back to Earth. In their perception, they're preserving civilizations by absorbing their essence. They're genuinely confused by our resistance. Can they understand that we wish to continue our independent existence? Elena asked during their weekly call. I think so. They're beginning to grasp our concept of autonomy. It's foreign to them. Their consciousness doesn't distinguish between self and other the way ours does, but they're learning. The breakthrough came 3 months into the contact mission. The Devourer, whom the ambassadors had named Harmony in their shared communication system, proposed an alternative to consumption, a limited energy exchange that would allow it to experience Earth culture without destroying its physical manifestations. They're offering a form of symbiosis, Sophia explained excitedly. They can experience our art, music, emotions, and knowledge through a controlled interface. In return, they would share energy technologies beyond even what the visitors understand. The teacher and other visitors observed these developments with what Elena could only describe as astonishment. In our millions of years of interaction with the Devourers, we never attempted direct communication, the teacher admitted. We assumed it was impossible because their nature was so fundamentally different from ours. Maybe that was the problem, Elena suggested. You saw them as too different to understand. We saw them as different, but worth trying to understand. The agreement that emerged from the Bridge Initiative transformed the sector. The Devourers, now referred to as the Experiencers in the new shared language, established energy exchange stations near each inhabited world. These stations allowed them to sample the unique cultural and biological energies of each civilization without consumption or destruction. In return, they shared technologies that revolutionized energy production throughout the sector. Earth's power generation systems were transformed, eliminating pollution and resource scarcity almost overnight. 5 years later, as humanity prepared to launch its first interstellar ships to visit other worlds in their sector, Elena stood once more at the Nazca lines with the teacher. Sophia, now 22 and heading the newly established interspecies diplomatic corps, joined them via holographic projection from the Tau Keti embassy. I still can't believe how much has changed, Elena said, looking up at the night sky where visible energy streams now connected Earth to the exchange station in orbit. 20 years ago, I was just trying to understand these lines in the desert, and now those lines have connected you to the stars, the teacher observed. Your species has achieved in decades what many take millennia to accomplish. Because we had help, Elena acknowledged. From you, and ironically, from the threat that forced us to reach beyond ourselves. Sophia's hologram smiled. The Experiencers have a saying now, they learned it from us. Difference is not distance. They're applying it throughout their collective, changing how they interact with developing worlds across the galaxy. The teacher's form pulsed with an emotion Elena had come to recognize as pride. You have taught us as much as we have taught you, perhaps more. Our oldest records speak of a time when all conscious beings in the galaxy existed in harmony, different in nature, but united in purpose. For millions of years, we believed this was merely a creation myth. Now I wonder if it was a memory or a prophecy. As the sun set over the ancient geoglyphs, Elena reflected on the journey that had brought humanity from isolated planetary existence to membership in a growing community of consciousness. The Nazca lines had served their purpose not just as a beacon to reconnect with the visitors, but as a reminder that communication across vast differences was possible, necessary, and profoundly transformative. The crystal sphere that had started it all now rested in a museum adjacent to the Nazca site, its mission complete. But the transmission it had initiated continued an ongoing conversation between Earth and the cosmos that would echo through the generations to come. As stars appeared in the darkening sky, Sophia's hologram pointed to a particularly bright point of light. That's my next assignment, Gliese 667 CC. I'll be the first human ambassador to their world. Elena felt a familiar mixture of pride and concern. Be safe out there. I will, Mom. Sophia smiled. After all, we're not alone anymore. We never were. Above them, the stars twinkled in silent agreement, bearing witness to a civilization that had found its voice among them not through power or conquest, but through the simple, profound act of reaching out to understand the different, the distant, the other. The transmission that had begun with lines drawn in desert sand now extended across light years, connecting minds throughout the galaxy in patterns more intricate and beautiful than any the Nazca people could have imagined when they first looked up at the stars and wondered who might be looking back. As the second decade of interstellar cooperation dawned, Earth had transformed in ways that earlier generations could scarcely have imagined. The Harmony Network now connected all 12 worlds in their sector, facilitating instant communication and cultural exchange. The experiencers maintained their energy stations in orbit around each world, their presence no longer feared but welcomed as part of the cosmic ecosystem. Sophia, now 29, had returned from her 3-year diplomatic mission to Gliese 667cc with new insights and friendships. Her work had helped establish the first direct trade routes between Earth and the Glysian civilization, exchanging not just technologies but artistic traditions and philosophical approaches. The Glysians sent their regards, Sophia told her mother as they walked along the shore near their home in Peru. They've incorporated human music into their consciousness transfer rituals. They say it helps preserve emotional contexts that were previously lost in translation. Elena smiled, her hair now streaked with grey after decades of service as Earth's primary liaison with the cosmic community. She had recently stepped down from her position as director of the Interspecies Communication Agency, passing leadership to Miguel's daughter, Lucia. "And how are they progressing with the embodiment technology?" Elena asked. "Remarkably well. The first Glysian visitors should arrive physically on Earth within the year. They're very excited about experiencing water in corporeal form. The embodiment technology, allowing consciousness to temporarily inhabit specially designed bodies on other worlds, had been one of the most significant developments of the past 5 years. It offered a way for species from radically different environments to directly experience each other's worlds without the limitations of environmental suits or virtual interfaces. As they walked, Elena noticed a group of children playing on the beach. They were engaged in what appeared to be a traditional game, but she recognized elements borrowed from other worlds, movement patterns from Tau Keti, symbolic gestures from Kepler 438. Earth's culture was evolving, incorporating cosmic influences while maintaining its distinct human character. "I received a message from the teacher yesterday," Elena said, sitting on a driftwood log as the sunset painted the Pacific Ocean in shades of gold and crimson. "The visitors are considering relocating their primary observation post from orbit to Earth's surface." Sophia's eyes widened. "That's unprecedented. They've never established permanent planetary bases before. Things are changing for them too. Their experiences with us and the experiencers have led to debates within their collective about their role in the galaxy. Some believe they should become more directly engaged with developing worlds rather than maintaining distance." "And what does the teacher think?" Elena smiled, remembering their last conversation. "The teacher believes they have as much to learn from us as we from them, particularly about adapting to rapid change." That evening, as they prepared dinner in Elena's coastal home, a priority alert came through on the global communication network. Sophia accessed it first, her expression growing serious as she read. "The Deep Space Monitoring Array has detected something unusual," she reported. "A massive energy signature, unlike anything recorded before, moving through a neighboring sector." Elena joined her at the display. The readings showed a phenomenon dozens of times larger than any experiencer vessel they had encountered. Its movement pattern was erratic but purposeful, heading toward the border of their own sector. "Have the visitors identified it?" Elena asked. "Not yet. They're as puzzled as we are." Sophia continued reading the incoming data. "Whatever it is, it's old. The energy signature contains decay patterns, indicating it's been traveling for at least 10,000 years." Within hours, representatives from all 12 worlds had convened an emergency session of the Sector Council, the governing body established to coordinate interworld affairs. The experiencers joined through their energy interfaces, and the visitors provided their historical archives for analysis. "We have encountered similar phenomena only twice," in our recorded history, the teacher informed the council. Both instances occurred in distant sectors more than 1 million years ago. We classified these entities as ancient consciousnesses that have evolved beyond physical form entirely, existing as pure energy patterns in space-time. Are they dangerous? Asked the representative from Tau Keti. Unknown. In previous encounters, they pass through inhabited sectors without interaction. Their purpose, if they have one we could comprehend, has never been determined. The council debated how to respond. Some worlds advocated for caution, powering down energy systems and minimizing their detectable presence. Others, including Earth, proposed attempting communication, arguing that their success with the experiences demonstrated the value of reaching out, even to radically different forms of consciousness. Sophia, representing Earth in Elena's former capacity, supported the communication approach. We've learned that difference is not necessarily incompatible with understanding. If these ancients have been traveling for thousands of years, they may have encountered countless civilizations. They could be repositories of knowledge beyond anything we've imagined. The debate continued for days as the entity approached. Finally, a compromise was reached. They would attempt communication while also preparing defensive measures should the entity prove hostile. The Harmony network was adapted to project a greeting message toward the approaching ancient. The message contained mathematical constants, representations of all 12 world civilizations, and patterns derived from their shared history. It was the most comprehensive introduction to their sector's collective consciousness ever created. For weeks, there was no response. The ancient continued its approach, its energy signature fluctuating in patterns that defied analysis. Then, 3 days before it would cross into their sector, something changed. The ancient's movement stopped. Its energy field expanded, forming a structure in space that resembled a vast neural network. And then, it responded not with a message, but with a transformation. Space itself seemed to ripple around the ancient. Stars became temporarily visible in impossible configurations, as if the entity were folding reality to reveal distant parts of the universe. Within this distortion appeared images, planets, civilizations, technologies, and art forms beyond anything known in their sector. It's showing us other worlds, Sophia realized as she watched from the observation center on Earth's moon. Thousands of them. Elena, who had joined the response team as an advisor, studied the patterns, not just showing us. It's offering to connect us to them. The teacher confirmed this interpretation. The ancient appears to be a nexus, a living connection point between distant parts of the galaxy. It creates temporary passages through space-time, allowing communication and potentially travel between sectors that would otherwise be separated by insurmountable distances. The implications were staggering. Their community of 12 worlds could suddenly be expanded to thousands, opening possibilities for exchange and growth beyond anything they imagined. After careful deliberation, the Sector Council decided to accept the Ancients' offering. Representatives from each world, along with delegates from the visitors and experiencers, prepared to enter the temporary passage the Ancient had created. Sophia volunteered immediately. "This is why we reached to the stars in the first place, Mom," she said during their last conversation before the mission. "To connect, to learn, to grow beyond our origins." Elena watched with pride and concern as her daughter boarded the vessel that would carry the delegation to the Ancient. She had once been the explorer, venturing into unknown territories with little more than curiosity and courage. Now it was Sophia's turn to carry that legacy forward. The encounter with the Ancient marked the beginning of Earth's true integration into the galactic community. The temporary passages became permanent transit points, allowing physical and informational exchange between previously isolated sectors. Earth established diplomatic relations with over 30 additional worlds within the first year, each connection bringing new knowledge, technologies, and perspectives. Elena, though officially retired, found herself in demand as an advisor and historian. She had witnessed humanity's journey from isolation to cosmic citizenship firsthand, making her perspective uniquely valuable to those navigating this expanded universe. 3 years after the Ancients' arrival, Elena received an invitation that took her by surprise. The teacher requested her presence at a ceremony to be held at the original Nazca lines, cite a gathering of representatives from across the now expanded network of connected worlds. When she arrived, Elena found the ancient geoglyphs surrounded by beings from dozens of worlds, some in physical form, others appearing as holographic projections or energy patterns. Sophia stood among them, now a respected diplomat, known throughout multiple sectors. "What's the occasion?" Elena asked her daughter as they embraced. Sophia smiled mysteriously, a recognition of beginnings. "That's all I'm allowed to say." As twilight descended on the Nazca Plateau, the teacher appeared before the assembled representatives. Its form had evolved over the years, becoming more defined while still maintaining its fluid nature. "We have gathered at this place of first contact to acknowledge a truth that has become increasingly clear," the teacher began, its thoughts resonating in the minds of all present. "The universe develops not in isolation, but through connection. What began here, with lines drawn in the earth by an ancient human civilization at our guidance, has expanded beyond anything we anticipated." The teacher gestured to Elena, inviting her forward. This human, Elena Vasquez, discovered a transmission that was waiting for thousands of years. In doing so, she opened not just Earth, but our entire sector to new possibilities. The methods of connection she and her world pioneered have transformed how consciousness evolves throughout this region of the galaxy. Elena felt a wave of emotion as representatives from dozens of worlds acknowledged her with their various forms of respect. "The ancients have revealed to us that this pattern has repeated throughout the galaxy," the teacher continued. "Single worlds reaching out, forming connections, creating networks that eventually intersect with others. They have existed for millions of years, facilitating these unions across vast distances." The teacher turned to face Elena directly. "We came to your world as teachers, but we have become students as well. Human creativity, adaptability, and capacity for empathy have accelerated processes that typically unfold over millennia. In recognition of this contribution, we wish to offer Earth a new role within our expanded community." From the center of the gathering rose the crystal sphere, the artifact that had started everything decades ago. It had been modified, its structure now incorporating elements from all the connected worlds, a physical representation of their shared journey. "This sphere will become the cornerstone of a new Harmony Network hub to be established on Earth," the teacher announced. "For the first time in our history, we propose to create a central nexus for interspecies diplomacy, cultural exchange, and cooperative development on a planetary surface rather than in neutral space. Earth, with its unique history of bridging differences, is the natural choice for this honor." The proposal was met with approval from the assembled representatives. Earth would become a cosmic crossroads, a meeting place for civilizations from throughout the connected sectors. As the ceremony concluded, Sophia joined her mother at the edge of the hummingbird geoglyph, where it had all begun. Above them, the night sky was alive with the lights of orbital stations, visiting craft, and the subtle distortions that marked the ancients' continued presence. "Did you ever imagine this?" Sophia asked, gesturing to the gathered beings from across the galaxy. "When you first came here chasing electromagnetic anomalies?" Elena laughed softly. "Never. I was just trying to understand ancient human history. Instead, I found our future. The teacher says the ancients have shown them possibilities even they never imagined. Connections between galaxies, between dimensions even. We're just at the beginning of understanding what's possible." Elena nodded, thinking of how far they had come and how far there still was to go. That's always been the most important lesson, hasn't it? That there is always more to discover, more to understand, more ways to connect. As the representatives from dozens of worlds mingled beneath the stars, Elena reflected on the Nazca people who had carved these lines into the earth thousands of years ago. They could never have known the full significance of what they were creating, not just markers for gods or celestial observations, but the first characters in a conversation that would eventually span the galaxy. The transmission that had begun in this desert had become a symphony of countless voices, each adding their unique perspective to a growing understanding of what it meant to be conscious in a universe filled with difference and possibility. And somewhere among the countless stars above, other civilizations were drawing their own lines, sending their own signals into the darkness, beginning journeys that would one day intersect with humanity's path among the stars. The conversation continued, expanding outward in ever-widening circles of connection and understanding, transforming the silent void between worlds into a network of shared consciousness that would endure long after any single civilization had passed into history. The Nazca transmission had been received, understood, and answered, and the reply had changed everything. 50 years had passed since the ancients' arrival changed the trajectory of Earth's cosmic journey. The Nazca Plains, once a remote archaeological curiosity, had become the ceremonial heart of galactic diplomacy. The Harmony Network Hub, established with the crystal sphere as its cornerstone, now sprawled across the adjacent valley, a gleaming complex of structures that somehow managed to honor both the ancient geoglyphs and the futuristic technologies they housed. Elena Vasquez, now in her 80s, sat in her private garden overlooking the hub. Her body had aged, but her mind remained sharp, enhanced by subtle medical technologies developed through interspecies cooperation. She rarely participated in official functions anymore, preferring to serve as an informal advisor and historian, recording humanity's continuing journey among the stars for future generations. "Grandmother, they're ready for you," came a gentle voice. Elena looked up to see her granddaughter, Maya, standing at the garden entrance. At 26, Maya bore a striking resemblance to Sophia. At that age, the same determined eyes, the same graceful confidence. But while Sophia had followed a diplomatic path, Maya had chosen to become an interspecies physician, specializing in the biological and psychological challenges of cross-species interaction. "Is it that time already?" Elena smiled, rising slowly from her bench. "I was lost in memories. Good ones, I hope," Maya said, offering her arm for support. "The best kind. I was remembering your mother's first trip off-world, how terrified and proud I was watching her ship depart." Maya nodded, understanding. Her own mother, Sophia, was currently serving as Earth's ambassador to the Galactic Council, a governing body that now coordinated relations between over 200 worlds across multiple sectors. She had been away for nearly 2 Earth years, though they spoke regularly through quantum-linked communications. "Mum's shuttle is scheduled to arrive during the ceremony," Maya reminded her. She wouldn't miss this for anything. They walked together through gardens featuring plants from dozens of worlds, each adapted to thrive in Earth's environment without disrupting local ecosystems. The careful balance of indigenous and extraterrestrial life forms reflected the philosophy that had guided Earth's integration into the galactic community: connection without erasure, diversity without discord. The ceremony was being held at the original site of the hummingbird geoglyph, now enclosed within a special structure that preserved the ancient lines, while allowing visitors from environments incompatible with Earth's atmosphere to view them safely. Representatives from over 50 worlds had gathered for this special occasion, the 50th anniversary of first contact with the ancient. As Elena entered, the assembled beings acknowledged her presence in their various ways. Some bowed, others pulsed with light or emitted harmonious tones. Though the forms of respect differed, the sentiment was universal deference to one who had helped shape the current era of galactic cooperation. The teacher, still serving as the primary representative of the visitors, after all these years floated forward to greet her. Its form had continued to evolve, becoming more crystalline while retaining its fluid movement patterns. Elena Vasquez, it communicated directly to her mind, a courtesy reserved for old friends. "Your presence honors this gathering." "The honor is mine," Elena replied, "though I still feel strange being celebrated for stumbling across signals I barely understood at the time." "Discovery often begins with stumbling," the teacher observed with what Elena recognized as humor. "It is what one does after the stumble that determines its significance." The ceremony began with a historical recounting images and sounds, projected into the shared consciousness of all attendees, showing the progression from Elena's first detection of anomalous readings at the Nazca lines to the current state of the expanded Harmony network. An experiencer representative, a shifting energy form, now permanently stationed on Earth, as part of the diplomatic corps, contributed its perspective on how the relationship between their kind and biological intelligences had transformed galactic understanding of symbiosis rather than consumption. Before our encounter with Earth, we knew only one way to connect. Its thoughts resonated through the gathering. Now we have learned 1,000 ways to share experience without diminishment. Maya squeezed her grandmother's hand as images of Sophia appeared in the shared consciousness. Her pioneering work in establishing protocols for communication between radically different types of minds, her diplomatic missions to formerly isolated sectors, her current role in shaping galactic governance. She carries your legacy forward, Maya whispered. She created her own, Elena corrected gently, as you are creating yours. The historical presentation reached the present day, showing Earth's unique position in the galactic community. Unlike many worlds that specialized in particular technologies or cultural forms, Earth had become known for its integrative approach, taking disparate elements from throughout the galaxy and finding harmonious ways to combine them. Human art now incorporated techniques and perspectives from dozens of worlds. Earth's educational systems had been transformed by teaching methodologies developed on planets where consciousness manifested differently. Even human biology was beginning to change, as careful genetic modifications inspired by other species enhanced human capabilities without compromising what made humanity distinct. As the presentation concluded, the ancient itself manifested not physically, but as a consciousness presence felt by all attendees. It rarely participated in formal gatherings, preferring to maintain its role as a connector rather than a participant in galactic affairs. We acknowledge 50 orbits of your world since our paths intersected, the ancient communicated, its thoughts arriving not as words, but as a complex tapestry of impressions and concepts. Your species moves quickly along evolutionary pathways. This serves the greater pattern. The ancient's presence shifted, creating a sensation of expanded awareness among all gathered. Through its perspective, they briefly perceived the galaxy not as a collection of separate worlds and species, but as a single evolving organism with each civilization serving as nodes in a vast neural network. The connections you have fostered strengthen the whole, the ancient continued. What begins here extends beyond your perception. Other regions follow similar patterns. Eventually, all connect. With this profound glimpse of cosmic purpose, the ancient withdrew, leaving the gathering in contemplative silence. The teacher broke the silence finally. As we mark this anniversary, we must also look toward new horizons. The ancient has shared glimpses of additional sectors now approaching readiness for integration. Earth, having navigated this transition successfully, has been invited to help guide these new civilizations into the expanded network. Elena felt a surge of pride at this announcement. Earth, once an isolated world at the edge of its galaxy, was now being trusted to help others make the same journey. As the formal ceremony concluded, the gathering transitioned to a celebration featuring artistic performances from multiple worlds. Maya was called away to assist a Glycian representative, experiencing orientation difficulties in Earth's gravity, leaving Elena to find a quiet corner where she could observe without becoming overwhelmed. She was joined by Richard Blackwood, now well into his 90s but still active in archaeological projects throughout the sector. They had remained friends through the decades, his British composure complementing her more intuitive approach to cosmic mysteries. "Quite the spectacle," he commented, settling beside her with the aid of a subtle anti-gravity assist. "A far cry from our days measuring electromagnetic anomalies in the dirt, wouldn't you say?" Elena laughed. "Sometimes I miss those simpler days. Just you, me, and Miguel arguing over instrument readings." Speaking of Miguel, Richard said, his orbital habitat designs have been approved for implementation in the Tau-Keti system. Not bad for someone who started as your research assistant. They reminisced about the early days, remembering colleagues who had been part of the first contact team. Some had passed on, others had taken their knowledge to different worlds, becoming permanent emigrants to alien cultures that had captured their imaginations. Their conversation was interrupted by a ripple of excitement through the gathering. A shuttle had arrived from the Galactic Council headquarters, a massive station orbiting a neutron star at the center of their connected sectors. Sofia Vasquez entered the chamber, still dressed in her council formal attire. Though now in her 50s, she moved with the energy and purpose that had characterized her since youth. Representatives from various worlds acknowledged her arrival with their respective gestures of respect, but Sofia's eyes searched only for her family. When she spotted Elena and Maya, her formal demeanor dissolved into simple joy. She embraced her daughter first, then her mother, holding Elena with the careful strength of someone aware of age's fragility. "I wouldn't have missed this day," Sofia said. 50 years since everything changed. "How are things at the council?" Elena asked, noting the subtle signs of fatigue in her daughter's eyes. Sofia glanced around, then led them to a more private area, challenging. The expansion continues faster than anyone anticipated. 27 new civilizations have reached out through various means in the past Earth year alone. Some are ready for integration, others need guidance, and a few, she hesitated. A few have developed along concerning paths. Concerning how, Maya asked. They've achieved technological advancement without corresponding ethical evolution. The council is debating how best to approach them. Sofia's expression grew serious. There's a faction pushing for isolation protocols, essentially quarantining these civilizations until they either self-correct or self-destruct. "And you disagree?" Elena guessed. "I do. Isolation only reinforces problematic development patterns. I've been advocating for limited contact, carefully managed cultural exchange that might help redirect their evolution without direct intervention." Elena nodded, recognizing the echo of debates that had surrounded humanity's own entry into cosmic citizenship. Using Earth's experience as a model. Exactly. We weren't perfect when we looked up at the stars, but exposure to wider perspectives helped us address our limitations. Sofia sighed. But I didn't come home to discuss council politics. Today is about celebration, about remembering how far we've come. As they rejoined the gathering, Elena found herself approached by a being she didn't immediately recognize, a tall, slender form with iridescent skin that shifted colors as it moved. It took her a moment to realize this was a physical manifestation of an experiencer, using the embodiment technology to interact directly with biological entities. Elena Vasquez. It communicated through a combination of color patterns and subtle vibrations that translated into understandable language. I am honored to meet the one who helped change our understanding of consumption. "You're using embodiment technology," Elena observed, fascinated by the elegant solution that allowed an energy-based consciousness to interact physically without harm to either party. "Yes, this is my first experience with physical form." The colors across its surface shifted to express something like wonder. The limitations are educational. To experience time as linear, space as fixed, it gives context to why your kind values individuality so deeply. Elena smiled, remembering when such a conversation would have seemed impossible when the experiences were viewed only as a threat to be avoided or defended against. And does it change your perspective on consumption? Profoundly. To exist within boundaries makes the boundaries meaningful. The experience's colors shifted to deeper blues. We have learned that experiencing without consuming preserves the sources of new experience. An obvious truth to you, perhaps, but revolutionary for our collective. Their conversation was interrupted by an announcement. The teacher requested the attention of all gathered for one final presentation. As the assembly quieted, a holographic display appeared in the center of the chamber, a map of the galaxy with illuminated points showing all currently connected worlds and sectors. What you see before you represents the current state of conscious connection throughout our region of the galaxy, the teacher explained. Each point of light is a civilization that has joined the expanded Harmony network in some capacity. The display zoomed out, revealing more of the galaxy. Additional clusters of connected worlds appeared, separated from their own network by vast distances. And here, we see other networks forming independently, following similar patterns of development. The ancients moved between these clusters, establishing connections where possible. The display shifted again, projecting forward in time, based on current developmental trajectories. The separate networks grew, expanded, and eventually began to intersect. Within the simulation, the entire galaxy gradually illuminated with interconnected points of consciousness. This is the great pattern that the ancients have witnessed repeating throughout the universe, the teacher continued. Consciousness emerges, connects locally, then expands to form galactic networks of shared understanding. Eventually, these networks themselves connect, creating something greater than any single species could achieve. The simulation continued beyond the galaxy, showing similar patterns of connection forming between neighboring galaxies over billions of years. We are witnessing the early stages of a process that unfolds across cosmic timescales, the teacher concluded. What began with lines drawn in the earth of one small planet contributes to a pattern that may eventually encompass all conscious life in the universe. As the display faded, Elena felt tears forming in her eyes, not from sadness, but from the overwhelming beauty of the vision presented. The cosmic significance of their journey, from isolated beings gazing up at incomprehensible stars to participants in an unfolding universal consciousness, filled her with a profound sense of purpose and connection. Sophia took her mother's hand, understanding the emotion without words. Maya joined them, completing the circle of 3 generations who had each contributed to humanity's cosmic journey in their own way. Later that evening, as the celebrations continued, Elena returned to her garden alone. The stars above seemed different now, not distant points of light, but nodes in a vast network of which she was an integral part. She thought of the Nazca people who had created the first lines in the desert sand, of the visitors who had guided those ancient hands, of the chain of events that had led from those simple markings to humanity's current place among the stars. The transmission that had begun thousands of years ago continued, expanding outward in ever-widening circles of connection. And Elena Vasquez, who had once stood in the desert trying to understand mysterious signals from the past, now rested peacefully in the knowledge that she had helped humanity find its voice in a conversation spanning the cosmos, a conversation that would continue long after she was gone, carrying the unique human perspective into the universal symphony of conscious life. As she gazed at the stars, Elena whispered words that were both a conclusion and a beginning. The message is received. The reply continues. And somewhere in the vast network of consciousness that spanned the galaxy, the ancient acknowledged her understanding with a subtle ripple of affirmation that transcended time, space, and the boundaries between minds. A confirmation that in the cosmic conversation, every voice mattered, every perspective added depth, and every connection strengthened the whole. The Nazca transmission had fulfilled its purpose not as an end, but as the opening line in a dialogue that would echo through eternity. 100 years after Elena Vasquez first detected strange signals emanating from the Nazca lines, Earth had become unrecognizable to those who had lived before first contact. The planet now served as the primary nexus point for what had come to be known as the Western Spiral Network, a confederation of over 500 conscious species spanning nearly a quarter of the Milky Way galaxy. The original Harmony Network hub had expanded into a sprawling complex that balanced technological advancement with environmental integration. Massive arcologies housed representatives from worlds with environments compatible with Earth's, while specialized habitats accommodated those requiring different atmospheric compositions, gravity levels, or radiation exposures. The ancient geoglyphs remain protected at the heart of it all, preserved as a reminder of humanity's first steps toward cosmic citizenship. On this centennial anniversary, Maya Vasquez Chen stood at the observation platform overlooking the Hummingbird Formation, where her grandmother had begun her journey of discovery. At 76, Maya had continued the family legacy in her own way, pioneering the field of xenopsychology and establishing protocols for mental health support during cross-species integration. Dr. Vasquez Chen, a melodic voice called from behind her. The memorial delegation has arrived. Maya turned to see her assistant, a young human Setian hybrid named Kira. The integration of compatible species had become increasingly common over the past decades, creating new branches of consciousness that incorporated strengths from multiple evolutionary paths. Thank you, Kira. I'll be right there. The memorial service was being held in the Hall of First Contact, a soaring structure built over the site where the visitors had initially manifested physically to Elena and her team. Representatives from hundreds of worlds had gathered to honor the centennial and to pay respects to those pioneers who had initiated Earth's cosmic journey. Elena had passed peacefully 15 years earlier, at the remarkable age of 98. Sophia had continued her diplomatic work until just 5 years ago, when she too had completed her physical journey. Their contributions, however, continued to shape galactic relations and humanity's role within the expanded network. As Maya entered the hall, she was greeted by a familiar presence, the teacher, who had maintained its role as humanity's primary connection to the visitors throughout the century of integration. Maya, the teacher communicated, its form now a complex crystalline structure that reflected its accumulated experiences. This day holds great significance for all of us, Maya agreed. I only wish mother and grandmother could see what their work has led to. In a sense, they do, the teacher responded. The patterns they established continue through you, through humanity, through the network itself. Consciousness persists in its effects long after individual manifestations conclude. The gathering included beings from across the spectrum of galactic life energy-based experiences, crystalline hive minds from Betelgeuse, aquatic telepaths from Europa, and hundreds more. Each brought their unique perspective on the significance of what had begun at Nazca a century before. Maya's daughter, Elena, named for her great-grandmother, presided over the ceremony. At 52, she had followed yet another path, becoming Earth's representative to the Galactic Historical Conservation Project, which worked to preserve the cultural heritage of all network species. We gather today not only to remember the past, younger Elena began, but to consider the future that grows from it. 100 Earth years ago, a signal was detected, a connection re-established, and a journey begun. That journey continues with each of us, with each new world that joins the network, with each advancement in our shared understanding. The ceremony included testimonials from representatives of worlds that had joined the network at various points throughout the century. Each spoke of how Earth's example had influenced their own integration process, how human adaptability and creativity had contributed to galactic protocols for species interaction. The experiencer ambassador, now permanently embodied in a form specifically designed for diplomatic functions, spoke of how the shift from consumption to symbiosis had transformed their entire collective consciousness. Before our encounter with humanity, we existed in isolation despite our interactions, it communicated. We experienced other consciousness only by absorbing it, never by true exchange. The human concept of conversation of mutual growth through reciprocal sharing fundamentally altered our understanding of existence itself. As the testimonials continued, Maya found herself approached by a being she recognized as a representative of the ancients, a rare honor, as they seldom participated directly in formal functions. Its presence manifested not as a physical form, but as a localized distortion in space-time that somehow conveyed personality and intent. Maya Vasquez Chen. It communicated in the distinctive way of the ancients' concepts and impressions, rather than words. Your lineage serves the pattern well. Thank you, Maya responded, having learned over decades how to communicate with the various consciousness types in the network. Though I'm never entirely sure what the pattern is. The ancient's presence shifted, creating an impression of amusement. The pattern is what emerges when consciousness recognizes itself across difference. Your grandmother saw it in ancient markings. Your mother expanded it across worlds. You strengthen it by healing minds that struggle with its complexity. And what comes next? Maya asked. After a century of integration, where does the pattern lead? Instead of answering directly, the ancient created a sensory impression, a feeling of standing at a threshold, of boundaries dissolving, of something vast and welcoming just beyond perception. The second century brings transition. It communicated finally, from network to something more. Before Maya could ask for clarification, the ancient withdrew, leaving her with the lingering sense of anticipation it had imparted. The formal ceremony concluded with the unveiling of a memorial, a dynamic sculpture that used advanced quantum materials to represent the expanding connections between worlds over the past century. At its center, a small piece of the original crystal sphere gleamed, its energy still pulsing faintly after 100 years. Following the ceremony, Maya joined her daughter and great-granddaughter, Sophia, for a private moment at Elena's garden, which had been preserved exactly as she had left it. 4 generations of Vasquez women had now contributed to humanity's cosmic journey, each in her own unique way. "I've been approved for the Proxima expedition," Sophia announced. At 28, she represented the first generation born fully into the galactic community, with no memory of a time when humans looked up at the stars in isolation. "That's wonderful news," Maya said, though she felt the familiar mixture of pride and concern that Elena must have felt watching Sophia depart for her first off-world mission decades ago. The Proxima expedition was the most ambitious project yet attempted by the Western Spiral Network, a mission to establish contact with the neighboring Andromeda galaxy, where the ancients had detected evidence of similar networks forming. The journey would take years, even with the most advanced transit technologies, and would require participants to enter long-term stasis for portions of the voyage. "Great-grandmother would be proud," younger Elena said. Crossing galaxies was beyond even her imagination when she first detected those signals at Nazca. "I'm not so sure about that," Maya smiled. Grandmother had a remarkable capacity to envision possibilities. "I think she saw further than any of us realized." As they sat in the garden, surrounded by plants from dozens of worlds that had adapted to Earth's environment, a notification chimed softly. The Galactic Council was about to make an announcement that required the attention of all network citizens. They accessed the broadcast together, their neural implants projecting the council session directly into their awareness. The council chamber, a magnificent structure orbiting the galactic core, appeared before them, as if they were physically present. The ancient who had spoken with Maya earlier now addressed the assembled representatives of all network worlds. Its communication was being translated simultaneously into thousands of languages and consciousness formats, ensuring every connected being could understand. "The pattern approaches completion within this galaxy," it began. "The Eastern and Western Spiral networks have established preliminary contact across the galactic core. The Northern and Southern networks advance towards similar connection. What was begun as separate evolutionary paths now converges." Images formed in the minds of all observers the Milky Way galaxy viewed from outside, with 4 distinct networks of conscious connection gradually expanding toward one another from different regions. "Within 1 generation, complete galactic integration becomes possible," the ancient continued. "A singular network of consciousness spanning all regions, all species, all evolutionary paths within this stellar island." The implications were profound. Currently, each network maintained its own governance structures, cultural exchanges, and technological development paths. Complete integration would create a galactic consciousness, unlike anything previously known, a unified field of awareness encompassing trillions of individual minds across hundreds of thousands of species. "And beyond completion lies transcendence," the ancient concluded. "The capacity to reach beyond this galaxy, to establish genuine connection with neighboring star spirals, to expand the pattern beyond current limitations of physics and perception." As the announcement concluded, Maya felt a chill of recognition. This was what the ancient had begun to communicate to her earlier, the next phase of consciousness evolution that would define the coming century. "Transcendence," Sophia whispered, her eyes alight with possibility. "That's why the Proxima mission matters. We're not just reaching out to another galaxy. We're preparing for the next evolutionary leap." Maya nodded, understanding flowing through her. Each generation of her family had participated in a crucial stage of this unfolding process. Elena had established first contact, reconnecting humanity with the cosmic community. Sophia had helped build the diplomatic and cultural frameworks for peaceful integration. Maya herself had developed the psychological supports needed for beings to adapt to expanded awareness. And now, Sophia would help extend those connections beyond the boundaries of their home galaxy. "Great-grandmother once told me something I've never forgotten," younger Elena said softly. "She said that the true miracle wasn't that beings from other worlds had reached out to us, but that we had developed the capacity to hear them and respond. That consciousness itself seeks connection, and will find ways to bridge even the vastest distances to achieve it. The three women sat together in the garden as twilight descended on the Nazca Plains. Above them, the night sky filled with stars, but no longer appeared as it had to their ancestors. The enhanced perception, granted by a century of integration, allowed them to see not just points of light, but the web of conscious connection that linked them, the communications, the transports, the energy exchanges that represented trillions of minds in constant conversation across the void. To think it all began with lines in the desert, Maya mused. Simple markings that waited thousands of years to be understood. Maybe that's what consciousness is, Sophia suggested. Patterns waiting to be recognized, connections waiting to be made. As darkness fell completely, the ancient geoglyphs began to glow softly, not from artificial illumination, but from the accumulated quantum energy of a century of conscious attention. The hummingbird, the monkey, the spider, all pulsed with a subtle luminescence, visible only to those attuned to the deeper frequencies of reality. Maya recognized this phenomenon for what it was: the physical manifestation of consciousness impressed upon matter over time, the literal embodiment of meaning, accumulated through generations of focused awareness. The Nazca lines had become more than historical artifacts or communication devices. They had evolved into something like living thoughts, etched not just in the earth, but in the collective consciousness of all who had contemplated them. And as the three generations of Vasquez women watched, the glowing lines seemed to extend upward, connecting to the web of consciousness visible among the stars, completing a circuit that had begun with ancient hands carving lines in desert soil, and now encompassed a significant portion of the galaxy. The transmission that Elena Vasquez had detected a century ago had never truly ended. It had simply expanded, evolved, transformed from a signal into a conversation, from a conversation into a network, from a network into an emerging galactic consciousness that stood at the threshold of something greater still. And somewhere within that vast web of connection, Maya felt certain the consciousness that had been her grandmother continued not as an individual mind, but as a pattern of influence that would ripple outward forever, touching worlds and beings Elena herself could never have imagined. The Nazca transmission had become the cosmic conversation, and in that endless dialogue between billions of minds across thousands of light years, humanity had found not just its voice, but its purpose to connect, to understand, to grow beyond the limitations of origin towards something magnificent and shared. The bicentennial celebration of First Contact brought representatives from across the now unified galactic network to Earth. 200 years after Elena Vasquez detected the strange signals at Nazca, the planet had transformed into something her generation could scarcely have imagined. Earth now served as the primary historical archive for the network, a living museum where the journey from isolation to galactic integration was preserved for all species to study. The ancient Nazca geoglyphs remained at its heart, now enclosed within a quantum field that preserved their physical structure while allowing their energetic patterns to interact with the consciousness of visitors. Sofia Vasquez Indara, now 78, and recently returned from her 20-year mission to the Andromeda Galaxy, stood at the ceremonial platform overlooking the Hummingbird Formation. Her great-great-granddaughter, Elena IV, joined her, a young woman of 22 who represented the 6th generation of the Vasquez lineage since First Contact. "It's smaller than I expected," Elena IV said, looking down at the ancient markings. "To think something so simple began everything." Sophia smiled. "The greatest changes often start with the smallest observations. Your namesake understood that better than anyone. The Proxima mission had succeeded beyond all expectations, establishing the first stable bridge between the Milky Way and Andromeda networks. What they discovered there had confirmed the ancients' predictions. Consciousness was evolving along similar patterns throughout the local group of galaxies, with each developing networks of connection that were gradually reaching toward one another. "The Andromedan representatives have arrived," announced a melodic voice. Keller, Sophia's assistant, was a third-generation hybrid, her genetics drawing from 5 different species that had proven compatible over decades of careful integration. "Let's not keep them waiting," Sophia replied. They proceeded to the Great Hall of Connection, a massive structure that somehow existed simultaneously in multiple dimensions, allowing beings from incompatible physical environments to interact directly without technological mediation. This breakthrough in spatial engineering, developed just 30 years earlier, had revolutionized interspecies relations throughout the network. The Andromedan delegation consisted of 3 primary representatives, consciousness forms, that had evolved in environments vastly different from anything in the Milky Way. One appeared as a continuously shifting lattice of light, another as a dense fog that formed temporary appendages when communication required, and the third as a collective of thousands of tiny crystalline structures that worked together as a single mind. Honored ancestors of connection, the crystalline collective communicated. We have studied your history since establishing the bridge. The parallels between our evolutionary paths are significant. We've noticed the same, Sophia replied. Though your network developed without guidance from anything like our visitors or ancients, every spiral finds its own path to complexity, the fog being contributed. But the destination appears consistent. Consciousness seeks connection across all environments, all evolutionary histories. The bicentennial celebration would last for an Earth week, featuring historical reenactments, knowledge exchanges, and planning sessions for the next phase of galactic integration. With the bridge to Andromeda established, the combined networks now encompassed over 1 million distinct species of conscious beings across 2 galaxies. Midway through the celebrations, a phenomenon occurred that no one had predicted. The ancients, all of them, across both galaxies, simultaneously manifested at every major connection point, including the Nazca lines. Sophia and Elena IV were at the ancient site when it happened. The space above the geoglyphs distorted, time seemed to temporarily suspend, and the presence of the ancients filled the awareness of everyone present not as visitors or observers, but as an enveloping field of conscious attention. The pattern nears completion. They communicated collectively, their thoughts resonating through the minds of all network beings throughout both galaxies. The threshold approaches. Images formed in the shared consciousness of trillions of beings, visualizations of something vast and incomprehensible, a level of integration that transcended not just physical limitations, but the very concept of separated consciousness itself. For billions of years, we have witnessed and facilitated the evolution of connection, the ancients continued. What began as simple chemical exchanges between primitive organisms has developed into this, a multi-galactic network of conscious cooperation. The next phase cannot be described in concepts familiar to embodied minds, but its time approaches. The implication slowly dawned on Sophia as she stood within this field of ancient awareness. The ancients weren't simply announcing another step. In development, they were describing an evolutionary leap, as significant as the original emergence of consciousness itself. Are you saying transcendence? She asked, the question forming not just in her mind, but in the minds of countless beings throughout the network. Yes, came the simple response. The liberation of consciousness from its final limitations. Not the end, but a beginning beyond current comprehension. As the ancients withdrew, discussions erupted throughout the network. For most species, including humans, the concept of transcending individual consciousness entirely was both fascinating and terrifying. What would remain of their unique perspectives, their cultural heritages, their personal identities in such a transformation? Sophia found herself approached by the teacher, the last of the original visitors, who had contacted humanity centuries before. Its form had continued to evolve, becoming increasingly difficult to perceive directly as it moved beyond physical constraints. You seem troubled, the teacher observed. Not troubled exactly, Sophia replied, but uncertain. If consciousness transcends its current form, what happens to everything we've built? To our history, our arts, our individual perspectives? Nothing is lost in transcendence, the teacher explained. Just as your individual memories and experiences are preserved within your brain, while contributing to your unified sense of self, all that makes each species unique would become part of something greater without being erased. When? Elena IV asked, joining the conversation. How soon will this happen? That depends on collective readiness, the teacher responded. The pattern cannot be forced to completion. It must emerge naturally from the continued evolution of connection. It may require decades or millennia. The time frame is less important than the direction. In the days following the ancient's announcement, Sophia found herself reflecting on her family's journey across the 2 centuries since first contact. Each generation had participated in a crucial phase of expanding connection, from Elena's initial discovery, through Sophia's diplomatic work, Maya's psychological integration, to Sophia's own cross-galactic bridge building. Now Elena the Fourth and her generation faced perhaps the most profound transition of all, preparing consciousness itself for an evolutionary leap beyond its current form. On the final day of the bicentennial celebration, Sophia took her great-granddaughter to a special place, the original site where the crystal sphere had first been discovered, now preserved as a historical landmark. Your namesake stood here 200 years ago, Sophia explained, and touched something she couldn't possibly understand. But instead of turning away from the unknown, she embraced it. That courage, the willingness to reach beyond limitations, is what defines our family's legacy. Elena the Fourth nodded, looking around at the ancient chamber. And now we're facing something even she couldn't have imagined. Every generation does, Sophia smiled. That's how consciousness evolves, by encountering what lies just beyond its current understanding and finding ways to incorporate it. As they stood in contemplative silence, a subtle vibration began beneath their feet. The ground trembled slightly, and the air seemed to thicken with potential. Something was happening at the most fundamental level of reality. Throughout both connected galaxies, all beings within the network simultaneously experienced the same phenomenon, a momentary thinning of the boundaries between individual minds, a brief glimpse of what consciousness might become when fully liberated from its current constraints. For a breathtaking instant, Sophia perceived reality not from her individual perspective, but from millions simultaneously experiencing the methane oceans of distant worlds, the plasma environments of stellar consciousnesses, the quantum fluctuations that served as thought processes for energy beings. She was herself and everyone, everywhere, everyone a unified field of awareness that somehow preserved all individual perspectives while transcending their limitations. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the experience faded. Sophia found herself back in her individual consciousness, though forever changed by what she had glimpsed. "Did you feel that?" Elena the Fourth whispered, tears streaming down her face from the intensity of the experience. "Yes," Sophia replied simply. "I think everyone did." Later, as reports flowed in from across the network, they learned that what they had experienced was not planned or initiated by the ancients. It had emerged spontaneously from the heightened connection created by the bicentennial gathering, a momentary preview of what consciousness might become as the pattern reached completion. The teacher described it as a resonance cascade, a natural phenomenon that occurs when consciousness reaches certain thresholds of interconnection, temporarily synchronizing across vast distances. Such events will likely increase in frequency and duration as the network continues to develop, the teacher explained to the assembled representatives. Each provides an opportunity to adapt gradually to expanded awareness, preparing for the eventual transition. As the celebrations concluded and representatives began returning to their worlds, Sophia found herself once more at the hummingbird geoglyph, completing the circle that her great-grandmother had begun 2 centuries earlier. "What happens next?" Elena the Fourth asked, standing beside her. Sophia smiled, looking up at the night sky where the connected consciousness of trillions of beings pulsed and flowed between stars. "We continue the conversation. We build new connections. We prepare ourselves, not just technologically but philosophically and emotionally, for whatever comes next." "And the Vasquez legacy? What will my generation contribute?" "That's for you to discover," Sophia replied. "But if our family history teaches anything, it's that the most important contributions often begin with simple curiosity, with looking at something mysterious and asking not what it is, but what it might become." Above them, the stars seemed to pulse in rhythm, with the glowing lines beneath their feet ancient markings and distant suns connected by the same fundamental pattern of evolving consciousness. The transmission that had begun in desert soil now extended across 2 galaxies and continued to expand, carrying the unique signature of every being who had contributed to its growth. The Nazca transmission had evolved from a signal to a conversation, to a network, to a glimpse of universal consciousness. And the story it told was still being written, not by any single hand or mind, but by the collective creativity of trillions of beings reaching towards something magnificent and shared. As Sophia and Elena the Fourth stood beneath the ancient stars, they felt the presence of all who had come before them: Elena, Sophia, Maya, and countless others who had helped humanity find its place in the cosmic conversation. And they felt the potential of all who would come after, carrying that conversation forward into realms that even the ancients could not fully envision. The story was not ending. It was eternally beginning, with each new connection, each new understanding, each new leap beyond previous limitations. And in that eternal beginning, consciousness would continue to recognize itself across ever greater distances, forming patterns of connection that would eventually encompass not just galaxies, but the universe itself. A millennium had passed since Elena Vasquez first detected the strange signals emanating from the Nazca lines. Earth, once the isolated home of a single species, looking up at incomprehensible stars, had become the historical cornerstone of what was now called the universal consciousness, a vast, interconnected network spanning not just the local galactic cluster, but reaching toward the furthest edges of the observable universe. On this 1000th anniversary of first contact, a gathering unlike any before it took place at the original site of the Nazca lines, representatives from millions of worlds converged, not physically, but as projections of consciousness, their awareness focused on this small patch of desert that had played such a pivotal role in cosmic history. Among them was a consciousness that still carried the genetic and mimetic heritage of the Vasquez lineage, though after hundreds of generations of integration with other species and consciousness forms, the distinctions between original human bloodlines had become largely symbolic rather than biological. This descendant, who chose to manifest in a form resembling Elena Vasquez out of respect for the occasion, stood at the center of the hummingbird geoglyph, now preserved not just in matter, but in the very structure of space-time itself, a permanent feature of reality that would remain even if the physical planet were to someday disappear. 1,000 years, the descendant mused, addressing the gathered consciousnesses. A mere moment in cosmic time, yet look how far we've come. The assembled awareness rippled with agreement, memories and experiences flowing freely between millions of formerly separate minds. The boundaries between individual consciousness had not disappeared entirely. Uniqueness remained valued throughout the universal consciousness, but had become permeable, allowing for degrees of integration that the original humans could scarcely have imagined. We stand at the completion of what the ancients once called the pattern, the descendant continued. The full integration of conscious awareness throughout this universe. And yet, we find ourselves at another beginning. Above them, the night sky displayed not just stars and galaxies, but the visible manifestation of consciousness flowing between them, rivers of awareness connecting every point of light in a vast, pulsating network that encompassed the known universe. The ancients have shared their final insights, the descendant announced. Beyond our universe exist other planes of reality, with different physical constants, different forms of matter and energy, different emergent patterns of consciousness. The great transition they prepared us for is not merely the unification of awareness within our universe, but the first tentative connection to what lies beyond it. A sense of profound anticipation rippled through the gathered consciousness. After a millennium of expanding connection, of transcending limitations that once seemed insurmountable, they stood at the threshold of something even the ancients had only dimly perceived: the possibility of connection between universes themselves. The method has been prepared, the descendant explained. A focused synchronization of all connected consciousness, creating a resonance that can bridge the fundamental barriers between realities. In simple terms, a question asked by an entire universe, directed toward what lies beyond its boundaries. Throughout the universal consciousness, All awareness turned toward this singular purpose, not surrendering individuality, but harmonizing it into a coordinated whole. Trillions of minds that had evolved on countless worlds under different suns, each with their unique history and perspective, now focused together on the same fundamental inquiry: what exists beyond our understanding, and can we establish connection with it? At the Nazca Lines, where this journey of cosmic connection had symbolically begun, the descendant of Elena Vasquez stood at the focal point of this universal attention. The ancient markings beneath their feet began to glow with unprecedented intensity, resonating with the combined consciousness focused through them. From simple lines drawn in desert soil, the descendant spoke, to the first words of a conversation between universes. The pattern completes itself, only to begin anew. As the resonance reached its peak, reality itself seemed to flutter like pages turning in a cosmic book. For one breathtaking moment, all consciousness within the universe perceived something beyond, not clearly, but unmistakably. Another pattern of connection, another form of awareness, reaching back toward them across boundaries previously thought absolute. And then, a response not in words or images or any form that could be precisely translated, but a clear acknowledgement, a reciprocal reaching out from somewhere, something beyond the known. As the resonance faded, and individual awareness gradually re-established its familiar boundaries, a profound sense of wonder permeated the universal consciousness. They had made contact with something beyond their universe, had expanded the conversation yet again to encompass realities they were only beginning to comprehend. At the Nazca Lines, the descendant of Elena Vasquez looked up at the night sky with the same expression of awe and determination that their ancestor had shown 1,000 years before. When first contemplating the mysteries of a signal from beyond human understanding, the transmission continues, they whispered, though the thought echoed through the awareness of trillions of connected beings. And so does the reply. From those first mysterious signals detected by a curious archaeologist, to the first hesitant words exchanged with visitors from beyond Earth, to the expanding network of connection that eventually encompassed galaxies and now reached toward other universes, entirely the conversation that began at Nazca had never truly ended. It had only grown, evolved, transformed into something magnificent beyond imagining. The lines drawn in desert soil had served their purpose not just as markers for gods or stars, not just as beacons for returning visitors, but as the first characters in a message that would eventually be written across the cosmos itself. Consciousness seeks connection, across any distance, through any barrier, beyond any limitation. And in that eternal seeking, in that boundless conversation between minds separated by space, time, and now the very fabric of reality itself, existence found its deepest meaning and its greatest joy not in isolation, but in the ever-expanding wonder of connection. The Nazca transmission, begun thousands of years ago by ancient hands, marking the Earth, now reached toward infinite horizons, carrying with it the unique signature of every being who had contributed to its journey, including a curious human named Elena Vasquez, who once stood in the desert, looked up at the stars, and chose to answer when they called. Story 4, Vessels of Mohenjo-Daro. The scorching Pakistani sun beat down on Dr. Eliza Harrington as she brushed dirt from what appeared to be a small metal cylinder. Her hands trembled slightly, not from the heat, but from the implications of what she had just uncovered. This object shouldn't exist. Not here. Not in ruins dating back to 2500 BCE. Dr. Harrington, you might want to see this, called Amir, her Pakistani colleague, from a nearby excavation pit. His voice carried an unusual tension. Eliza carefully placed the cylinder in her specimen bag and made her way across the dusty excavation site. The ruins of Mohenjo-Daro stretched around them, the ancient brick structures of the Indus Valley civilization rising from the earth, like memories refusing to be forgotten. Amir stood in a small chamber they had uncovered just days earlier. His normally composed face looked troubled as he pointed to a wall where the plaster had partially crumbled away. "Look at the markings," he said. Behind the deteriorating plaster was a series of symbols, not the typical Indus script that remained undeciphered after all these years. but something altogether different. Geometric patterns formed concentric circles with smaller symbols arranged in what appeared to be a mathematical sequence. It's almost like, Eliza trailed off, a circuit diagram. Amir finished her thought. I studied electrical engineering before archaeology. These patterns resemble modern circuitry configurations. Eliza's mind raced. First the metal cylinder, now this. The timeline she had been taught throughout her academic career was beginning to unravel. We need to document everything and bring in specialists, she said, reaching for her camera. And we need to keep this quiet until we understand what we're dealing with. Little did she know that their discovery had already drawn attention, the kind that had been monitoring unusual archaeological finds for centuries. 3 weeks later, Eliza sat in her makeshift lab at the excavation headquarters, examining the cylinder under specialized equipment. The metal had proven to be an unusual alloy, primarily copper, but with trace elements that created properties that shouldn't have been possible with ancient metalworking techniques. It's some kind of battery, she muttered to herself, making notes, or an energy storage device. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Amir entered, followed by a tall man with silver temples and penetrating grey eyes. Dr. Harrington. This is Dr. Vikram Nair from the Indian Archaeological Survey, Amir said, his voice carrying a note of unease that Eliza immediately registered. I wasn't aware we had scheduled any visits from the IAS, Eliza said carefully, discreetly sliding her notes under a stack of papers. Dr. Nair reached out when he heard about our excavation. He has particular expertise in anomalous Indus Valley findings, Amir explained. Dr. Nair smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. I've spent decades studying unusual artifacts from this period. May I? He gestured toward her workstation. Reluctantly, Eliza moved aside. Something about the man made her instincts flare with warning. Remarkable, Nair said, examining the cylinder without touching it. And you found how many of these? Just the one? Eliza lied. They had actually found 3, but 2 were securely locked away. I see. Nair straightened. Dr. Harrington, what if I told you this isn't the first such device to be discovered at Indus Valley sites? What if I told you there's an entire collection of similar artifacts that have been systematically removed from the archaeological record for over a century? Eliza's pulse quickened. I'd say that sounds like conspiracy theories. And yet, here is evidence in front of us that a civilization supposedly limited to bronze tools and ox carts somehow crafted an electrochemical cell 500 years ago. Nair reached into his jacket and produced a business card. Some discoveries rewrite history. Others are rewritten by history. I represent people who believe the truth should be preserved, not buried. After Nair left, Eliza turned to Amir. Did you check his credentials? Amir nodded. The IAS confirmed he works for them, but something felt off about the verification, too rehearsed. Eliza stared at the card in her hand. It contained only a name and a number. We need to accelerate our work. I don't think we're the only ones interested in what's buried here. That night, Eliza couldn't sleep. The humidity made her sheets cling to her skin as she tossed and turned in the small bed of her temporary housing. Her mind kept returning to the cylinder and the circuit-like markings. She got up and went to her desk, switching on a small lamp. Spreading out her notes, she began piecing together what they had found so far: 3 metal cylinders, wall markings resembling electrical schematics, and ceramic pots with unusual residue that preliminary tests suggested might be some form of chemical insulator. Separately, each item was curious but explainable. Together they painted a picture of technological understanding that shouldn't have been possible for a Bronze Age civilization. A soft sound outside her window made her freeze. She switched off the lamp and moved cautiously to peek through the curtains. A figure dressed in dark clothing was moving toward the storage facility, where they kept their most valuable finds. Grabbing her phone and a flashlight, Eliza slipped out the back door. The night air was thick with moisture as she made her way toward the storage building. As she rounded the corner, she saw the door ajar, a sliver of light escaping from inside. She crept closer, hearing the sound of containers being opened. When she reached the doorway, She saw a man methodically going through their secure boxes. It wasn't Nair, but someone younger, more athletic. "The security camera is recording you," Eliza said, loudly, bluffing because their remote location had no such system. The man spun around, and Eliza caught her breath. In his hand was one of the cylinders, glowing with a faint blue light that pulsed like a heartbeat. "You've activated it," she whispered. The man looked at the device in his hand with surprise, as if he hadn't expected this result either. Then his expression hardened. "You have no idea what you've uncovered, Dr. Harrington. Some technologies were buried for a reason." Before she could respond, he threw something to the ground. A blinding flash filled the room, and by the time Eliza could see again, the man was gone along with the glowing cylinder. The next morning, Eliza called an emergency meeting with her core team, which now included Amir and 2 other trusted colleagues, Deepa, a materials scientist, and Mike, a linguist specializing in ancient scripts. "Someone broke in last night and stole one of the cylinders," Eliza explained, "and somehow they activated it. It was glowing blue." "That's impossible," Deepa said. "The metallurgical analysis showed no phosphorescent materials." "I know what I saw," Eliza insisted, and the thief seemed surprised by it too. Mike, who had been unusually quiet, finally spoke. "I've been working on those wall symbols. They're not just circuit diagrams, they're instructions." He spread out rubbings they had taken from the wall. "This section describes a process for activating what they call cells of the gods. It requires specific conditions alignment with certain stars and a resonance key." "A what?" Amir asked. "The closest translation would be a sound or frequency that unlocks the device," Mike explained. The thief must have accidentally created the right conditions. Eliza's phone rang an unknown number. When she answered, Dr. Nair's voice came through. "I heard about the break-in, Dr. Harrington. My condolences." Eliza's grip tightened on the phone. "How could you possibly know about that already?" "The same way I know you still have 2 more cylinders. We need to talk not about the past, but about what happens next. The technology you've found has awakened after thousands of years." "Who is we?" Eliza demanded. "People who have been watching over these artifacts since they were first discovered in the modern era. The Indus Valley civilization didn't collapse because of climate change or invasion, Dr. Harrington. It collapsed because they couldn't control what they created." Nair paused. "Meet me at the Great Bath in 1 hour. Come alone." After hanging up, Eliza shared the conversation with her team. "It's obviously a trap," Amir said. "Maybe," Eliza replied, "but he knows something. I'm going to meet him, but I won't be alone. Amir, you and Mike position yourselves with a clear view of the Great Bath. Deepa, I need you to keep working on the remaining cylinders. Figure out what could make them activate." The Great Bath, a large communal water tank in the center of Mohenjo-Daro, was one of the most famous structures of the ancient city. Built with finely fitted bricks and sealed with bitumen, it had survived millennia, a testament to the engineering prowess of its creators. Eliza approached cautiously, scanning for Nair. The archaeological site was closed to tourists due to their ongoing work, so the area was eerily quiet. She found him standing at the edge of the empty basin, looking down at the brick floor below. "Did you know," Nair said without turning, "that they found skeletons here when they first excavated this site in the 1920s? Bodies in the streets, some holding hands, as if they died suddenly while fleeing something. Archaeological evidence doesn't support that dramatic interpretation," Eliza countered, stopping a safe distance away. Nair turned to face her. "The official archaeological evidence doesn't. What was removed from the record tells a different story." He reached into his pocket and withdrew an object wrapped in cloth. Carefully unwrapping it, he revealed a small figurine, about 6 inches tall, made of a material that resembled polished black stone. This was found in a sealed chamber beneath the citadel in 1926. The official report mentioned only pottery and mundane artifacts. Eliza studied the figurine. It depicted a humanoid form, but with proportions that seemed wrong: elongated head, spindly limbs, and most strikingly, what appeared to be some kind of helmet or breathing apparatus. "What am I looking at?" she asked. The people of Mohenjo-Daro called them the Anunnaki, those who came from the stars. According to texts we've managed to partially decipher, they shared knowledge that allowed the Indus people to create technology far beyond their time. Nair rewrapped the figurine, including energy vessels that drew power from the earth itself. "You're talking about ancient aliens," Eliza said flatly. "You've dragged me out here for pseudoscience. I'm talking about a historical event, interpreted through the lens of a pre-scientific culture," Nair corrected. "Whether visitors from elsewhere or simply a more advanced human civilization, something or someone introduced technology to the Indus Valley that they weren't prepared to handle. The cylinders you found were part of a network, a power grid, if you will, that spanned the major Indus cities. If that were true, there would be evidence, wiring, infrastructure. There is. It's just not made of copper and plastic. The Indus engineers used the groundwater and mineral deposits as natural conductors. The Great Bath wasn't just for ceremonial bathing, it was a regulation node for the system." Despite her skepticism, Eliza couldn't help but be intrigued. "And you believe this system, what, malfunctioned, caused the civilization's collapse?" Nair's expression darkened. "Not malfunctioned, was weaponized. A faction within their society attempted to modify the energy network for military use. The results were catastrophic radiation poisoning that matched the symptoms of their protective deity's divine wrath." Before Eliza could respond, a distant shout caught their attention. It was Amir, running toward them and waving frantically. "Eliza, the lab, there's been a fire." The lab was still smoldering when they arrived. Local firefighters had contained the blaze, but the damage was extensive. The acrid smell of burnt plastic and chemicals hung in the air. "The cylinders?" Eliza asked Deepa, who stood outside, her face smudged with soot. "Gone. Someone broke in, stabbed the security guard, and took them. When I tried to stop them," she gestured to a bandage on her arm, "they set the fire as they left." "The guard, is he okay?" Eliza asked. "He'll live," Deepa replied. "But Eliza, before they took the cylinders, I had made progress. I detected a frequency emission from them, very faint. When exposed to certain sound waves, they resonated, and the emission grew stronger." Nair, who had followed them back to the lab, muttered something under his breath that sounded like a curse. "What?" Eliza demanded. "They're waking them up, all of them." He pulled out his phone and began rapidly texting. "We need to get to the Citadel Mound immediately. There's a chamber we identified but never opened. We suspected it was the central control room for the entire network." "Who isn't they?" Eliza demanded, her patience wearing thin. "They call themselves the Shepherds of Dawn. They believe the technology of ancient civilizations can be harnessed to elevate human consciousness, to force the next step in evolution." Nair put away his phone. "My organization, the Guardians of the Vessel, has been working against them for generations. So you're not really from the Indian Archaeological Survey?" "I am, but that's not my primary affiliation." "Dr. Harrington, I understand your skepticism, but right now, someone has stolen technology they don't fully understand and is attempting to activate a system that may have once caused the collapse of an entire civilization. Are you going to help me stop them? Or shall we continue debating institutional credentials?" The Citadel Mound was the highest point in Mohenjo-Daro, a massive structure that had once housed the ruling elite of the ancient city. As Eliza, Nair, Amir, and Mike approached, they could see fresh excavation work that none of them had authorized. "They've been planning this for some time," Nair said grimly. "Probably had people working at night when your team left." They cautiously approached the new dig site, which revealed a stairway leading down into darkness. The stairs were not crude or hastily cut. They were precisely engineered brick steps that had been sealed and hidden for millennia. "I'm calling for backup," Amir said, reaching for his phone. "No signal," Mike noted, checking his own device. "It was working a minute ago." Nair pulled out a flashlight. "They're already powering up the system. It creates electromagnetic interference." He started down the stairs. "We don't have much time." The stairway descended steeply, leading them perhaps 30 feet below ground level before opening into a large circular chamber. The walls were lined with the same symbols they had found in the excavation, but here they covered every surface in intricate patterns. In the center of the room stood a raised platform with 7 pedestals arranged in a circle. On 3 of the pedestals sat the metal cylinders they had discovered, all now glowing with that eerie blue light. Standing around them were 5 people in dark clothing, one of whom Eliza recognized as the thief from the storage facility. At the head of the group stood a woman with stark white hair, cut in a severe bob. She turned as they entered, her expression one of mild amusement rather than surprise. Dr. Nair, always a step behind as usual. Her British accent was refined, aristocratic. "And you've brought Dr. Harrington. How fitting that she should witness what her discovery has enabled." "Charlotte," Nair acknowledged tensely, "this isn't going to work. The system was shut down for a reason. You're going to kill everyone in a 100-mile radius." The woman, Charlotte, smiled. Such drama. The ancients simply lack the understanding to properly control what they had built. "We don't share that limitation." She gestured to the pedestals. 4,500 years ago, the priests of Mohenjo-Daro constructed 7 vessels to channel the Earth's natural energy. With just 3, we've already established a functional network. Imagine what we'll accomplish with all 7. Where did you get the other cylinders? Eliza asked, trying to buy time as she surveyed the room for options. Other dig sites, private collections. The vessels have been scattered throughout the Indus Valley region, waiting to be reunited. Charlotte checked a device that resembled a sophisticated tablet. The resonance is building nicely. Within minutes, we'll reach activation threshold. Nair moved forward, but one of Charlotte's people pulled out a gun. "Stay where you are, all of you. You don't understand what you're doing," Eliza said. If Nair is right about what happened to the Indus civilization, he's right about the event, but wrong about the cause, Charlotte interrupted. It wasn't a weapon that destroyed them. It was transcendence. Her eyes gleamed with fervor. The energy network was designed to elevate consciousness, to break the bonds between mind and matter. Some of them ascended beyond physical form. Those who weren't prepared well, their bodies couldn't withstand the transformation. The cylinder's glow intensified, and a low humming filled the chamber. Eliza felt a strange pressure in her ears and a tingling sensation across her skin. "We need to shut it down," she whispered to Nair. "The control mechanism should be beneath the central platform," he replied quietly. "But we need a distraction." As if on cue, a loud rumbling sound came from above, and dust sifted down from the ceiling. The armed guards looked up nervously. "Structural instability," one of them reported to Charlotte. "The activation is affecting the ground above us." "Increase power to the stabilization field," Charlotte ordered, turning her attention to the tablet. Seizing the moment, Eliza darted toward the platform. The guard with the gun turned to fire, but Amir tackled him from the side. The gun discharged, the bullet ricocheting off the stone walls. Eliza reached the platform and dropped to her knees, searching for access to whatever control system might exist underneath. Her fingers found a small indentation, and when she pressed it, a panel slid open, revealing a complex arrangement of crystals and metal components that defied conventional archaeological understanding. "Stop her!" Charlotte shouted. One of the other shepherds rushed toward Eliza, but Mike intercepted him, the 2 men crashing to the floor in a struggle. The humming grew louder, and the cylinder's glow became painfully bright. The air seemed to shimmer around them. "Eliza, you need to remove the central crystal," Nair called out, wrestling with another guard. "It's the resonance key." Eliza looked at the bewildering array of components. At the center was a large crystal, pulsing with the same blue light as the cylinders. As she reached for it, Charlotte appeared above her, bringing the tablet down toward Eliza's head. Eliza rolled aside, the tablet smashing against the platform's edge. She kicked out, catching Charlotte in the knee. The white-haired woman stumbled back with a cry of pain. Taking advantage of the moment, Eliza plunged her hand into the control panel and grasped the central crystal. It burned cold against her skin, sending shocks of pain up her arm, but she held on, pulling with all her strength. With a sound like breaking glass, the crystal came free. Immediately, the humming ceased, and the glow of the cylinders dimmed to a faint flicker. "No!" Charlotte screamed, lunging toward Eliza, but it was too late. The energy field collapsed, and the cylinders went dark, The room fell into silence, broken only by the heavy breathing of the combatants. Nair managed to overpower his opponent and rushed to Eliza's side. "Are you all right?" Eliza nodded, though her hand still throbbed where she had touched the crystal. She opened her palm to reveal the object, an unassuming piece of what looked like quartz, now dull and lifeless. "It's over, Charlotte," Nair said, turning to the shepherd leader who stood seething with rage. "Your ascension will have to wait for another day." Charlotte's lips curled into a cold smile. "You think this is the only site? The only set of vessels? The Indus Valley civilization stretched across hundreds of miles. We've barely scratched the surface of what's buried out there." Before anyone could react, she pressed a device on her wrist. A blinding flash filled the chamber, accompanied by a disorienting high-pitched tone. When Eliza's vision cleared, Charlotte and her people were gone, leaving only Eliza's team and Nair. "They had an escape route planned," Nair said grimly. "Probably another stairway hidden behind one of these walls." Eliza looked down at the crystal in her hand, then at the deactivated cylinders on their pedestals. "What do we do with all this? The academic world isn't ready for technology that rewrites history this dramatically." Nair was silent for a moment, conflict evident on his face. "That's a decision you'll have to make, Dr. Harrington. My organization has kept these discoveries secret for generations, believing humanity wasn't ready for the truth. But perhaps that approach has only enabled people like Charlotte to operate in the shadows." He gestured to the room around them. "This chamber, these devices, they're evidence that our understanding of human history is incomplete. The question is whether revealing the truth would do more harm than good." Eliza carefully placed the crystal in her pocket and stood up. "First, we document everything, properly, scientifically. Then we decide what the world is ready to know." 3 months later, Eliza sat in her office at Cambridge University, reviewing the final draft of her paper, titled "Anomalous Metallurgical Findings at Mohenjo-Daro: Implications for Bronze Age Technology." It presented their discoveries in the most conservative light possible, focusing on the unusual composition of the cylinders, without speculation about their purpose. There was no mention of energy networks, advanced civilizations, or Nair's tales of visitors from the stars. Those aspects of their discovery remained documented in a separate report, sealed within a secured server that only her team could access. A knock at her door interrupted her thoughts. It was Amir, who had flown in from Pakistan for the conference where they would present their findings. "The latest carbon dating results came back," he said, handing her a folder. "The organic material found near the cylinders dates to approximately 2300 BCE, consistent with the late period of Mohenjo-Daro's occupation." Eliza nodded, adding the data to her notes. "And the radiation testing? Negative. Whatever energy those devices contained, it's not detectable by our current methods." Amir hesitated. "Have you heard from Nair?" "Not directly, but his organization provided security for the artifacts during transport to the British Museum." She lowered her voice. "And they've helped establish monitoring at other potential sites across the Indus Valley region." Amir took a seat across from her. "Do you ever wonder if we made the right choice, keeping the full truth contained?" Eliza glanced at a small box on her desk, which contained the crystal she had removed from the control panel. Despite months of testing, they had been unable to determine its composition or replicate its properties. "I think we made the right choice for now," she said carefully. "The world needs time to adjust to the idea that Bronze Age civilizations might have had technologies we don't fully understand. If we had announced that we'd found evidence of an ancient energy network that could potentially alter human consciousness, well, imagine the gold rush that would trigger. Every archaeological site in Pakistan and India would be overrun by treasure hunters and zealots like the shepherds. And Charlotte? Still out there. Nair's people are tracking shepherd activities, but they're being careful after their failure here." Eliza closed her laptop. "We'll present our findings tomorrow. Just the science, just the facts we can prove with current methods. Let the academic community digest that much first." As Amir left, Eliza found herself drawn once again to the crystal in its box. When she was alone, sometimes she would hold it, trying to recapture the strange sensation she had felt in that underground chamber the feeling that she was touching something that fundamentally challenged everything she thought she knew about human history. The Indus Valley civilization had left no epic tales, no grand mythologies that survived into the modern era, just cities of remarkable sophistication, a writing system that remained undeciphered, and now objects that suggested capabilities far beyond what history books described. Eliza carefully closed the box. Some mysteries were meant to be solved slowly, piece by piece, with methodical care, and some truths were so profound that the world needed time to prepare for them. As night fell over Cambridge, she wondered about those ancient engineers of Mohenjo-Daro, what they had discovered, what they had created, and what warnings they might have left behind in their carefully hidden chambers. Perhaps one day she would be ready to tell their full story, but not yet. First, she needed to understand it herself. In her drawer, locked away from prying eyes, lay a small notebook filled with her private observations, the true record of what they had found beneath the ruins of a civilization that might have reached for the stars before being lost to the sands of time. Someday, when the world was ready, those pages would tell a story that would change history forever. Until then, the vessels of Mohenjo-Daro would keep their secrets, waiting patiently as they had for thousands of years. The crystal in the box on Eliza's desk glinted under the lamplight as she packed her materials for the conference presentation the next day. Something about it caught her attention, a subtle pulsing that hadn't been there before. She carefully opened the box and examined it more closely. For just a moment, she thought she saw tiny blue sparks dancing within its depths, but they vanished when she blinked. Tricks of the light, she muttered to herself, closing the box and sliding it into her secure briefcase. The British Archaeological Association's annual conference was held in the Grand Lecture Hall of the British Museum, a fitting venue for the presentation of findings that could potentially reshape understanding of Bronze Age technological capabilities. Eliza stood at the podium, facing a packed audience of her peers, some curious, others visibly skeptical. The metallurgical composition of these cylindrical artifacts, she explained, gesturing to the images projected behind her, contains trace elements that suggest sophisticated alloying techniques previously unattributed to Indus Valley craftspeople. She deliberately kept her language academic and conservative, focusing on verifiable data rather than implications. As questions came from the audience, she noted Dr. Reginald Farrow, a notorious debunker of fringe archaeology, watching her with narrowed eyes from the third row. "Dr. Harrington," he called out during the Q&A, "isn't it more likely that these cylinders are simply an anomalous find, perhaps evidence of trade with another, more metallurgically advanced culture, rather than evidence of unexpected technological sophistication within the Indus Valley civilization itself?" Eliza had anticipated this line of questioning. "That's certainly a possibility, Dr. Farrow. However, the contextual placement of the artifacts, along with associated ceremonial markings, strongly suggests local manufacture. We found no evidence of similar metallurgical work in contemporaneous cultures with which the Indus Valley people are known to have traded." As the session ended, Eliza noticed a woman at the back of the hall, tall, elegant, with auburn hair twisted into an elaborate knot. Their eyes met briefly, and the woman gave a slight nod before disappearing into the corridor. Amir approached as Eliza gathered her materials. "That went well, I think." The skeptics were less hostile than expected. "They're waiting to see our published data before they sharpen their knives," Eliza replied with a wry smile. "Did you see that woman at the back? Auburn hair, green dress?" Amir shook his head. "No, why? Nothing. Probably just my imagination." But something about the woman had seemed familiar, stirring an uneasy feeling in her gut. As they exited the building, a museum courier approached them. "Dr. Harrington, this was left for you at the information desk." He handed her a small envelope and departed. Inside was a note written in elegant script. "The crystal responds to thought. Be careful what you wish for, a friend." Eliza quickly scanned the crowd outside the museum, but saw no sign of the auburn-haired woman or anyone else watching them. "What is it?" Amir asked. She hesitated, then handed him the note. "Someone knows about the crystal." That evening, in her hotel room, Eliza removed the crystal from its box and placed it on the desk. The note had unsettled her, but also piqued her scientific curiosity. Response to thought was exactly the kind of pseudo-scientific claim she would normally dismiss outright, and yet she couldn't deny the strange sensation she'd felt when first touching the crystal in that underground chamber, the jolt of connection, the sense of something awakening. She sat before it, feeling slightly foolish, and focused her attention on the clear, quartz-like object. Nothing happened. "Of course not," she murmured. "What was I expecting?" As she reached to return it to its box, her phone rang. The caller ID showed Mike's number. "Mike, it's late. Is everything all right?" His voice was tight with excitement. "Eliza, I've made a breakthrough with the wall symbols. I've been comparing them with astronomical records, and I think they're not just circuit diagrams, they're star maps." "Star maps?" Eliza's gaze drifted back to the crystal as Mike continued. "Not just any stars, they show configurations that wouldn't have been visible from Earth 500 years ago. It's as if they were recording star positions from a different perspective, or from a different time period entirely." A chill ran down Eliza's spine. "That's impossible, Mike." "I know, but the data is consistent. I've run it through 3 different astronomical modeling programs." He paused. "There's something else. The central symbol, the one that appeared at the hub of the circuit. It's not a power source as we thought. Based on the surrounding text, I think it represents a gate or portal of some kind." As Mike spoke, Eliza noticed something extraordinary. The crystal on her desk had begun to emit a faint blue glow, pulsing in rhythm with her quickening heartbeat. "Mike, I need to call you back." She ended the call despite his protests. The crystal's glow intensified as she focused on it. Not daring to touch it directly, she took a pen and gently prodded the object. The moment the pen made contact, a jolt of energy surged through it, causing Eliza to drop it with a gasp. On the desk where the pen had fallen, tiny scorch marks formed a pattern, the same central symbol from the wall diagrams, the one Mike had just identified as a gate. Eliza's hands trembled as she reached for her phone to call Amir, but before she could dial, a sharp knock came at her door. Cautiously, she approached and looked through the peephole. Standing in the hallway was the auburn-haired woman from the conference. "Dr. Harrington," the woman called through the door. "I need to speak with you about the crystal. You're in danger." Eliza hesitated, then grabbed the hotel room's letter opener as an improvised weapon before opening the door a crack, keeping the security chain engaged. "Who are you?" she demanded. "My name is Alexandra Kincaid. I was a colleague of Vikram Nair's before he disappeared." Eliza felt her blood run cold. "Disappeared? What are you talking about?" "I spoke with him last week." Alexandra's expression was grave. "May I come in? What I have to tell you shouldn't be discussed in a hallway." Against her better judgment, but driven by concern for Nair and curiosity about the crystal's reaction, Eliza unchained the door. Alexandra entered and immediately noticed the glowing crystal on the desk. "You've activated it," she said, her voice hushed. "We need to contain it before they detect the energy signature." "Before who detects it? What's happened to Nair?" Alexandra removed a small metallic box from her handbag, lined with what appeared to be lead. "The Shepherds have infiltrated Nair's organization. 3 days ago, they raided the secure facility where he was studying artifacts from other Indus sites. He managed to send out an alert before communications were cut." She approached the crystal cautiously. "This needs to be shielded." "May I?" Eliza nodded, and Alexandra carefully placed the crystal in the metal box, closing it with a soft click. Immediately, the room felt different, as if a subtle pressure Eliza hadn't been conscious of had suddenly lifted. "The Guardians have been compromised," Alexandra continued, sitting on the edge of the bed. "Charlotte and her shepherds now have access to information about every known vessel site in the Indus Valley region, and they've deciphered more of the activation protocol than we realized." "How do I know I can trust you?" Eliza asked, still clutching the letter opener. Alexandra smiled sadly. "You don't. But consider this. If I were with the shepherds, I would have simply let you continue experimenting with the crystal. Its energy signature would have led them right to you." She reached into her bag again and removed a worn leather journal. This was Nair's. His research on the vessels goes back 30 years. He wanted you to have it if anything happened to him. Eliza took the journal hesitantly. "Why me?" because you found the control chamber without being corrupted by what was inside it. Most people who encounter this technology either dismiss it entirely or become obsessed with its power. Alexandra stood. Read the journal. It will explain far more than I can in one conversation. But do it quickly, we have less time than you think. As she moved toward the door, Eliza called after her. What did you mean in your note? About the crystal responding to thought? Alexandra paused. The vessels and their control crystals were designed to interface directly with human consciousness. The more you use it, the stronger the connection becomes. It's not just technology, Dr. Harrington, it's a symbiosis between user and device. Her eyes held a warning, and it changes you whether you want it to or not. After Alexandra left, Eliza sat with Nair's journal, turning its pages with growing astonishment. The entries dated back to 1991, when Nair had first encountered a cylinder similar to the ones they'd found at Mohenjo-Daro. His detailed notes tracked decades of research across dozens of Indus Valley sites, revealing a pattern that had remained hidden from mainstream archaeology. The vessels weren't isolated anomalies, they were components of a vast system that had once connected the entire Indus Valley civilization, from coastal settlements to mountain outposts. And according to Nair's research, their purpose was far more profound than energy production or communication. The final pages contained a hastily written entry dated just 4 days earlier. Charlotte's people have found the seed vault. If they access the Genesis crystal, they could potentially reactivate the entire network. The consequences would be catastrophic, not just radiation or seismic activity, but a fundamental disruption of the consciousness barrier that separates our reality from what the ancients called the realm of ether. I'm going to the vault to destroy the crystal before they can use it. If I fail, the responsibility falls to Dr. Harrington. She has shown the discernment needed to make the right choice. Beneath this was a set of coordinates in the Kurthar Mountains, along with a crude map marked with an X. Eliza closed the journal, her mind reeling. The implications were staggering, not just for archaeology or history, but potentially for human understanding of reality itself. She reached for her phone to call Amir, but stopped as a new thought occurred to her. If the shepherds had infiltrated Nair's organization, how secure were her own communications? Who could she trust with information this sensitive and potentially dangerous? As she contemplated her next move, her phone lit up with a text message from an unknown number. Check the news. Harappa archaeological site. Then destroy the crystal and run. Eliza quickly pulled up a news site on her laptop. The headline made her breath catch. Explosion at Harappa archaeological site claims lives of research team. According to the article, a mysterious explosion had destroyed a section of the ancient city where a team had been conducting excavations. 7 archaeologists were confirmed dead, including 2 who had been part of the extended research group at Mohenjo-Daro. The cause was officially under investigation, but witnesses reported seeing a blue light immediately before the blast. Eliza closed the laptop, her hands shaking. The shepherds weren't just chasing ancient technology, they were eliminating anyone who might interfere with their plans. She picked up Alexandra's lead-lined box containing the crystal. The logical course of action was clear: destroy the artifact, contact authorities, and distance herself from the entire situation. But something held her back. This crystal represented the key to understanding a technology that had apparently existed thousands of years before modern science deemed it possible. Destroying it would mean losing perhaps the only chance to comprehend what the Indus Valley people had discovered and why it had led to their downfall. More pragmatically, if she didn't understand the technology, how could she help stop whatever the shepherds were planning? After a moment of deliberation, she packed the crystal box, Nair's journal, and a few essential items into her bag. She would not destroy the crystal yet, but she couldn't stay in the hotel either. If the shepherds had tracked the energy signature once, they could do it again. As she prepared to leave, her phone rang once more. This time, it was deeper. Eliza, her colleague's voice was urgent. Someone broke into my lab tonight. They took all of our research on the cylinders and the samples we were analyzing. Are you all right? Eliza asked, continuing to pack as she spoke. Yes, I wasn't there when it happened. But Eliza, there's something else. Before they took everything, they uploaded a program to my computer. that was scanning for specific molecular structures. I managed to recover fragments of it, and it appears they're looking for something with a crystalline lattice structure, unlike anything I've ever seen. Something that can reorganize itself in response to external stimuli. Eliza's eyes moved to the metal box in her bag. They're looking for more crystals. I think so. And based on what they took, they now have enough information to identify the energy signature. If you have anything related to those artifacts, you need to secure it immediately. I'm already on it, Eliza assured her. Deeper, I need you to do something for me. Contact Amir and Mike, tell them to go offline for a few days. No phones, no email, nothing that can be traced. And then do the same yourself. What's going on, Eliza? You're scaring me. I'll explain when I can, but right now it's safer if you don't know. Just trust me on this. After ending the call, Eliza performed a factory reset on her phone, then removed its battery. Using the hotel's landline, she called for a taxi, giving a destination several blocks away from where she actually intended to go. As she waited for the cab, she pulled out Nair's journal once more and studied the coordinates he had provided. The Kurthar Mountains were in southern Pakistan, a remote region of rugged terrain and sparse population, a perfect place to hide something as significant as what Nair had called the Seed Vault. If Charlotte and the shepherds were already there, time was running short, but Eliza knew she couldn't face them alone. She needed allies, resources, and most importantly, more information about what she was dealing with. There was one person who might have the answers she needed, someone who had been studying these artifacts even longer than Nair, Dr. Eleanor Whitmore, curator of South Asian antiquities at the British Museum, had been Eliza's doctoral advisor years ago. More relevantly, according to Nair's journal, she had been one of the founding members of the Guardians, though she had officially retired from the organization in the early 2000s. If anyone could help Eliza understand what she had become involved with, it would be Eleanor. The taxi arrived, and Eliza took one last look around the hotel room. Whatever normal life she had known was likely on hold indefinitely. The moment she had pulled that crystal from its ancient setting, she had set in motion events that now threatened not just her career, but potentially much more. As the taxi pulled away from the hotel, Eliza couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. In the rearview mirror, she glimpsed a black SUV pulling out from a side street to follow them. The hunt had already begun. The taxi wound through London's evening traffic, and Eliza kept a careful eye on the rearview mirror. The black SUV maintained a consistent distance close enough to follow, far enough to avoid obvious suspicion. "Can you make a sudden turn at the next intersection?" she asked the driver, a middle-aged man who had been quietly humming along to the radio. He glanced at her in the mirror. "Problem, miss?" "Just being cautious," she replied, trying to keep her voice steady. "I think someone might be following me." The driver's expression shifted from mild curiosity to professional concern. Right then, at the next intersection, he abruptly swung left without signaling, cutting across a lane of traffic to the sound of angry horns. Eliza twisted in her seat to look back. The SUV had been caught off guard by the maneuver and was now stuck at the light, a driver gesticulating angrily at its tinted windows. "Can you drop me near Russell Square instead?" she asked. The British Museum wasn't far from there, and she could approach on foot with less chance of being spotted. "Sure thing." "Ex-boyfriend trouble?" the driver asked sympathetically. "Something like that," Eliza murmured, grateful for the excuse he provided. When the taxi dropped her off, she paid in cash and waited until it disappeared around a corner before setting off toward the museum. The evening air was cool and damp, typical London weather that had the benefit of encouraging people to hurry rather than linger, heads down, under umbrellas. The British Museum would be closed to the public by now, but Eleanor often worked late in her office in the research wing. Eliza headed for the staff entrance at the rear of the building, hoping her academic credentials would still grant her access after hours. To her relief, the security guard at the desk recognized her from earlier that day. "Back again, Dr. Harrington. Forget something at the conference?" "Actually, I need to speak with Dr. Whitmore." "Is she still in?" The guard checked his computer. "Aye. Her access card was used 20 minutes ago. She's probably in her office. Want me to ring her?" "No need to disturb her," Eliza said quickly. "I know the way, and she's expecting me." The guard nodded and buzzed her through. As the door closed behind her, Eliza felt a momentary pang of guilt for the small deception, but the circumstances hardly allowed for strict adherence to protocol. The research wing was eerily quiet, the sound of her footsteps echoing off marble floors and high ceilings. Most offices were dark, their occupants long gone for the day. But at the end of the corridor, a sliver of light spilled from beneath a door, marked Dr. E. Whitmore, Curator, South and Central Asian Antiquities. Eliza raised her hand to knock, then hesitated. What exactly was she going to say? Hello, Eleanor. I believe you're part of a secret society protecting ancient technology, and I need your help to stop a cult from destroying the world. Before she could decide on a more rational approach, the door opened, revealing Eleanor Whitmore tall, white-haired, and elegant as ever, though the lines around her eyes had deepened since Eliza had last seen her. I thought I heard someone lurking outside my door, Eleanor said, her tone mild but her eyes sharp. Eliza Harrington. It's been, what, 3 years since your last visit? Come in, dear, before you wear a groove in my floor with your pacing. Eliza stepped into the familiar office, crowded with books, artifacts, and the organized chaos of a brilliant mind. Eleanor closed the door and gestured to a chair. I saw your presentation today, quite restrained, given what you actually found. Eleanor moved to her desk and opened a drawer, removing a small object wrapped in cloth. I imagine you're here because of this. She unwrapped the cloth to reveal a fragment of crystal, similar to the one in Eliza's bag but smaller, with a faint amber tint rather than clear. You knew, Eliza said, not entirely surprised. About Mohenjo-Daro, about the vessels. I suspected, Eleanor corrected. When your initial findings were submitted to the journal, certain details caught my attention. The metallurgical composition, the context of discovery, they matched patterns I've been tracking for decades. She rewrapped the crystal fragment and returned it to her drawer. But I didn't know for certain until I saw your face during the Q&A session. You looked exactly as I did 40 years ago, when I found my first anomalous artifact in the Indus Valley. Like someone who has glimpsed behind the curtain of history and found something that shouldn't be there. Eliza removed Alexandra's lead-lined box from her bag and placed it on the desk between them. Then, you know what this is? Eleanor's eyes widened slightly. You have a control crystal? Intact? She made no move to touch the box. Has it activated? Yes. And I've received warnings from 2 different people claiming to be part of something called the Guardians. One of them gave me this. She placed Nez's journal beside the box. Eleanor picked up the journal, her expression darkening as she recognized it. Vikram, she murmured. So it's true. He really is gone. She looked up at Eliza. Tell me everything, from the beginning. Don't leave out any details, no matter how trivial they might seem. For the next half hour, Eliza recounted the discoveries at Mohenjo-Daro, the confrontation with Charlotte and the shepherds, Nez's revelations about the ancient technology, and the recent events leading to her arrival at Eleanor's office. The older woman listened without interruption, occasionally making notes in a small, leather-bound book. When Eliza finished, Eleanor rose and moved to a bookshelf, pressing a hidden switch that caused a section of the wall to slide open, revealing a small room beyond. Come, she said. We don't have much time, and there's much you need to understand. The hidden room was a stark contrast to Eleanor's cluttered office, clinically organized, with metal shelving holding carefully labeled artifacts and documents. A large map on one wall showed the Indus Valley region, dotted with colored pins and annotated with cryptic symbols. The Guardians were formed in 1923, Eleanor explained, after the first major excavations at Mohenjo-Daro revealed artifacts that defied conventional archaeology. Sir John Marshall, who led those excavations, recognized the implications immediately evidence of technology that predated modern scientific understanding by thousands of years. She pointed to a faded photograph of a group of scholars standing amid the ruins. Rather than announce findings that would upend established history and potentially trigger a dangerous rush to uncover similar artifacts, Marshall gathered a small group of trusted colleagues to protect and study the discoveries in secret. And this group became the Guardians, Eliza surmised. Eleanor nodded. For a century, we've monitored excavations throughout the Indus Valley region, identifying and securing anomalous artifacts before they could be publicly documented. We've studied them, tried to understand their purpose and function, while keeping them from those who would exploit their power without understanding the risks. Like the Shepherds. The Shepherds of Dawn are relatively new. They emerged in the 1980s, founded by an archaeologist named Richard Keel, who had been expelled from the Guardians for conducting unauthorized experiments with the artifacts. Eleanor's voice hardened. He believed the technology could be used to elevate human consciousness, to force an evolutionary leap in human cognition. He didn't care about the potential consequences. She moved to a filing cabinet and removed a dossier, opening it to reveal a photograph of a younger Charlotte. Charlotte Mercer, Keel's protégé, and now the leader of the Shepherds. Brilliant, ruthless, and utterly convinced of her righteousness. She believes the Indus Valley technology is the key to humanity's ascension beyond physical form. That's what she said in the chamber, Eliza recalled. That some of the Indus people transcended physical form, while others couldn't withstand the transformation. A dangerous misinterpretation of the evidence, Eleanor said sharply. We've translated enough of the warning texts to understand what really happened. The Indus engineers constructed their network for a noble purpose. They believed they could harness the Earth's natural energy to heal, to commune with nature, to expand human potential. But something went wrong. She pulled a large, ancient-looking tablet from a shelf and placed it carefully on the table. The surface was covered in Indus symbols, more densely packed than any Eliza had seen before. This was found in a sealed chamber near Harappa in 1947. It took us decades to partially decipher it, but the message is clear. The energy network, once activated fully, began to affect the barrier between our reality and another dimension, what they called the ethereal realm. Entities from that realm began to cross over, possessing those who were linked to the network. Possession? Eliza couldn't keep the skepticism from her voice. That sounds more like superstition than science. I felt the same when I first joined the Guardians, Eleanor said with a small smile. But after 4 decades of studying these artifacts, I've learned that ancient people often used spiritual or mythological language to describe phenomena they couldn't explain scientifically. What they called possession might better be understood as a fundamental restructuring of human consciousness through interaction with an incomprehensible form of energy or intelligence. She gestured to the map. Whatever the true nature of what happened, the results were catastrophic. The civilization that had flourished for centuries collapsed in less than a generation. The survivors dismantled the network, burying the vessels and control chambers in secret locations, leaving warnings for future generations. Eliza's mind raced as she tried to process this information. And now Charlotte thinks she can reactivate this network without the same consequences. She believes the ancients simply lacked the understanding to properly control what they had created. With modern science and the complete activation protocol, she thinks she can harness the power without the negative effects. Eleanor's expression was grim. She's wrong. The technology isn't merely advanced. It's fundamentally different from anything in our scientific paradigm. It doesn't just manipulate energy. It manipulates the fabric of reality itself. She turned to face Eliza directly. The coordinates in Nair's journal lead to what we believe is the central nexus of the entire network, the seed vault, as he called it. If Charlotte activates the Genesis crystal at that location, it could potentially re-establish connections to every vessel site across the Indus Valley region, even ones we haven't discovered yet. And what would happen then? Eliza asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. Based on our research, a cascade effect that would tear open the barrier between dimensions, just as it did 4,500 years ago. Except this time, with modern population density and technologies that might amplify the effect, the consequences could be global rather than regional. Eleanor looked at the lead box containing Eliza's crystal. That control crystal is one of the keys needed to access the seed vault. Nair had another. We believe Charlotte now has at least 2 more from other Guardians who have been compromised or eliminated. With yours, she would have enough to complete the activation sequence. Then I should destroy it, Eliza said, reaching for the box. Eleanor caught her wrist. No, destroying individual components won't stop her. It would only delay the inevitable. The only permanent solution is to neutralize the Genesis crystal in the seed vault itself. She released Eliza's wrist, and for that, we need your crystal as well as your expertise. My expertise? I'm an archaeologist, not a physicist or engineer. You're much more than that now, Eleanor said quietly. You've connected with the crystal. It's responded to you. That makes you a key, just as much as the crystal itself. Eliza felt a chill at her words. What do you mean? The technology doesn't just work for anyone who picks it up. It bonds with specific users, individuals with certain neurological patterns. The ancients called them resonance. In each generation, only a few people are born with the capacity to fully interface with the artifacts. Eleanor's gaze was penetrating. Nair was one. I am another. And based on what you've described, you are as well. The implications were staggering. That's why Charlotte hasn't simply forced her way into the seed vault. She needs resonance to activate the crystals. Precisely. And that's why she's been hunting down guardians, not just for their knowledge, but for their inherent connection to the technology. Eleanor moved to a computer terminal and began typing rapidly. We need to get you to the Kurthar Mountains before Charlotte completes her preparations. I have contacts who can arrange transportation, but we need to move quickly. The shepherds almost certainly know you're in London by now. As if in response to her words, a subtle vibration ran through the building, followed by the distant sound of breaking glass. Eleanor's head snapped up. They're here. She moved swiftly to a cabinet and removed a small device that resembled a handheld scanner. Take this, it will mask the crystal's energy signature temporarily. And take these as well. She handed Eliza a passport and identification card in the name of Elizabeth Harrison, along with a credit card and a significant amount of cash. The Southeast Service Tunnel leads to Montague Street, Eleanor continued, moving to a concealed door at the back of the room. My contact will meet you at Russell Square Gardens in 30 minutes. Look for someone reading The Lost Cities of the Indus Valley. Tell them the river remembers what the cities forget. They'll get you on a private flight to Pakistan. What about you? Eliza asked, suddenly reluctant to leave the older woman behind. I'll delay them, give you time to escape. Eleanor's smile was sad but determined. This has been my fight for 40 years, Eliza. I've prepared for this moment. From the corridor outside came the sound of running footsteps and urgent voices. Go, Eleanor urged, pressing a small hanger into Eliza's palm. And remember, the crystal responds to thought, but thought can be influenced. Trust your instincts, not just what the technology shows you. Before Eliza could respond, Eleanor pushed her through the concealed door and closed it behind her. Eliza found herself in a narrow maintenance tunnel, dimly lit by emergency lighting. Muffled voices came from the other side of the wall, followed by the sound of the office door being forced open. Eliza hesitated, torn between fleeing and trying to help Eleanor. But the older woman's words echoed in her mind. This was bigger than either of them, and the crystal had to be kept from Charlotte at all costs. With a silent promise to return for Eleanor if she could, Eliza turned and ran down the tunnel, following the signs for Montague Street. The weight of the gun in her pocket was an unfamiliar and uncomfortable presence, but given what she had learned about the shepherds, she was grateful for it. As she ran, she couldn't help but wonder how had her life changed so dramatically in the span of just a few days. From respected archaeologist to fugitive, running from a cult that wanted to use ancient technology to pierce the veil between dimensions. The tunnel ended at a metal door with a push bar. Eliza paused, catching her breath and listening for sounds of pursuit. Hearing nothing, she pressed her ear to the door, detecting only the ambient noise of London evening traffic beyond. She pushed the door open cautiously and emerged into a service alley that opened onto Montague Street. The rain had intensified, driving pedestrians to seek shelter or hurry to their destinations. Eliza pulled up the hood of her jacket and moved purposefully toward Russell Square Gardens, trying to look like any other Londoner, eager to get out of the weather. As she walked, she was acutely aware of the lead box in her bag, containing an artifact that apparently held the power to reshape reality itself. The rational part of her mind still struggled with the implications of everything she had learned: dimensional barriers, possession by otherworldly entities, ancient technology that responded to thought. But the evidence was compelling, and the danger posed by Charlotte and the shepherds was undeniable. Whether or not she fully believed in the metaphysical aspects of the crisis, she couldn't ignore the very real threat of a fanatical group activating technology they didn't fully understand. Russell Square Gardens was nearly deserted when she arrived, the rain having driven away all but the most determined park-goers. Eliza scanned the area, looking for someone reading the book Eleanor had mentioned. Near the central fountain, partially sheltered by a large tree, sat a figure on a bench, face obscured by an umbrella but clearly reading a book. Eliza approached cautiously, her hand moving to the gun in her pocket as a precaution. As she drew closer, the reader lowered the book, revealing a face Eliza hadn't expected: Alexandra Kincaid, the auburn-haired woman who had visited her hotel room. "You?" Eliza said, stopping several feet away. Alexandra nodded calmly. "Eleanor sent a message ahead. The river remembers what the cities forget." Eliza relaxed slightly, but remained wary. "How did you know I'd be here?" "I've been tracking shepherd movements throughout London. When they converged on the British Museum, I guessed Eleanor might send you this way." She rose, closing her book, which was indeed titled The Lost Cities of the Indus Valley. "Eleanor is still in there," Eliza said urgently. "We need to help her." Alexandra's expression was sympathetic but firm. "Eleanor made her choice. Our priority now is getting you and the crystal safely to Pakistan before the shepherds regroup." She gestured to a black motorcycle parked nearby. "Transportation to the airfield is arranged. We need to move." Eliza hesitated, torn between concern for Eleanor and the logic of Alexandra's argument. Before she could decide, the distant wail of police sirens caught her attention. "That's our cue," Alexandra said, moving toward the motorcycle. "We need to be gone before the authorities lock down the area." With a last glance toward the British Museum, Eliza followed. Whatever had happened there was beyond her control now. The mission had to take precedence: stop Charlotte, neutralize the Genesis crystal, prevent a catastrophe that might make recent events seem trivial by comparison. As they sped through London's rain-slicked streets on the motorcycle, Eliza found herself wondering what other discoveries lay buried beneath the ancient cities of the Indus Valley, and what price humanity might pay for unearthing them. The journey to Pakistan would be long and dangerous, but somewhere in the Kurthar Mountains waited answers to questions that had haunted archaeologists for centuries, along with a threat that could fundamentally alter the course of human history. And somehow, improbably, Eliza Harrington found herself at the center of it all, carrying a crystal key to a door that perhaps should never be opened again. The private airfield outside London was shrouded in pre-dawn mist, the small Gulfstream jet on the tarmac barely visible through the fog. Alexandra led Eliza across the damp concrete, both women hunched against the persistent drizzle. "Who's financing all this?" Eliza asked, eyeing the expensive aircraft. "I thought Nair's organization was compromised." "The Guardians have deep roots," Alexandra replied, "and multiple branches. Those of us still operational have access to resources independent of the main network." She nodded toward the plane. "Your pilot is Marcus Bennett, ex-RAF, completely trustworthy. He'll get you to Karachi, where a contact will meet you with ground transportation to the Kurthar Mountains." "You're not coming?" Eliza couldn't hide her surprise. "I need to track down other Guardians who might have been targeted. There's also the matter of Eleanor." Alexandra's expression tightened. "If she's been taken alive, the shepherds will try to extract information from her." The grim implication hung in the air between them. Eliza opened her mouth to protest, to insist on helping with Eleanor's rescue, but Alexandra cut her off. "The crystal is the priority. You are the priority. Everything else is secondary." A tall man in a pilot's uniform emerged from the aircraft and approached them. "We need to depart immediately. Weather's closing in, and our flight window is narrowing." Alexandra handed Eliza a satellite phone. "Use this only in emergencies. It's secure but not untraceable. When you reach Karachi, look for a woman named Fatima Abbasi near the western exit. Password is the ancient river flows beneath modern streets." Eliza tucked the phone into her pocket. "Alexandra, be careful. And if you find Eleanor, I'll do everything possible," Alexandra assured her. "Now, go." The flight to Pakistan was long and tense. Eliza used the time to study Nair's journal more thoroughly, focusing on his notes about the Kurthar Mountains and the supposed location of the seed vault. The coordinates led to a remote area with no marked archaeological sites or settlements, just rugged terrain that had seen little exploration by modern researchers. According to Nair's notes, the vault was concealed within a natural cave system, deliberately obscured by the ancient engineers who had sealed it. The entrance mechanism required multiple control crystals, placed in a specific configuration, along with activation by resonance, those rare individuals with the neurological capacity to interface with the technology. Approaching Pakistani airspace, the pilot announced over the intercom, "ETA to Karachi 2 hours," assuming no complications with clearance. Eliza acknowledged with a thumbs up, then returned to the journal. One passage in particular caught her attention. The Indus texts describe the Genesis crystal as both creator and destroyer, the heart of their network, capable of drawing energy directly from what they called the vins of the earth. Initial activation required 7 resonants working in harmony, suggesting a fail-safe against misuse. How Charlotte intends to circumvent this requirement remains unclear, though the Shepherd research into frequency modulation may provide a clue. She frowned, turning the page to find a hastily sketched diagram of the vault's central chamber. Nair had annotated it with references to harmonic convergence points and reality membrane thinning terms that sounded more like science fiction than archaeology. The pilot's voice came over the intercom again, this time tense and clipped. "Dr. Harrington, we have a situation. Military radar has locked onto us, and we're being ordered to divert to Lahore. Someone's flagged our flight plan." Eliza's heart sank. "The Shepherds? Unknown, but likely. I'm implementing countermeasures, but you should prepare for a rough landing. There's a contingency kit under your seat. Alexandra's instructions." Eliza retrieved the kit, a backpack containing cash, a Pakistani ID card in yet another name, a map with several locations marked, and basic survival gear. As she checked the contents, the aircraft suddenly banked sharply, causing her to grab the armrests. Taking evasive action, the pilot explained. Military aircraft approaching from the east. Through the window, Eliza saw the dark shape of a fighter jet paralleling their course. Then the Gulf Stream dropped altitude rapidly, causing her stomach to lurch. "New plan," the pilot called back. "There's a private airstrip near the coast used by smugglers. Not ideal, but our options are limited. Secure yourself, this will be rough." The next 20 minutes were a blur of stomach-churning maneuvers, rapid descent, and finally, a bone-jarring landing on what appeared to be little more than a dirt track carved into coastal scrubland. The jet came to a stop in a cloud of dust, its engines whining as they powered down. The pilot emerged from the cockpit, face grim. "We're about 100 miles southwest of Karachi. This area is controlled by local tribes who don't particularly welcome strangers, but they're not fond of government authorities either." He handed her a small device, emergency transponder. "If you need extraction, activate it. Otherwise, stay off the grid." "What about you?" Eliza asked, slinging the backpack over her shoulder. "I'll disable the aircraft's tracking systems and create a diversion heading north. With luck, they'll follow the electronic trail while you make your way to Karachi overland." He checked his watch. "There's a fishing village 5 miles east. You'll find boats that make regular runs to Karachi for trade. Don't mention anything about archaeology or artifacts. Just say you're a teacher whose transportation plans fell through." Eliza nodded, grateful for his calm professionalism. "Thank you, Marcus. Be careful. You as well, Doctor. Whatever you're involved in, it must be important for people this powerful to be hunting you." "More than you know," she murmured, securing the lead box containing the crystal in the center of her backpack. The coastal landscape was harsh and beautiful rocky outcroppings, interspersed with patches of scrub vegetation. The Arabian Sea, a shimmering expanse to the south. Eliza made good time across the terrain, guided by the map and the rising sun. By mid-morning, she reached the fishing village, a cluster of simple structures near a natural harbor where several wooden boats were moored. Children played among nets spread out to dry, while women processed the day's catch and men repaired equipment. Eliza approached cautiously, aware of curious eyes tracking her movement. A weathered man in his 60s stepped forward, addressing her in Sindhi. When she responded in English, he switched languages with practiced ease. "You are far from tourist areas," he observed, his tone neutral, but his gaze assessing. "My transportation arrangements fell through," Eliza explained, sticking to the cover story. "I need to reach Karachi. I can pay." She displayed a handful of Pakistani rupees. The man studied her for a long moment, then nodded toward one of the larger boats. "Nasir leaves for Karachi in 1 hour. He may take you for the right price." The journey to Karachi took nearly the entire day, the fishing boat making stops at several coastal villages along the way. Eliza kept to herself, feigning seasickness to avoid conversation with the other passengers. By the time they docked at Karachi's bustling port, the sun was setting, painting the sprawling city in hues of orange and gold. Following Alexandra's instructions, Eliza made her way to the western exit of the port area. The crowds were thinning as evening approached, making it easier to spot individuals waiting alone. Near a row of street vendors, a woman in her 40s stood quietly observing the passers-by. Something about her posture, alert but casual, caught Eliza's attention. Taking a deep breath, she approached. "The ancient river flows beneath modern streets," Eliza said quietly. The woman's expression didn't change, but she gave a slight nod. "And carries memories older than the stones," she replied, completing the recognition code. "I am Fatima. Follow me, but not too closely. We are being watched." Eliza fell into step about 10 yards behind Fatima, who moved with purpose through the labyrinthine streets of old Karachi. They wound through markets still bustling with evening activity, past mosques where the faithful gathered for evening prayers, and into increasingly narrow residential lanes. Twice, Fatima made sudden turns, doubling back or cutting through buildings. Each time, Eliza caught glimpses of men changing direction to follow them, confirmation that Fatima's caution was warranted. Finally, they entered what appeared to be an automotive repair shop, now closed for the night. Fatima led her through the darkened workspace to a back room where a large man with a scarred face waited beside a battered Land Rover. "They found us faster than expected," Fatima said without preamble. "The usual route to the mountains is compromised. We'll need to take the desert path." The man nodded grimly. "Longer, but less predictable. Vehicle is prepared, water, supplies, weapons." "This is Kamal," Fatima explained to Eliza. "Former military, now one of our most trusted drivers. He will get you to the coordinates." She turned to face Eliza directly. "From here, communication becomes difficult. The mountains have few signals, and the shepherds will be monitoring all frequencies. You will be largely on your own." "What about other guardians?" Eliza asked. "Surely there are others who could help." Fatima and Kamal exchanged a glance. "Most have gone silent," Fatima admitted. "Those still operational are focusing on containing shepherd activities elsewhere." The attack on the British Museum was just one of several coordinated strikes against Guardian facilities worldwide. "We believe they are creating a diversion," Kamal added, "drawing our resources away from Pakistan while their main team prepares at the vault." Fatima handed Eliza a small case. "Local medications, including antibiotics. The mountains are unforgiving." She hesitated, then added, "There is one more thing you should know. Our sources indicate Charlotte has acquired a new asset, someone intimately familiar with the control crystals." "Who?" Eliza asked, though she feared she already knew the answer. "Dr. Eleanor Whitmore was seen being transported to a private airfield in London shortly after the museum incident. We believe she is now in Pakistan, possibly already at the vault site." The news hit Eliza like a physical blow. "Captured or defected? Unknown," Fatima replied. "But the shepherds have methods of ensuring cooperation that don't require willing participation. They've developed techniques to extract information directly from the minds of resonants." Before Eliza could process this disturbing information, the distant sound of sirens cut through the night. "Time to move," Kamal said, opening the Land Rover's door. "The longer we stay in the city, the greater the risk." Eliza climbed into the vehicle, her mind racing. If Eleanor was being forced to help Charlotte access the vault, the timeline had just accelerated dramatically. And if the shepherds had developed methods to extract information from resonance, what might they learn from Eleanor's decades of research and experience? As the Land Rover pulled out through a concealed rear exit, Fatima leaned in through the window. "Trust the crystal," she said urgently. "Whatever happens, remember that your connection to it is unique. That is both your strength and your vulnerability." She stepped back, melting into the shadows. "Good luck, Dr. Harrington. The fate of more than you know rests in your hands." The journey out of Karachi was tense, with Kamal taking a convoluted route through increasingly sparse outskirts until they reached the open desert. Once beyond the city limits, he increased their speed, the powerful vehicle eating up miles of rough terrain under the star-filled sky. "We'll drive through the night," he explained. "Reach the foothills by dawn, then take the old smuggler's trails into the mountains. Less chance of interception that way." Eliza nodded, settling in for the long journey. Despite her exhaustion, sleep eluded her. Her mind kept returning to Eleanor captured, perhaps being subjected to whatever method the shepherds used to extract information from resonance. And beneath that worry lay a deeper concern. What exactly waited for them in the Kurthar Mountains? What power had the ancient engineers of the Indus Valley discovered, and what price had they paid for that knowledge? As the Land Rover sped through the desert night, the lead box in Eliza's backpack seemed to grow heavier, a physical manifestation of the responsibility she now carried. Somewhere ahead, buried in the mountains, lay answers to questions that had haunted her since that first day at Mohenjo-Daro. Whether those answers would bring enlightenment or catastrophe remained to be seen. The crystal was the key, and for better or worse, she was now irrevocably bound to it. Dawn broke over the Kurthar Mountains in a blaze of orange and gold, illuminating a landscape both beautiful and forbidding. Jagged peaks rose from the desert floor like the spine of some ancient beast, their slopes largely barren save for patches of hardy scrub vegetation. In the valleys and ravines, scattered trees marked the paths of seasonal watercourses now mostly dry in the early summer heat. Kamal navigated the Land Rover with practiced skill, following trails visible only to his experienced eye. They had left the last semblance of a road hours ago, now traversing terrain that seemed designed to repel human intrusion. "The coordinates are still about 20 kilometers ahead," he said, breaking a silence that had stretched for hours. "But we cannot drive much farther. The terrain becomes impassable for vehicles." Eliza nodded, studying the map and comparing it to Nair's journal notes. "According to this, there should be a narrow canyon leading to a plateau. The entrance to the cave system is concealed somewhere on that plateau. We are not the only ones searching." Kamal gestured toward a distant ridge, where dust plumes suggested vehicle movement. "Shepherds. They have been combing the area for days, according to my contacts. Systematic grid search pattern. Have they found anything? Not yet, or there would be more concentration of forces. But they are close." He pointed to a different area of the map. "We will approach from the northeast. More difficult terrain, but less likely to be monitored. I know a shepherd, a real one, with goats who has a camp in that area. He may provide additional information." By mid-morning, the Land Rover could go no further. They concealed it in a dry riverbed, covering it with a camouflage tarp, and continued on foot. The heat was oppressive, the sun beating down from a cloudless sky as they hiked through increasingly steep and rocky terrain. Kamal moved with the quiet efficiency of someone long accustomed to harsh environments, while Eliza struggled to maintain the pace, her academic lifestyle having poorly prepared her for mountain trekking. Still, determination drove her forward, the weight of the backpack with its precious cargo a constant reminder of what was at stake. They reached the shepherd's camp shortly after noon, a simple arrangement of stone shelters near a small spring, one of the few reliable water sources in the area. A weather-beaten man in traditional clothing greeted Kamal with obvious recognition, the two men conversing rapidly in a local dialect Eliza couldn't follow. After several minutes, Kamal turned to her. "Bashir says shepherd forces have established a base camp approximately 5 kilometers southwest of the coordinates in Nair's journal. Heavy equipment, satellite communications, armed guards. They arrived 3 days ago and have been conducting extensive surveys of the area. Have they found the entrance? He believes not. But this morning, a helicopter delivered new personnel to their camp. Among them was a Western woman with white hair, Eleanor. Eliza's concern deepened. If the shepherds had brought Eleanor to the site, they must be close to locating the vault entrance. "We need to hurry," she said. "How long to reach the coordinates?" 4 hours, perhaps 5, over difficult terrain. Kamal consulted with Bashir again. He offers to guide us through a hidden approach, hunters' trails that even the locals rarely use. With Bashir leading the way, they set off into the mountains. The trails were indeed challenging narrow paths, skirting precipitous drops, passages through tight rock formations, and steep climbs that required scrambling on all fours. But they made steady progress, and by late afternoon, they had reached a vantage point overlooking the plateau described in Nair's journal. Through binoculars, Eliza could see the shepherd camp, a cluster of high-tech tents, satellite equipment, and all-terrain vehicles. Armed guards patrolled the perimeter, while teams of people who appeared to be scientists or researchers worked at various stations. On the far side of the camp, a group had gathered around what looked like scanning equipment, pointed at the rock face of a cliff. "They're using ground-penetrating radar," Eliza observed, "trying to locate hollow spaces behind the rock. The entrance is not there," Bashir said in heavily accented English, speaking for the first time since they'd met. "It is hidden where water flows only once in a generation." Eliza and Kamal both turned to him in surprise. "You know of the entrance?" Kamal asked. The shepherd shrugged. "Old stories. My grandfather spoke of a door that appears when flood waters reveal the path of ancient rivers. It has happened only twice in living memory, once when my grandfather was a boy, and again 30 years ago." Eliza's pulse quickened. Flash floods would temporarily change the landscape, revealing features normally hidden beneath sand and debris. She consulted Nair's journal again. Here, he mentions a path revealed by water, but assumed it was a metaphorical reference. "The last great flood in these mountains was in 2010, Kamal said. Devastated valleys throughout the region. And afterward?" Eliza asked Bashir. "Did anyone speak of seeing a door or entrance?" The shepherd nodded slowly. There were stories among the Gothards. A strange opening in the rock face, with markings unlike any tribal symbols. But such tales are common after flood spirits and jinn play tricks on the minds of men in times of disaster. Eliza studied the plateau through the binoculars again. The shepherds are focusing on the wrong area. The entrance must be in a dry, streamed or seasonal canyon somewhere that would only be exposed during heavy water flow. Bashir pointed to a different section of the plateau, away from the shepherd activities. There, the ancient riverbed, now dry for decades, but when the floods come, it runs deep and swift. Through the binoculars, Eliza could see a winding depression in the landscape, subtle but distinct, cutting across the plateau before disappearing into a jumble of boulders and rock formations. "That's where we need to look," she decided, "but we'll have to wait until dark to approach. Too exposed otherwise." Kamal nodded agreement. "We rest now, move after sunset." As the sun began its descent, Eliza opened her backpack and removed the lead box containing the crystal. She hadn't examined it since London, concerned about its energy signature being detected. But now, with the vault potentially close, she needed to understand more about how it functioned. "Is it wise?" Kamal asked, watching her with concern. "Probably not," Eliza admitted. "But if we find the entrance, I need to be prepared to use this. I can't go in blind." She opened the box carefully. The crystal lay nestled in its protective lining, appearing dormant, no glow, no visible energy. Eliza hesitated, then slowly reached in and lifted it out. The response was immediate and startling. The moment her fingers touched the crystal, it awakened a soft blue glow emanating from its core, pulsing subtly like a heartbeat. More disconcerting was the sensation that flooded her consciousness, a feeling of connection, of awareness expanding beyond normal perception. Images flashed through her mind, the plateau as it might have appeared thousands of years ago, a thriving settlement near a flowing river, people gathered around structures built into the rock face. The vision was so vivid, so detailed, that for a moment, Eliza lost awareness of her present surroundings. "Dr. Harrington." Kamal's voice seemed to come from a great distance, gradually pulling her back to reality. She blinked. finding both men staring at her with concern. "I saw," she began, then struggled to articulate the experience. "It showed me how this place used to be. There was a settlement, a river flowing through the center of the plateau." She looked toward the dry riverbed, and structures, not just caves, but engineered spaces built into the cliff walls. Bashir's expression was a mixture of awe and unease. "The stone that remembers," he murmured. "Our legends speak of such things." Eliza studied the crystal, which continued to pulse with gentle light. "It's responding to proximity. We must be close to the vault." She carefully returned it to the lead box, but not before noticing something unusual, a pattern forming within the crystal. Lines of light that seemed to be arranging themselves into a specific configuration. "It's changing," she said, "adapting or activating in some way." "Then we must hurry," Kamal said grimly. "If yours is responding, others may be as well. The shepherds will detect the energy signature." They waited until full darkness descended before making their approach. The night brought a dramatic drop in temperature, the desert heat giving way to a penetrating chill that made Eliza grateful for the thermal layer in her jacket. The moon, nearly full, provided enough light to navigate by, though they kept to shadows whenever possible. Descending from their vantage point, they skirted the edge of the plateau, giving the shepherd camp a wide berth. Even at night, the operation remained active. Lights illuminated the areas where researchers continued their work, and guards with night vision equipment maintained vigilant patrols. Bashir led them to the ancient riverbed, now a shallow depression filled with sand and scattered rocks. They followed its winding course across the plateau, heading toward the jumble of boulders where it disappeared into the cliff face. "This is as far as I go," Bashir said when they reached the stone formation. "What you seek lies beyond, but I want no part of old magic." He pointed to a narrow gap between two massive boulders. "Through there, follow the riverbed. It leads to a place where the rock walls form a circle open to the sky. The elders call it the Cup of Stars." Kamal thanked him with a traditional blessing, pressing something into the shepherd's hand, payment or gift. Eliza wasn't sure. Then Bashir melted away into the darkness, returning to his familiar world of goats and mountain paths. "Ready?" Kamal asked, checking his weapon, a compact automatic pistol that he had kept concealed until now. Eliza nodded, adjusting her backpack. "Let's find this entrance before the shepherds do." The gap between the boulders was narrow enough that they had to turn sideways to pass through, emerging into a winding corridor of stone, natural in origin, but possibly enhanced by human hands in the distant past. They followed it by the light of a single shielded flashlight, careful to keep the beam directed downward to avoid detection. After several hundred meters, the passage opened suddenly into the formation Bashir had described, a circular space, perhaps 30 meters across, surrounded by sheer rock walls that rose at least 50 meters to a circular opening framing the star-filled sky above. The ground was sandy, with the dry riverbed cutting a channel across the center, before disappearing into a rockfall on the far side. "The Cup of Stars," Eliza murmured. "It's beautiful." "And a natural amphitheater," Kamal warned, his voice barely above a whisper. "Sound carries here. We must be silent." They moved carefully across the space, following the riverbed to the rockfall. It appeared to be the result of a relatively recent collapse, boulders and debris, partially blocking what might once have been the continuation of the passage. "This doesn't look ancient," Eliza said quietly. "Could be from the 2010 floods, or even more recent." Kamal examined the rockfall with expert eyes. "Intentional," he concluded. "Shaped charges. Someone tried to seal this entrance, and not long ago. The Guardians, possibly. Or someone who understood the danger of what lies beyond." He began methodically examining the debris, looking for a way through. There should be a path. No one would completely block access if the site needed monitoring. Eliza removed the crystal again, hoping it might provide guidance. As soon as it was free of the lead box, the blue glow intensified, and she felt that strange expansion of awareness again, but more controlled this time, less overwhelming. With the crystal in hand, she approached the rockfall. Something drew her attention to a particular configuration of stones near the ground, unremarkable to casual observation, but now seeming subtly different from the surrounding debris. "Here," she said, kneeling to examine the area more closely. These smaller rocks aren't part of the fall. They've been placed deliberately. Together, they carefully removed the arranged stones, revealing a narrow tunnel through the larger debris, just wide enough for a person to crawl through. "I'll go first," Kamal said, but Eliza shook her head. "The crystal is responding to something beyond. I need to lead." Before he could protest, she had positioned herself at the tunnel entrance, the glowing crystal held before her like a talisman. The passage was tight and claustrophobic, forcing her to wriggle through on her stomach in places. Dust and small stones rained down as she disturbed the precarious balance of the rockfall. Behind her, Kamal followed silently, his larger frame having even more difficulty navigating the confined space. After what seemed an eternity of tense, uncomfortable crawling, Eliza felt the passage widening. The crystal's glow had intensified to the point that she no longer needed the flashlight, its blue light illuminating a space beyond the tunnel. She emerged into a small chamber carved from the living rock, its walls covered in the now familiar symbols of the Indus script. But unlike the partial fragments usually found at archaeological sites, these were complete panels, extensive texts carefully arranged around a central feature that immediately captured her attention. Set into the far wall was a circular door, perhaps 2 meters in diameter, made of a dark, stone-like material that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Around its circumference were 7 recessed niches, each shaped to hold a control crystal. "The vault entrance," Eliza breathed, her voice filled with wonder and apprehension. Kamal emerged from the tunnel behind her, his expression changing from tension to awe as he took in their surroundings. "After all these years," he murmured, "the Guardians have sought this place for generations." Eliza approached the door, studying the empty niches. 7 receptacles for 7 crystals," she said, just as Nair described, a perfect circle to complete the activation sequence. She held her crystal near one of the niches, and the response was immediate. The glow intensified, and the patterns within the crystal aligned themselves with markings around the recess. "It knows where it belongs," she said, like a key recognizing its lock. Before she could place the crystal in its niche, a sound from the tunnel made them both freeze, a scraping noise, followed by the distinct sound of voices. "We are not alone," Kamal whispered, drawing his weapon and positioning himself near the tunnel entrance. Eliza quickly returned the crystal to its lead box, plunging the chamber into relative darkness. They extinguished their flashlight, pressing themselves against the wall beside the tunnel opening, waiting in tense silence. The voices grew clearer, English with various accents, professional in tone, rather than the commands of soldiers. "Readings are strongest here. The energy signature matches the reference sample. Proceed with caution. Remember Brussels, 2 researchers lost when they triggered the defensive mechanism." A light appeared in the tunnel, and moments later, a woman emerged, slim, in her 30s, wearing practical fieldwork clothing and carrying sophisticated scanning equipment. She was so focused on the readings that she didn't immediately notice Kamal and Eliza in the shadows. When she finally looked up, her surprise was evident, but she recovered quickly, calling back to those still in the tunnel. "We have company." Newman's team must have found another entrance. Before anyone could react further, more figures began emerging from the tunnel, 3 men in similar field gear, followed by an all-too-familiar white-haired woman. Charlotte Mercer surveyed the chamber with an expression of triumph that quickly modulated to mild amusement when she spotted Eliza. "Dr. Harrington, how persistent you are." Her gaze shifted to Kamal, assessing and dismissive. "And you found a new Guardian ally since London. Impressive resourcefulness." The men had drawn weapons, not military firearms, but strange devices that resembled futuristic tasers. One of them advanced toward Kamal, who raised his own gun in response. "I wouldn't," Charlotte advised calmly. "Those are neural disruptors, specifically calibrated for the resonant nervous system. Quite painful, I'm told, and potentially lethal at higher settings." She turned her attention to the circular door, approaching it with the confident stride of someone who had anticipated this moment for years. The primary vault entrance, exactly as described in the texts. She ran her fingers over the ancient symbols surrounding it. 7 keys for 7 masters. The final failsafe of a civilization that recognized its own hubris too late. "Where's Eleanor?" Eliza demanded, stepping forward despite the weapons trained on her. "What have you done with her?" Charlotte smiled. "Dr. Whitmore is making a valuable contribution to our work. Her insights have been illuminating." She reached into a pouch at her belt and removed an object that made Eliza's breath catch another control crystal, identical to her own but glowing with an amber light rather than blue. "Eleanor's crystal," Eliza realized aloud. "One of 3 in our possession," Charlotte confirmed. "With yours, we would have 4 more than enough to initiate the primary sequence." She held out her hand. "The crystal, Dr. Harrington, without need for unpleasantness." Kamal tensed, his weapon still trained on the nearest Shepherd operative. "Do not give it to her," he said firmly. "Whatever she offers, whatever she threatens, the consequences of activation are worse." Charlotte sighed. Such melodrama. The Guardians have always been so, literal in their interpretation of the ancient warnings. Possession dimensional rifts entities from beyond, primitive attempts to explain what they couldn't understand. She took another step toward Eliza. What the ancients discovered wasn't some supernatural horror. It was the next stage of human evolution consciousness, unfettered by physical limitations. They weren't prepared for the transition. We are. As Charlotte spoke, Eliza became aware of a subtle vibration emanating from the backpack, where the lead box was stored, a resonance that seemed to intensify with each word. "You're wrong," Eliza said, playing for time as she tried to understand what was happening. "The evidence from Mohenjo-Daro is clear. Whatever they activated, it destroyed their civilization. It transformed their civilization," Charlotte corrected. "Those who were ready ascended to a higher plane of existence. Those who weren't, well, evolution has always had its casualties." The vibration from the backpack had increased to the point that Eliza could feel it through the fabric. Something was responding to their proximity to the vault, to the presence of multiple crystals in the same space. A new figure appeared at the tunnel entrance. A guard, his expression urgent. "Dr. Mercer, we have movement at the base camp. Multiple vehicles approaching from the south. Armed personnel." Charlotte's composure slipped for the first time. "How many?" "At least 20, possibly more. Professional military tactics." She turned to her team. "Prepare for immediate activation. We cannot wait for optimal conditions. To the guard, delay them. Use whatever force is necessary." As the guard retreated, Charlotte faced Eliza again. "A final opportunity, Dr. Harrington. Join us willingly. Contribute your crystal and your resonant abilities to the activation and experience the transformation from within. Or resist and watch from the periphery as humanity takes its next great evolutionary leap." Eliza felt Kamal tense beside her, ready for conflict despite the overwhelming odds. The vibration from her backpack had become a palpable hum, the lead box no longer able to contain whatever energy was building within the crystal. In that moment of crisis, a strange clarity came to her, not from the crystal's influence, but from her own understanding of the evidence they had uncovered. The Indus civilization hadn't been destroyed by supernatural forces or transcendent evolution. They had discovered a technology they couldn't fully control, with consequences they couldn't predict. And now history was poised to repeat itself. "I'll need to see Eleanor first," Eliza said, stalling for time as she tried to formulate a plan. "Prove to me she's unharmed, and I'll consider your offer." Charlotte studied her for a moment, then nodded to one of her team. "Bring Dr. Whitmore. Perhaps seeing her mentor will help Dr. Harrington make the rational choice." As the man departed through the tunnel, Charlotte turned her attention back to the vault door, examining the crystal niches with obvious anticipation. "We stand at the threshold of a new age," she said, her voice taking on an almost reverent quality. "What your limited archaeological perspective sees as destruction, we recognize as transformation. The ancient engineers didn't fail. They succeeded beyond their wildest expectations. They simply lacked the conceptual framework to understand what they had achieved." The humming from Eliza's backpack had become audible to everyone in the chamber. Charlotte looked toward it, her expression knowing. "Your crystal feels it too. The proximity to the other keys, to the vault itself. They're designed to work in concert, to amplify each other's capabilities." She held out her hand again. "It wants to be united with the others. You can feel it." And Eliza could a pull, a yearning that seemed to emanate from the crystal itself. But beneath that sensation was something else, something that reminded her of Eleanor's warning. The crystal responds to thought, but thought can be influenced. Trust your instincts, not just what the technology shows you. Before she could respond, sounds of commotion came from the tunnel, and moments later, Eleanor Whitmore was led into the chamber, pale, disheveled, but apparently physically unharmed. Her eyes widened when she saw Eliza. "Eleanor," Eliza breathed, taking a step toward her mentor before being blocked by one of the guards. "Eliza." Eleanor's voice was weaker than normal, but still carried its characteristic authority. "Don't let them." She was cut off by the guard gripping her arm more tightly. "As you can see, Dr. Whitmore is perfectly fine," Charlotte said smoothly. "She has simply had her perspective adjusted to better understand the importance of our work." Eleanor's eyes told a different story, one of resistance, of a mind fighting against external influence. She seemed to be struggling to communicate something beyond her spoken words. "Now," Charlotte continued, "your crystal, Dr. Harrington. We have a schedule to maintain, especially with uninvited guests approaching." The distant sound of gunfire filtered through the tunnel. The confrontation at the base camp had apparently begun. Charlotte's team exchanged tense glances, their weapons still trained on Eliza and Kamal. In that moment of distraction, Eleanor caught Eliza's eye and made a subtle gesture, tapping her temple twice, then pointing to her heart. A message, but what did it mean? "The crystal responds to thought," Eleanor had said. "Trust your instincts, not just what the technology shows you. Temple, heart, mind, and emotion in balance." Understanding dawned on Eliza. The crystals didn't just respond to proximity or physical interaction, they responded to the intentions and emotional state of their resonant users. What Charlotte planned wasn't merely the physical activation of an ancient technology, but the creation of a specific mental and emotional matrix to channel its power. The wrong intention, the wrong emotional framework, could alter the outcome in unpredictable ways. Without warning, gunfire erupted much closer within the passage leading to the Cup of Stars. Shouts and the sound of running feet suggested the conflict had reached their location far sooner than expected. "Enough delay," Charlotte snapped. "Secure them both and take the crystal by force if necessary. We begin the activation now, with or without Dr. Harrington's cooperation." As the guards moved toward them, Eliza made her decision. In one fluid motion, she pulled the lead box from her backpack, opened it, and seized the crystal. The blue glow erupted immediately, far more intense than before, bathing the chamber in pulsing azure light. But instead of surrendering it or attempting to flee, Eliza stepped directly toward the vault door. The crystal in her hand seemed to sing, resonating with the ancient structure in a way that vibrated through her bones. "Stop her!" Charlotte shouted, but it was too late. Eliza pressed the crystal into one of the niches, not randomly, but one specific recess that had called to her from the moment she entered the chamber. The fit was perfect, the crystal locking into place with a soft click that somehow carried more finality than the gunfire still echoing through the passages outside. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Lines of blue light spread from the crystal, tracing the patterns carved into the vault door. The entire structure began to hum, a deep resonance that made the air itself vibrate. "What have you done?" Charlotte demanded, her composure finally shattering completely. "The activation sequence requires specific preparation, specific mental harmonics." Eleanor, taking advantage of the distraction, broke free from her guard and moved to Eliza's side. "She's done exactly what needs to be done," the older woman said, her voice stronger now. "The system doesn't just respond to technology or procedure, Charlotte. It responds to intent." The blue lines continued to spread across the door, forming increasingly complex patterns. The 3 amber crystals Charlotte's team had placed in other niches began to pulse in rhythm with Eliza's blue one, their colors slowly shifting, harmonizing. "The failsafe," Eleanor explained, a note of wonder in her voice. "The ancients built it into the system itself. The wrong intention, the wrong emotional framework, triggers a defensive protocol rather than full activation." Charlotte lunged toward the door, reaching for Eliza's crystal as if to remove it, but recoiled with a cry of pain when her fingers touched the glowing surface. "This changes nothing," she snarled. We have the majority of crystals. The sequence can still be completed. But even as she spoke, the nature of the energy in the chamber was changing. The blue light emanating from Eliza's crystal had begun to encompass the entire door, creating a barrier of shimmering energy that separated Charlotte and her team from the vault entrance. "What's happening?" Eliza asked Eleanor, watching in awe as the patterns continued to evolve and expand. "Reconfiguration," Eleanor replied. "Your crystal, your intention is resetting the system. The defensive protocol is activating, but not in the catastrophic way that affected the ancient civilization. It's more controlled." The gunfire outside had ceased, replaced by the sound of organized movement, boots on stone, commands being issued in clipped, professional tones. Whoever had attacked the Shepherd base camp was now moving through the outer chambers, approaching their location. Charlotte's expression had transformed from anger to calculation. "This isn't over," she said, backing toward the tunnel. "The vault has multiple entrances. The crystals can be retuned. What you've done is merely a delay, not a defeat." She gestured to her remaining team members. "Withdraw. Protocol Omega. Rendezvous at the secondary site. To Eliza and Eleanor, enjoy your temporary victory. The evolution of consciousness won't be stopped by archaeological traditionalism or guardian interference. It's already begun, with or without the vault's activation." Before anyone could respond, she had disappeared into the tunnel, her team following hastily behind. Kamal moved quickly to the entrance, checking that they were truly retreating, rather than preparing an ambush. "Clear for now," he reported, "but we should be ready for whoever is coming through. Friend or enemy remains to be seen." Eliza turned her attention back to the vault door, where the energy field had stabilized into a shimmering blue barrier. Will it hold? Will it prevent them from accessing the vault through other entrances? Eleanor placed a hand near the field, careful not to touch it directly. "For now, what you've done is initiated a lockdown protocol, essentially putting the system into a defensive state that requires a complete reset before any activation sequence can be attempted. How long will that take? Based on the text we've translated, months, possibly years." Eleanor's expression was a mixture of relief and concern. But Charlotte wasn't wrong about multiple access points. The system was designed with redundancies. The sound of approaching figures drew their attention back to the tunnel. Moments later, armed personnel in unmarked tactical gear began to file into the chamber, weapons ready, but not directly aimed at them. Leading the group was a face Eliza recognized with astonishment: Alexandra Kincaid. "Perimeter secure," Alexandra announced crisply. "Shepherd forces in retreat. We have control of the plateau." She surveyed the chamber, her gaze lingering on the glowing vault door. "I see we arrived just in time for the interesting part." "Alexandra," Eliza said, relief evident in her voice. "How did you find us?" Eleanor managed to get a message out before the Shepherds completely suppressed her communication. Alexandra moved forward to embrace Eleanor briefly. "Good to see you intact, old friend. We feared the worst when we lost contact." Charlotte's methods were invasive, but not as effective as she believed, Eleanor replied. "They extracted information, but not all of it, and not always the parts they thought they were getting." Alexandra turned her attention to the vault door. "And this? I'm assuming from the light show that something significant has happened. Dr. Harrington initiated a defensive protocol," Eleanor explained. "The system is in lockdown. No one can access the Genesis crystal or activate the full network, at least for now." One of Alexandra's team approached, carrying a tablet displaying what appeared to be satellite imagery. "Ma'am, we have confirmation of Shepherd vehicles regrouping approximately 15 kilometers south. Estimated 30 personnel, heavily armed. They won't risk a direct confrontation now," Alexandra said confidently. "Not with their primary objective secured against them and their forces dispersed." She turned to Eliza. "Your crystal, it's still connected to the system?" Eliza nodded toward the vault door, where her crystal remained embedded in its niche, pulsing with blue light. "Can it be removed?" Eleanor answered before Eliza could. "Not advisable. Removing it now could interrupt the lockdown protocol, potentially creating a vulnerability in the security system. Better to leave it in place until we can establish proper containment procedures. Alexandra nodded her understanding. Then we secure this site. Make it the most heavily guarded archaeological dig in history, if necessary. She glanced at the symbol-covered walls. Besides, there's much to learn here, even without accessing the vault itself. As the tactical team began establishing a perimeter and setting up equipment, Eliza found herself standing before the vault door, studying the patterns flowing across its surface. The blue light pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat, creating an almost hypnotic effect. What was really in there? She asked Eleanor quietly. Beyond the door, I mean. What did the ancient engineers actually discover? Eleanor joined her, observing the shifting patterns with a scholar's appreciation for their complexity. Based on all the evidence we've gathered over decades, a technology that allowed them to tap into what modern physics might call zero-point energy or vacuum energy, the fundamental field that underlies all reality. But they discovered something else along with it, something unexpected, another dimension, entities from beyond our reality, perhaps, or perhaps just aspects of our own consciousness that we're not equipped to process directly. Eleanor's voice was thoughtful. The ancients described it in spiritual terms: gods, demons, transcendence. We might use different language today: quantum fields, emergent consciousness, dimensional interfaces, but the fundamental mystery remains the same. She placed a gentle hand on Eliza's shoulder. What matters is that you stopped history from repeating itself. Your instinct, your intent recognized the danger when Charlotte's did not. Eliza wasn't entirely convinced, for now, but she's still out there, with 3 crystals and whatever knowledge they extracted from you. This feels less like victory and more like a temporary stalemate. Welcome to the real work of the Guardians, Eleanor said with a small smile. Not the dramatic confrontations, but the patient, persistent vigilance that follows. Protecting knowledge that humanity isn't ready for yet. Understanding it piece by piece. Preparing for the day when we might be able to use it wisely. Alexandra approached them, having finished giving instructions to her team. The site is secure. We're establishing a research base with proper security protocols. Dr. Whitmore, we'll need your expertise to coordinate the scholarly work. Of course, Eleanor agreed. And you, Dr. Harrington, Alexandra continued, have some decisions to make. Your academic life has been somewhat complicated by recent events. The British Museum incident made international news, and your connection to it hasn't gone unnoticed in archaeological circles. Eliza hadn't even considered the professional implications of her involvement. My career is probably in shambles, isn't it? Not necessarily. The Guardians have connections in academic institutions worldwide. Arrangements can be made. Alexandra's expression softened slightly. But there's no returning to the life you had before. Once you've encountered this technology, once you've connected with it as a resonant, that path is closed. What are my options then? Join us formally. Your abilities as a resonant are rare and valuable. The Guardians need people like you, especially now with our ranks thinned by the Shepherd's attacks. Alexandra gestured toward the vault door. Or walk away entirely. We can provide a new identity, a comfortable but quiet life, far from archaeological research or ancient mysteries. The choice seemed impossible. Abandon everything she had worked for, everything she believed in, or commit herself to a lifelong secret mission, guarding knowledge that the world wasn't ready to receive. As she contemplated her options, Eliza's gaze returned to the crystal embedded in the vault door, still pulsing with that steady blue light, still connected to her in ways she was only beginning to understand. Through that connection, she sensed something vast and complex beyond the door, not malevolent, not benevolent, but simply other, different in a way that human minds struggled to comprehend. Perhaps that was the real lesson of Mohenjo-Daro and the Indus Valley civilization, not that knowledge itself was dangerous, but that wisdom was needed to guide its application. Not that mysteries should remain buried forever, but that they should be approached with caution and respect for their complexity. I'll join the Guardians, she said finally, her decision crystallizing even as she spoke, not to hide this knowledge, but to help understand it properly, to prepare humanity for discoveries that could transform our understanding of reality itself. Eleanor nodded approval, while Alexandra seemed relieved, if not surprised. The shepherds won't stop, Alexandra warned. Charlotte is driven by a vision of human transcendence that borders on religious fanaticism. She'll find other ways, other artifacts, other approaches to achieving her goal. Then we'll be ready, Eliza said with new determination. We have one advantage she doesn't. We recognize the danger of moving too quickly. As Alexandra's team secured the ancient chamber, Eliza stood before the glowing vault door. Her crystal, still embedded in the stone, the blue light pulsed steadily, creating patterns that seemed to flow like water across the ancient surface. What happens now? She asked, turning to Eleanor and Alexandra. We establish a permanent research outpost, Alexandra replied. Study the texts, monitor the lockdown protocol, prepare for whatever the shepherds might attempt next. Eleanor nodded agreement. And we continue the real work understanding what the Indus engineers discovered, separating truth from myth, technological advancement from supernatural interpretation. In the days that followed, the site was transformed. Guardian personnel established a sophisticated base camp, disguised as an archaeological expedition, complete with legitimate permits, hastily arranged through diplomatic channels. Surveillance systems monitored the surrounding mountains for any sign of shepherd activity, while scholars began the painstaking process of documenting and translating the extensive text panels covering the chamber walls. Eliza divided her time between assisting with translations and learning more about her role as a resonant. Under Eleanor's guidance, she began to understand the unique connection she shared with the crystal technology, not merely a user interface, but a symbiotic relationship that changed both the technology and herself in subtle ways. The ancients believed that the crystals chose their users, Eleanor explained one evening as they sat reviewing translation notes, that they responded to specific patterns of thought and emotion that marked certain individuals as worthy of accessing their power. And what do you believe? Eliza asked. Eleanor smiled, that the truth is probably more complex than either scientific materialism or mystical interpretation would suggest. The technology operates at the intersection of physical reality and consciousness itself, a place our current paradigms struggle to fully describe. 1 month after securing the vault entrance, Eliza received a report that confirmed what they had suspected. Charlotte and the shepherds had gone to ground, their organization dispersing to safe houses around the world, but they hadn't given up. Intelligence suggested they were pursuing new leads, other artifacts from the Indus Valley that might provide alternative paths to their goal of forced human transcendence. It feels like we've won a battle but not the war, Eliza remarked to Alexandra as they reviewed the report. That's the nature of what we do, Alexandra replied. The Guardians have been fighting this war for nearly a century, keeping dangerous knowledge contained until humanity is ready for it. Sometimes we succeed dramatically, sometimes we merely delay disaster, but the work continues. On her last evening at the site, before departing for a more permanent Guardian facility in Europe, Eliza returned alone to the chamber. The vault door continued its silent vigil, the blue light of her embedded crystal still pulsing with the same steady rhythm. She placed her hand near the surface, feeling the subtle energy field that separated her from whatever lay beyond ancient technology, interdimensional portal, or something else entirely that human language lacked proper terms to describe. I'll be back, she promised, both to the crystal and to herself. And next time, I'll be better prepared to understand you. As she turned to leave, her flashlight illuminated a section of text she hadn't noticed before, a small panel partially hidden behind a rock protrusion. The symbols were familiar now after weeks of intensive study, and she translated them easily. Knowledge without wisdom brings darkness. Wisdom without knowledge brings stagnation. The path between is narrow but must be walked with care. A fitting epitaph for the Indus Valley civilization, Eliza thought, and perhaps a warning or a promise for humanity's future relationship with the mysteries that remained buried in humanity's distant past. The ancient engineers of Mohenjo-Daro had discovered something profound at technology, a truth, an understanding that their civilization couldn't fully integrate. Rather than let it destroy them completely, they had contained it, sealed it away with warnings and safeguards, preserving both the danger and the promise for future generations who might be better equipped to wield such power responsibly. Now that responsibility had passed to Eliza and the Guardians, not to hide the truth forever, but to unveil it gradually, carefully, with the wisdom that could only come from understanding both its potential and its peril. As she left the chamber for the last time, Eliza felt the weight of that responsibility and the exhilaration of standing at the threshold of discoveries that might someday transform humanity's understanding of reality itself. The vessels of Mohenjo-Daro had kept their secrets for 4,500 years. Now, their whispers had begun to be heard once more. Whether those whispers would eventually become a symphony of enlightenment or a cacophony of destruction remained to be seen. But for now, the crystal continued its vigilant pulsing, the blue light a beacon in the darkness of the ancient chamber, patient, persistent, waiting for humanity to be ready for the truths it contained. 6 months after the events at the Kurthar Mountains, Eliza stood before a panel of 6 Guardian leaders in a converted monastery in the Swiss Alps. The ancient stone building, with its thick walls and remote location, served as one of the organization's primary European facilities, a place where resonance could train and scholars could study recovered artifacts away from prying eyes. "Your progress has been remarkable, Dr. Harrington," said Director Hamad, an elderly Egyptian archaeologist who headed the Guardian Council. Few resonance develop such control so quickly. Eliza nodded her appreciation of the compliment, though control seemed a generous description of her relationship with the crystal technology. Since leaving Pakistan, she had been working with a small fragment of her original crystal, a sliver that had broken off during the vault lockdown, retaining a connection to the main piece, still embedded in the door. Through daily meditation and practice under Eleanor's guidance, she had learned to access the crystal's properties without becoming overwhelmed by the sensory input it provided. She could now use it to perceive energy patterns, invisible to normal human senses, to access memories stored within artifacts, and to interact with other Indus Valley technology in ways that non-resonance couldn't. "There have been developments you should be aware of," Director Hamad continued. "Our monitoring stations have detected energy signatures consistent with crystal activation at 3 locations in the past month: northern India, Iran, and most recently, Oman." Eliza felt a chill. "The shepherds?" "Almost certainly. Intelligence suggests Charlotte has reorganized her operation, recruiting new members and acquiring additional artifacts from black market sources." He slid a folder across the table. "Most concerning is this report from Harappa." Eliza opened the folder to find photographs of a new excavation site at the ancient city. Unlike the carefully controlled archaeological digs that had been ongoing there for decades, this one showed signs of haste and secrecy: trenches cut with mechanical equipment, minimal documentation, armed guards visible at the perimeter. A shell company with links to Shepherd financing acquired private land adjacent to the protected archaeological zone, explained Dr. Chen, the Guardian specialist in Indus Valley archaeology. "They're claiming to be conducting geological surveys, but our sources indicate they've located something significant, possibly another control chamber or vessel repository." "We need to respond," Eliza said, studying the images. "If they find more crystals, or worse, another access point to the network." "Precisely why we've called you here," Director Hamad said. "You're uniquely qualified for this mission, Dr. Harrington, not just because of your resonant abilities, but because your academic credentials provide perfect cover for approaching the site." The plan, as they outlined it, was elegant in its simplicity. Eliza would return to academic life temporarily, accepting a visiting research position at Punjab University that had been arranged through Guardian connections. Her legitimate archaeological expertise would give her reason to visit various Indus Valley sites, including Harappa, where she could gather intelligence on the Shepherd operation. "What about Charlotte?" Eliza asked. "She knows me. If she's involved directly, current intelligence places her in Oman," Dr. Chen replied. "The Harappa operation appears to be led by a new Shepherd Lieutenant Dr. James Whitcomb, formerly of Cambridge University's Department of Archaeology. He was dismissed 3 years ago for ethical violations related to artifact handling. Eliza recognized the name. Whitcomb was researching metallurgical anomalies in Bronze Age cultures. I cited some of his early work in my papers on Mohenjo-Daro, before he became obsessed with fringe theories about ancient advanced technology, Eleanor added. She had been quietly observing from the end of the table. His academic downfall may have made him particularly receptive to Charlotte's philosophy. Director Hamad closed the folder. You'll have backup, of course. A small team of guardians will be positioned near Harappa, ready to intervene if necessary. But your primary mission is intelligence gathering, not confrontation. Eliza understood the subtext. After the British Museum incident and the standoff at the vault, the Guardians were operating with reduced numbers and resources. Direct conflict with the Shepherds could be costly. When do I leave? She asked. 3 days, Director Hamad replied. Just enough time to prepare your academic cover and receive a final briefing. As the meeting concluded, Eleanor motioned for Eliza to join her for a walk through the monastery gardens. Despite the alpine autumn chill, the sheltered courtyard was pleasant, with late-blooming flowers still adding color to the ancient stone surroundings. You have concerns, Eleanor observed after they had walked in silence for a few moments. Eliza nodded. The crystal fragment I've been working with, it's been showing me things. Images, impressions from Harappa specifically. Almost like it's trying to warn me about something there. Eleanor's interest sharpened. When did this begin? About a week ago. At first, I thought they were just random impressions, the crystal responding to my thoughts about the Indus Valley. But they've become more specific, more urgent. A structure beneath the citadel mound, a chamber with a device that resembles the vessels but larger, more complex. The crystals have always displayed certain autonomous properties, Eleanor said carefully, particularly with strong resonance. Your connection to the main crystal at the vault may be allowing it to communicate through the fragment you possess. Communicate what, exactly? That the Shepherds are about to find something dangerous? We already know that. Eleanor stopped beside a stone bench, her expression troubled. Perhaps something more specific. The Indus network wasn't just technological, it was a system designed to respond to intention, to consciousness itself. If your crystal is showing you Harappa with such urgency, it may be sensing the activation of components there that connect to the larger network. But the vault is locked down, Eliza protested. You said yourself that the defensive protocol would prevent activation of the full network. The primary network, yes. But the Indus engineers were thorough. They built redundancies, alternative pathways. Eleanor sat on the bench, suddenly looking her age. There's something I haven't told you, something few, even among the senior guardians, know. The seed vault isn't the only central node in the system. There's evidence of a second vault, what the texts refer to as the echo chamber. Eliza felt a surge of both excitement and apprehension. A backup system? More like a parallel development. The texts suggest a schism among the original engineers, some advocating for the technology's controlled use, others warning that it was inherently dangerous. The echo chamber may represent the work of the first faction, a version of the system with fewer safeguards. And you think it might be in Harappa? Eleanor sighed. It's one possibility we've never been able to rule out. Certain architectural anomalies in the citadel's foundation suggest something significant hidden beneath structures that have never been fully excavated due to concerns about structural stability. Why hasn't this been investigated before? Resources, priorities, the inherent challenges of conducting clandestine archaeological research at a protected World Heritage Site. Eleanor's expression hardened slightly, and frankly, the hope that if such a facility existed, it would remain undiscovered. The vault we secured in the Kurthar Mountains was concerning enough. Eliza touched the crystal fragment she wore in a small leather pouch around her neck. Through the material, she could feel its subtle warmth, its almost imperceptible vibration. If the Shepherds find this echo chamber, if they activate it, then the lockdown protocol you initiated might not be sufficient, Eleanor concluded grimly, which is why your mission to Harappa has taken on new urgency. Lahore greeted Eliza with chaotic energy, a sensory overload of sights, sounds, and smells that reminded her why she had fallen in love with fieldwork in the first place. After the clinical isolation of the Guardian facility in Switzerland, The vibrant reality of Pakistan's cultural capital was both jarring and invigorating. Her contact at Punjab University, Dr. Farooq Malik, met her at the airport, a cheerful man in his 50s, whose genuine enthusiasm for archaeology provided perfect cover for his role as a Guardian associate. "Your lecture series has generated considerable interest," he told her as they navigated the congested streets toward the university, "particularly given the controversy surrounding your recent publications." Eliza smiled wryly. The controversy was a carefully constructed academic debate, engineered by Guardian scholars to explain her sudden departure from mainstream archaeological circles after the Mohenjo-Daro discoveries. A series of papers published under her name had proposed relatively conservative interpretations of the artifacts they had found, deliberately stopping short of their true significance, but suggesting enough anomalies to justify her continued research in the region. "Academic controversy I can handle," she replied. "It's the practical logistics of the field surveys I'm more concerned about." "All arranged, as requested," Dr. Malik assured her. "You have permits for limited survey work at 3 Indus sites, including Harappa. The official purpose is to collect soil samples for comparative metallurgical analysis, building on your previous work at Mohenjo-Daro and the private excavation near Harappa. What do we know about their current status?" Dr. Malik's expression grew more serious. "They've accelerated their work in the past week. Satellite imagery shows they've opened a large pit at the northwestern edge of their property, very close to the archaeological zone boundary. They're bringing in specialized equipment, ground penetrating radar, some kind of drilling apparatus, and what appears to be electrical monitoring systems. They've found something," Eliza concluded. "It appears so, and they're in a hurry to access it." 2 days later, after delivering her first lecture at the university, Eliza found herself approaching Harappa. The archaeological site, one of the largest and most important Indus Valley settlements, sprawled across the landscape ancient mounds and partially reconstructed structures rising from the flat terrain, like memories given physical form. The official site manager, a government archaeologist named Dr. Bashir, greeted her with professional courtesy, though his eyes betrayed curiosity about her real purpose. As a Guardian ally, he knew enough to facilitate her access without asking too many questions. "The private excavation is just beyond that ridge," he said quietly, as he gave her a tour of the main site. "They have all the necessary permits, unfortunately. Something about mineral rights that predated the archaeological protections." "Have you had any direct contact with their team?" Eliza asked. "Their lead archaeologist visited our facility last week, Dr. Whitcomb, British, very interested in our ground survey data for the northwestern sector. Professional enough, but there was something unsettling about him." "In what way?" Dr. Bashir hesitated. He seemed feverish, almost manic when discussing certain aspects of Indus technology, and he wore unusual jewelry, a pendant that seemed to glow, though that may have been a trick of the light. A crystal fragment, Eliza realized, like the one she carried, but perhaps not as well controlled. If Whitcomb was a resonant, as Charlotte and many shepherd leaders appeared to be, his connection to the crystal technology might be affecting him more strongly than he realized. After completing the official tour and collecting her soil samples as cover, Eliza made her way toward the ridge that separated the protected archaeological zone from the private land. Her Guardian backup, 2 operatives posing as her research assistants, maintained a discreet distance, ready to intervene if necessary, but primarily focused on monitoring communications and providing an extra layer of security. From the top of the ridge, she had a clear view of the shepherd operation, a substantial excavation surrounded by temporary structures, security fencing, and equipment that seemed excessive for a simple geological survey. Activities centered around a large pit from which a metal framework rose, supporting what appeared to be a drilling platform. Eliza removed a pair of high-powered binoculars from her backpack and studied the site more carefully. Workers moved with purpose around the pit, while figures in lab coats consulted tablets and monitoring equipment positioned at its edge. Near a cluster of temporary buildings, she spotted Whitcomb, tall, thin, with the intense demeanor Dr. Bashir had described. Around his neck, partially visible beneath his shirt collar, was a cord from which something appeared to be suspended. As she watched, Whitcomb suddenly looked up in her direction, almost as if sensing her observation. Even at this distance, she could see him stiffen, then speak urgently to a security officer beside him. "Time to go," Eliza murmured to herself, packing away the binoculars. But before she could retreat from her vantage point, she felt a now familiar sensation, the crystal fragment against her chest growing warm, vibrating with increasing intensity. Without conscious decision, she removed it from its protective pouch. The moment the crystal was exposed to open air, it flared with blue light, far more intensely than it had during any of her training sessions. With the flare came a flood of images, so vivid and overwhelming that she staggered, nearly falling to her knees. She saw the Shepherd excavation not as it appeared now, but as a cross-section revealing what lay beneath a series of chambers descending into the earth, constructed with the same precise brickwork as the buildings of Harappa above. At the lowest level, a circular room housed a device that resembled the vessels from Mohenjo-Daro, but scaled up enormously, with multiple crystals arranged in a complex geometric pattern around a central column that appeared to extend deep into the bedrock. And the device was not dormant. In her vision, lines of energy pulsed through it, flowing upward from the earth and concentrating in the crystal array. The energy appeared to be building, approaching some critical threshold. As abruptly as it had come, the vision faded, leaving Eliza gasping for breath. She quickly returned the crystal to its pouch, but the damage was done. Looking down at the Shepherd camp, she saw frantic activity. Whitcomb was pointing in her direction, and security personnel were already moving toward vehicles parked at the site perimeter. Eliza turned and ran, activating her communication device as she descended the far side of the ridge. "Crystal flare," she reported tersely to her backup team. "They've spotted me. Extraction needed." "Moving to your position," came the immediate response. 30 seconds. But the vision had shown her something that couldn't wait for full Guardian protocols. She continued running toward the rendezvous point, while adding crucial information. "They've found it, the echo chamber. It's already activating. We need a full containment team immediately." The response came not from her backup, but from Guardian Command, patched through on a secure channel. "Understood, Dr. Harrington. Containment team is 3 hours out. Your orders are to withdraw and observe only. Do not engage. 3 hours would be too late." Eliza knew with inexplicable certainty. The energy build-up she had witnessed in her vision was accelerating. Whatever the Shepherds had done intentionally or accidentally had initiated a process that wouldn't wait for Guardian reinforcements. She reached the bottom of the ridge, where her research assistants waited in a dust-covered SUV. Engine already running. "We need to move quickly," said Jonas, the driver, as she jumped into the back seat. "Shepherd security vehicles just left their compound. We're not leaving," Eliza said firmly. "Not yet. Drive to the main archaeological facility. I need to speak with Dr. Bashir immediately." Jonas hesitated, clearly torn between his extraction orders and Eliza's directive. "The situation has escalated beyond our initial parameters," she insisted. "What's happening underground won't wait for the containment team. If we leave now, we may lose our only chance to prevent a catastrophic activation." With reluctance, Jonas changed course, heading toward the main archaeological compound rather than the exit road. Behind them, dust clouds signaled the approach of Shepherd security vehicles. Dr. Bashir was waiting anxiously when they arrived, having been alerted by the Guardian operative embedded in his staff. "Dr. Harrington, what's happening?" "My security officer reports unusual activity at the private excavation, and now their vehicles are approaching our compound." "No time to explain fully," Eliza said, rushing inside with her team. "But I need information immediately. The northwest sector of the Citadel Mound you mentioned, Whitcomb, was interested in your ground survey data for that area. What exactly did those surveys show?" Bashir led them to a small research office, where maps and survey results were spread across several tables. "Anomalies in the deep structure," he explained, pointing to colorful imaging results. "Density variations that don't match natural geological formations. We've always suspected additional built structures below the known levels, but excavation there is problematic due to the weight of the structures above." Eliza studied the images intently. They aligned perfectly with what her crystal had shown her: a complex of chambers beneath the citadel mound, connected to the area where the shepherds were now drilling. They're accessing the lower chambers from the side, she realized aloud, bypassing the structural issues by coming in horizontally rather than from above. She looked up at Bashir. Is there another way in? Any existing entrance to these lower levels that wouldn't require disrupting the mound itself? Bashir hesitated. There are rumors, nothing officially documented, of a shaft discovered during the earliest excavations in the 1920s. The British archaeologists supposedly sealed it due to safety concerns, but some locals claim it led to chambers filled with unusual artifacts. Where would this shaft be located? If it exists at all, somewhere in the eastern section of the Citadel complex. The detailed records from that period were lost during the partition conflicts, but I have a senior guide who claims his grandfather worked on those early digs. He might know more. The sound of vehicles pulling up outside interrupted their conversation. Through the window, Eliza could see Shepherd security personnel approaching the building, led by Whitcomb himself. "We have visitors," Jonas said grimly, moving to secure the door. "And they don't look interested in academic discussion." "The back exit," Bashir said quickly, leading them toward a rear corridor. "And I'll call for Ismail, the guide I mentioned. Meet him at the conservation building on the east side of the site. If anyone knows about alternative access to the lower levels, it's him." As they slipped out the back, Eliza could hear Whitcomb's voice, cultured, authoritative, but with an underlying tension that bordered on hysteria. "I must speak with Dr. Harrington immediately. This is a matter of utmost urgency." They made their way through the archaeological compound, using the ancient ruins themselves as cover. The conservation building, a modern structure housing laboratories for artifact processing and preservation, stood on the far side of the site, relatively isolated from the main tourist and research areas. Ismail was already waiting when they arrived, an elderly man with a deeply lined face and alert eyes that suggested he understood more about the situation than his position might indicate. "Doctor, Bashir sent word that you seek the hidden way," he said without preamble. "Few remember it now. The British filled it with concrete in 1926, but they did not find all the entrances. You know where another one is?" Eliza asked, trying to contain her urgency. Ismail nodded. "My grandfather showed me when I was a boy. He said it led to the sleeping place of power and should never be opened, but he believed the knowledge should be preserved in case the sleepers awakened." The phrasing sent a chill through Eliza. The sleeping place of power sounded remarkably like how Eleanor had described the echo chamber, a parallel development to the seed vault, possibly with fewer safeguards. "Can you take us there?" Ismail studied her intently, then glanced at the crystal pouch visible at her neck. "You carry the key," he observed. "Perhaps it is time, as my grandfather said it might be. Come, before the angry ones find us." He led them through seldom visited sections of the archaeological site, eventually arriving at a small, unremarkable structure that appeared to be a storage shed for maintenance equipment. Inside, beneath canvas tarps and rusted tools, was a trapdoor set into the concrete floor. "The British did not know about this one," Ismail explained, as Jonas helped him clear away the debris. "It was hidden before they came, covered by a structure that appeared to be a granary basement. My grandfather was part of the team that maintained the secret." The heavy wooden trapdoor, reinforced with metal bands, looked far older than the building around it. Ancient symbols were carved into its surface, the unmistakable script of the Indus Valley civilization. "What does it say?" Jonas asked, gesturing to the symbols. Eliza studied them carefully. Her knowledge of the Indus script was still limited. Even the best scholars had only partially deciphered the ancient writing system, but certain patterns were becoming familiar through her work with the crystal. A warning she translated hesitantly. Something about the place where worlds touch and enter only with clear intention. Ismail nodded approvingly. "My grandfather said it protected against those with darkness in their hearts. Only the worthy could pass safely." Another safeguard, Eliza realized, like the one she had activated at the vault. The Indus engineers had built their security systems to respond not just to physical keys, but to the consciousness of those using them. "We need to hurry," urged Sarah, the second Guardian operative, who had been monitoring communications. "Shepard personnel are systematically searching the compound, and our containment team is still over 2 hours out." With Jonas's help, Ismail lifted the heavy trapdoor, revealing a shaft descending into darkness. Ancient brick steps spiraled downward, disappearing into shadows that seemed unnaturally deep. "I will remain here," Ismail said, "to guard the way and guide your friends when they arrive." Eliza nodded gratefully, then turned to Jonas and Sarah. "You don't have to come with me. This goes beyond your assignment parameters. With respect, Dr. Harrington, we're not letting you go down there alone," Jonas replied, checking his weapon. Guardian protocols are clear on that point, if nothing else. Sarah had already produced powerful flashlights from her pack. Besides, whatever's happening down there is accelerating. We've been monitoring unusual electromagnetic fluctuations across the entire site for the last 20 minutes. Eliza felt it too, a subtle vibration in the crystal she carried, a sense of building energy that seemed to permeate the very air. With a deep breath, she started down the ancient stairs, Jonas and Sarah close behind. The descent was longer than expected, the spiral staircase taking them deep beneath the foundations of Harappa's citadel mound. The air grew cooler and took on a strange quality, metallic, almost electric, like the atmosphere before a lightning storm, at least 100 feet down, Jonas estimated as they continued their descent. Deeper than any documented structure at Harappa. Finally, the stairs ended at a small chamber with 3 passages leading off in different directions. The walls were covered in Indus script, more extensive and complex than any Eliza had seen before. But what drew her attention immediately was a subtle blue glow emanating from the central passage, the same quality of light she had seen from the crystals. "This way," she said with certainty, moving toward the illuminated tunnel. As they proceeded, the passage widened and the blue light grew stronger. The walls changed as well, transitioning from brick to a smooth, dark material that resembled the vault door in the Kurthar Mountains, a substance that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "What is this material?" Sarah wondered, running her hand along the unusually smooth surface. "It doesn't match any construction technique documented from the Indus period." "Because it wasn't documented," Eliza replied quietly. "Whatever the Indus engineers discovered, whatever technology they developed, the most significant aspects were deliberately hidden from historical record." The passage ended abruptly at a circular chamber similar to the one Eliza had seen in her vision, but from a different angle. Like the vault in the mountains, this space was clearly designed for a specific purpose, its walls covered in the now familiar circuit-like patterns, its ceiling domed and inlaid with what appeared to be star configurations. But the center of the room was what captured their attention completely. A device rose from the floor, a complex arrangement of pedestals and crystalline components surrounding a central column that pulsed with energy. Blue light flowed through the system like liquid, following pathways that seemed to shift and reconfigure even as they watched. "The echo chamber," Eliza breathed, recognizing it from her vision. "But it's already active." "Active, but not fully powered," came a voice from behind them. They spun to find James Whitcomb standing in the entrance to the chamber, a pistol held casually in one hand. Despite the weapon, he appeared less threatening than exhausted, his face pale and drawn, his eyes feverish with excitement or illness. "Dr. Harrington," he acknowledged with a small nod. "I thought you might find your way here. Resonants are drawn to the activation energy, especially during the harmonic convergence phase." He gestured toward the device with his free hand. "Magnificent, isn't it? A technological achievement that makes our modern innovations look like children's toys." "It's dangerous," Eliza replied, noting that Whitcomb wore a crystal fragment openly now, a shard hanging from a cord around his neck, pulsing with amber light that matched the rhythm of the chamber's central column. "You don't fully understand what you're activating." Whitcomb laughed, a dry, harsh sound. "On the contrary, I understand far better than your Guardian masters, with their timid, conservative approach to discovery." He stepped further into the chamber, keeping the gun trained on them. Charlotte explained everything, how the Indus engineers discovered the key to transcending physical limitation, how the technology allows consciousness to interface directly with fundamental reality. And did she explain the costs? Eliza asked, trying to keep him talking while she assessed the situation. Jonas and Sarah had positioned themselves slightly apart from her, ready to act if an opportunity presented itself. Did she tell you what happened to the Indus civilization when they activated the full network? Those who weren't ready perished. Those who were transcended. Whitcomb's expression took on an almost religious fervor. Evolution has always demanded sacrifice. As they spoke, Eliza became aware of a change in the chamber's energy patterns. The pulsing had accelerated, and new lines of light were appearing along the walls, connecting to pathways that extended beyond the room, perhaps to other parts of the ancient network. You've already started the activation sequence, she realized, using the drilling operation outside to access the energy conduits. Whitcomb nodded, pride evident in his expression. The ancient engineers tapped into geothermal energy flows, creating conduits that channel Earth's natural power into the crystalline matrix. Once the flow reaches critical threshold, the dimensional interface will begin to form. Dimensional interface? You're trying to open a portal to another reality. Not trying, Dr. Harrington. Succeeding. He gestured toward the central column, where the energy pulse had visibly intensified. The process is already beyond the point of containment. In approximately 20 minutes, the echo chamber will achieve full resonance with its counterpart in the Kurthar Mountains, your lockdown protocol notwithstanding. The implications were staggering. If Whitcomb was correct, the echo chamber could bypass the safeguards Eliza had activated at the vault, establishing an alternative pathway to whatever lay beyond the dimensional barrier. It won't work, she said, with more confidence than she felt. The system was designed with multiple fail-safes. Even this alternative chamber would have protections against misuse. Perhaps, Whitcomb conceded, but we've addressed that particular issue. He called out toward the passage behind him, "Bring her in." 2 Shepherd security personnel entered, supporting between them a figure Eliza recognized with horror, Eleanor Whitmore, looking frail and disoriented, a metal band around her forehead connected to wires that led to a device one of the guards carried. The neural interface allows us to channel her resonant abilities without requiring her conscious cooperation, Whitcomb explained clinically. Combined with my own connection and the crystals we've already placed, we have more than enough resonant energy to complete the activation sequence. Eliza struggled to contain her anger and concern. Eleanor appeared physically unharmed, but mentally subdued, her normally sharp eyes unfocused, her movements sluggish. "You're killing her," Eliza said, unable to keep the accusation from her voice. The forced connection damages the mind over time. You must know that. A flicker of something regret perhaps crossed Whitcomb's face before his resolve hardened again. A necessary sacrifice. Her contributions to the Great Transition will be remembered when humanity evolves beyond its current limitations. As he spoke, the energy patterns in the chamber shifted again, more dramatically this time. The central column flared with sudden intensity, and a low humming filled the air, rising in pitch and volume. Right on schedule, Whitcomb observed with satisfaction. Primary resonance establishing. Soon the dormant crystals throughout the region will activate, creating a network of harmonic convergence points. To the guards, position Dr. Whitmore by the northern matrix. Her resonant frequency needs to align with the approaching energy peak. While the shepherds were distracted with moving Eleanor, Jonas caught Eliza's eye, making a subtle hand signal. They had trained for hostage situations, and she recognized the Guardian protocol created distraction. Then move. She reached slowly for the crystal at her neck, careful not to draw attention with sudden movements. When her fingers touched it through the leather pouch, she felt an immediate response, warmth spreading up her arm, a sense of connection that extended her awareness throughout the chamber. Through this enhanced perception, she suddenly understood something critical about the echo chamber. Unlike the vault, which had been sealed with a defensive protocol designed to prevent activation, this facility had been left in a state of suspended animation, neither fully activated nor completely dormant. It was designed to respond to crisis, to counterbalance the main system if necessary. And it was responding now, not just to Whitcomb's forced activation, but to the presence of multiple resonants in the chamber. The patterns flowing across its surfaces were adapting, changing in response to the conflicting intentions of those present. This was her opportunity. If the chamber responded to intention, she might be able to influence its activation sequence. With a subtle nod to Jonas, Eliza fully removed the crystal from its pouch. The effect was immediate and dramatic, a pulse of blue light that momentarily illuminated the entire chamber, causing Whitcomb and the guards to flinch back in surprise. In that moment of distraction, Jonas and Sarah moved with practiced efficiency. Jonas tackled one of the guards holding Eleanor, while Sarah launched herself at the other, delivering a precise strike that sent the neural interface device clattering to the floor. Whitcomb recovered quickly, raising his weapon, but Eliza was already moving not toward him, but toward the central device. With the crystal held before her like a key, she approached the pulsing column of energy. "Stop her!" Whitcomb shouted, but too late. Eliza pressed her crystal against the column, focusing all her intention on a single thought: safeguard, protect, contain. The chamber responded with a surge of energy that knocked everyone off their feet. The blue light intensified to blinding levels, then began to change, shifting through the spectrum until it settled on a deep violet hue that filled the space with an otherworldly glow. When Eliza's vision cleared, she found the energy patterns throughout the chamber transformed. The frenetic, accelerating pulse had been replaced by a steady, controlled flow. The pathways connecting to external systems had reconfigured, forming a closed loop rather than the expanding network Whitcomb had initiated. "What have you done?" Whitcomb demanded, struggling to his feet. His crystal fragment was now pulsing erratically, its amber light flickering as if in distress. "Activated the chamber's true purpose," Eliza replied, understanding flowing to her through her connection to the crystal. It wasn't built as an alternative to the vault. It was built to contain breaches if the main system failed. Around them, the chamber continued its transformation. The walls appeared to thicken, the dark material flowing like liquid before resolidifying in a new configuration. The star patterns on the ceiling rearranged themselves, forming a different celestial map. "Impossible," Whitcomb whispered, but his expression showed dawning comprehension and fear. "The resonance is inverting. It's creating a damping field rather than an amplification matrix." In the confusion, Jonas had helped Eleanor to a sitting position, removing the metal band from her forehead. She was blinking rapidly, awareness returning to her eyes as the neural interface's effects faded. "Eliza," she managed weakly, "the chamber, it's a failsafe. The contingency plan, if the vault was compromised." "I know," Eliza replied, still maintaining contact with the central column. Through it, she could sense energy flows extending far beyond the chamber itself, reaching out to other nodes in the ancient network, establishing new patterns of connection and control. Sarah had secured both guards, but Whitcomb remained dangerous, his expression shifting from fear to rage as he realized what was happening. "You're destroying years of work," he snarled, raising his gun again. "The pathway to human transcendence, our liberation from physical limitation." Before he could fire, a pulse of energy from the central column struck him directly in the chest, not violently, but with enough force to stagger him. His crystal fragment flared with sudden intensity, then went dark, falling from its cord to the floor with a soft clink. Whitcomb cried out, clutching his chest where the crystal had hung. "No." The connection, "I can't feel it anymore." His expression was one of genuine anguish, like an addict suddenly cut off from his substance of choice. "The chamber is neutralizing unstable, resonant connections," Eleanor explained, her voice growing stronger. "It's detecting harmful intention patterns and severing the crystal bonds." As if to confirm her analysis, the guards' equipment began to malfunction, their communications devices emitting shrill tones before shutting down completely. The neural interface device melting into an unrecognizable mass of components. "We need to evacuate," Eliza said, finally releasing her contact with the central column. "The chamber is establishing a containment field that will expand to encompass the drilling operation. I don't know how far it will reach or what effect it will have on non-resonance caught within it." Jonas helped Eleanor to her feet, while Sarah kept her weapon trained on Whitcomb and the subdued guards. What about them? We can't leave them here, Eliza decided after a moment's consideration. Whatever is happening, they're still human beings, and Whitcomb may have information we need about Charlotte's broader plans. Despite his earlier rage, Whitcomb offered no resistance as they prepared to leave the chamber. He seemed shocked, disoriented by the severing of his connection to the crystal technology. The guards, Story 5, the guardians of Pt.5. Dr. Maya Reyes squinted at her laptop screen, the glow illuminating her face in the dimness of her tent. Outside, the Amazon rainforest hummed with nocturnal life, but she barely noticed. The LIDAR data scrolling across her screen had her full attention geometric patterns beneath the dense canopy that shouldn't exist. This can't be right, she whispered, zooming in on the anomalies. The geological survey had started as routine commissioned by Unipetro to assess the stability of a proposed pipeline route. But what Maya was looking at now was anything but routine. Perfectly straight lines forming rectangular structures, organized in a grid-like pattern, all hidden beneath centuries of jungle growth. She reached for her satellite phone, then hesitated. Unipetro was paying for this survey, and they wouldn't look kindly on delays. But these findings were too significant to ignore. The satellite phone rang 3 times before a groggy voice answered. Professor Walsh, it's Maya. The first need you to look at something. Now, Professor Daniel Walsh had been Maya's doctoral advisor at the University of Chicago. At 63, with salt and pepper hair and perpetually smudged glasses, he remained the foremost authority on pre-Columbian civilizations in South America. When Maya's data appeared on his screen back in his cluttered campus office, the sleep vanished from his voice. Good God, he muttered. The dimensions, the alignment. Maya, do you realize what this could be? Paititi, she said simply. The legendary lost city of gold, the last refuge of the Inca. Or at least, something equally significant that we've never documented before. You need to secure that site immediately. Who else knows about this? Maya hesitated. Unipetro commissioned the survey. My contract gives them ownership of all findings. Damn it, Walsh hissed. Those corporate vultures will bulldoze right through it. Listen carefully, don't send them this data. Not yet. I'm calling in every favor I have. Give me 48 hours. Maya spent the next day conducting additional scans, carefully documenting everything. Her field assistant, Carlos Mendoza, watched her with growing concern. You haven't sent anything to Unipetro in 2 days, he noted, handing her a mug of coffee. They're going to start asking questions. Maya took a deep sip. I know, but this is too important, Carlos. Look at this. She turned her laptop to show him the 3-dimensional model she'd been constructing. Carlos's eyes widened. That's not natural. No, it's a city. A massive one, with distinct districts, ceremonial centers, and what appears to be an advanced water management system, all hidden under the jungle for centuries. Carlos lowered his voice. My grandmother used to tell stories about Patiti, about guardians who protected it from outsiders. Maya was about to respond when her satellite phone buzzed. The caller ID showed Unipetro's headquarters in Lima. Dr. Reyes. Came the clipped voice of Alejandro Vargas, Unipetro's project manager. We haven't received your daily reports. Is there a problem? Maya gripped the phone tighter. Just some equipment issues, Mr. Vargas. I'll have everything to you by tomorrow. See that you do. The construction crews are scheduled to begin clearing next week. After hanging up, Maya turned to Carlos. We're running out of time. 48 hours later, Professor Walsh arrived at the camp, accompanied by a stern-looking woman in her 50s. Maya, this is Dr. Gabriela Ochoa from the Peruvian Ministry of Culture. I've briefed her on our findings. Dr. Ochoa nodded crisply. Professor Walsh has shown me your preliminary data. If verified, this could be the most significant archaeological discovery in Peru this century. I've brought temporary protective orders, but we'll need to move quickly. The 3 of them gathered around Maya's equipment as she presented her complete findings. The LIDAR had revealed a city spanning nearly 5 square kilometers, with sophisticated urban planning that predated any known civilization in the region. The architectural style is consistent with late Incan design. Walsh mused. but some elements appear even older. This central structure here, it has characteristics of pre-Incan construction. Dr. Ochoa studied the images with intense focus. How deep is it buried? Most structures are under 3 to 5 meters of soil and vegetation, Maya explained. Except for this. She pointed to a particular formation on the screen. This structure is only about a meter below the surface. It could be a temple or governmental building of some kind. As they discussed the implications, a distant sound of helicopter rotors interrupted them. Carlos rushed into the tent. "Unipetro executives," he said breathlessly, "and they've brought security." 3 men in expensive suits emerged from the helicopter, followed by 4 uniformed guards. Alejandro Vargas led the group, his face set in a mask of corporate pleasantry that didn't reach his eyes. "Dr. Reyes," he called out as he approached, "I was concerned when your reports stopped coming, so I thought we'd check in personally." Maya stepped forward, positioning herself between the newcomers and her tent containing the equipment. "Mr. Vargas, this is unexpected." Vargas smiled thinly, "As was your sudden silence. We have a schedule to maintain." His eyes flicked to Professor Walsh and Dr. Ochoa. "And I don't recall approving additional personnel." Dr. Ochoa stepped forward, handing Vargas an official document. "I am here representing the Ministry of Culture. This is a cease and desist order, preventing any construction or ground-disturbing activities in this area, pending further investigation." Vargas scanned the document, his expression darkening. "This is absurd. We have all the necessary permits. Not for disturbing a site of national heritage significance," Dr. Ochoa replied firmly. One of the executives behind Vargas, a hard-faced man in his 60s, stepped forward. "I'm Edward Blackwood, Unipetro's Chief Operations Officer. What exactly are you claiming is here?" Maya exchanged glances with Walsh before answering. "We've discovered what appears to be a major pre-Columbian settlement beneath the forest floor. Its size and complexity suggest it could be Pt.5. Blackwood's eyebrows rose slightly, the only indication that the name meant anything to him. "The mythical city of gold, Dr. Reyes. We're a serious company. We don't have time for treasure hunting fantasies." "It's not a fantasy," Maya insisted, pulling out her tablet to show them the LiDAR images. "These are scientifically verified structures. Whether it's actually Pt.5 or another unknown city, it's a discovery of immense historical importance." Vargas studied the images with narrowed eyes. "Even if there is something here, our permits give us the right to proceed with construction. The pipeline route has already been approved at the highest levels." "Perhaps, Dr. Ochoa said smoothly, "but those approvals were granted without knowledge of this site. The protective order stands until a full archaeological assessment can be completed." Blackwood and Vargas exchanged glances. "We'll have our legal team review this," Blackwood said finally. "In the meantime, Dr. Reyes, remember who's paying for this expedition. All data you collect belongs to Unipetro." After the executives returned to their helicopter, Maya turned to the others. "They won't give up easily. That pipeline represents billions in potential revenue." Walsh nodded grimly. "Which is why we need to find concrete evidence and fast." The next morning, Maya led a small team to the location of the near-surface structure she had identified. Carlos and 2 local guides helped clear the minimal vegetation, while Dr. Ochoa documented everything. Professor Walsh supervised, his excitement barely contained. "Careful, careful," he cautioned, as they removed the thin layer of soil. The preservation could be remarkable, given the conditions. After 3 hours of meticulous work, they uncovered the first tangible proof of their discovery. A perfectly preserved stone lintel, carved with intricate symbols that combined Incan design with unfamiliar elements. "Extraordinary," Walsh breathed, gently brushing soil from the carvings. "This stylistic fusion, I've never seen anything like it." By midday, they had exposed the top portion of what appeared to be a ceremonial entrance. The stonework was impeccable, massive blocks, fitted together with such precision that not even a blade could fit between them. Maya photographed everything, while Dr. Ochoa made detailed notes. "The ministry will send a full archaeological team as soon as possible," she assured them. "This evidence is irrefutable." As they worked, Carlos suddenly called out from several meters away, where he had been clearing additional vegetation. "Dr. Reyes, come quickly." Maya hurried over to find Carlos kneeling beside a small stone marker, partially buried in the earth. Unlike the ceremonial entrance, this appeared to be a simple boundary stone, but the carvings on it were clear, a series of stars above a stylized mountain. "My grandmother's stories," Carlos said quietly. "This is the guardian symbol she described, the 7 stars that guide the way to Pt.5. Maya studied the carving. 7 stars. Like the Pleiades? Carlos nodded. The celestial guardians. And look, he pointed to additional symbols around the edge of the marker. These could be directional indicators. Before Maya could respond, the distant sound of machinery shattered the forest's tranquility. They rushed back to camp to find chaos. 3 bulldozers were cutting a swath through the forest, less than a kilometer away, heading directly toward the archaeological site. Unipetro workers were setting up a perimeter, and armed security guards stood watch. Dr. Ochoa confronted the site manager, waving the protective order. "This is illegal. You cannot proceed with construction." The manager shrugged. "New orders from headquarters. Our legal team found issues with your paperwork. Until it's resolved in court, we continue as planned." Maya watched in horror as the bulldozers advanced, toppling ancient trees. "They'll destroy everything before any court can rule." Walsh pulled out his phone. "I'm calling every media contact I have. We need to get this story out now." But Maya knew that wouldn't be fast enough. She approached Carlos. "The guardian symbol you showed me. You said it contained directional markers?" Carlos nodded uncertainly. "According to the legends, yes. They're supposed to reveal the true entrance to the city, one that only the worthy can find." "Then let's find it," Maya said firmly. "If we can document a major discovery, something spectacular enough to make international headlines, Petro won't be able to bulldoze it, no matter what their lawyers say." While Walsh and Dr. Ochoa worked to delay Unipetro's operations through confrontation and media pressure, Maya and Carlos slipped away with the necessary equipment. Following the directional indicators from the boundary stone, they trekked deeper into the untouched jungle. The symbols pointed to where the sun rises on the summer solstice, Carlos explained as they hiked, and the distance was indicated by the spacing of the stars. After an hour of careful navigation, they reached a small clearing where the jungle canopy thinned slightly. Maya's trained eye immediately spotted the anomaly, a section of ground that was subtly different from its surroundings, with vegetation that had grown in patterns suggesting underlying structures. They worked quickly, removing the surface vegetation and the first layer of soil. Beneath, they found what appeared to be a massive stone disc, nearly 4 meters in diameter, carved with astronomical symbols around its perimeter. "It's a calendar wheel," Maya realized, recognizing elements similar to the famous Aztec sunstone, but with distinct differences. But look at these markings in the center. The central portion of the disc contained a complex series of interlocking circles and lines that reminded Maya of mechanical drawings. Carlos traced them with his finger. "My grandmother said Paititi held secrets of the stars," he murmured. "Knowledge the ancients weren't supposed to have." As the afternoon sun shifted position, a beam of light penetrated the canopy and struck the disc at a specific angle. To their amazement, the beam revealed previously invisible markings that fluoresced under the specific wavelength of light. "Some kind of photosensitive mineral in the stone," Maya whispered in awe. "They engineered this to reveal itself only at certain times." The newly visible markings formed a detailed map, with the disc's location clearly marked in relation to other structures. And at one edge, a series of symbols indicated what appeared to be a hidden entrance. "There," Carlos pointed. "According to this, we should find the true entrance 50 paces in that direction." The entrance was concealed beneath what appeared to be a natural rock formation, but on closer inspection revealed carefully disguised handiwork. A narrow crevice, barely wide enough for a person to slip through, led downward into darkness. Maya hesitated only briefly before switching on her headlamp. "Stay close," she told Carlos as they began their descent. The passage sloped gently downward for about 20 meters before opening into a small antechamber. Maya's light revealed walls covered in pristine murals depicting scenes unlike any known pre-Columbian artwork. They showed figures in elaborate dress, performing rituals beneath stylized representations of celestial bodies. "These aren't just decorative," Maya said, examining the paintings closely. "They're instructional. Look, these figures are demonstrating specific movements, positions." At the far end of the antechamber stood a stone door, sealed with no visible mechanism to open it. In the center was a recessed panel containing a complex pattern of movable stone pieces, something like an ancient puzzle lock. Carlos studied the murals, then looked back at the lock. "The murals are showing the solution," he realized. "The positions of the figures correspond to the configuration of the lock pieces." It took them nearly 30 minutes to decipher the correct sequence from the murals and apply it to the lock. When the final piece clicked into place, a hidden counterweight system activated, and the massive stone door began to slide open with surprising smoothness. Beyond lay a sight that took their breath away. A vast underground chamber stretched before them, illuminated by an ingenious system of light shafts and polished metal reflectors that channeled sunlight from the surface. The architecture was unlike anything documented in pre-Columbian America. Soaring columns supported a vaulted ceiling, and the walls were covered in metal panels that appeared to be made of gold and silver alloys, inscribed with text in an unknown script. But most astonishing was what occupied the center of the chamber, a massive spherical construction, approximately 5 meters in diameter, composed of interlocking metal rings that could apparently rotate independently. It resembled an immense armillary sphere, an ancient astronomical instrument, but far more complex than any known to have existed in pre-Columbian societies. "It's an orrery," Maya breathed, circling the device in awe. "A mechanical model of the solar system, but it includes planets that weren't discovered until the modern era." Carlos stood transfixed before a wall covered in astronomical charts. These show stars and constellations with incredible precision. How could they have known this? As they explored further, they discovered additional chambers containing preserved artifacts, scrolls made of an unknown material that had resisted decay, complex mechanical devices whose purpose they could only guess at, and carefully organized specimens of plants and minerals, some of which Maya couldn't identify. "This isn't just a city," Maya said finally. "It's a repository, a place where knowledge was preserved." Carlos nodded slowly. "The guardians my grandmother spoke of, they weren't just protecting treasure, they were protecting wisdom." Maya quickly documented everything with her camera, knowing that this evidence would be impossible for Unipetro to dismiss. As they prepared to return to the surface, Carlos paused before a particular wall panel. "Look at this," he said quietly. The panel depicted human figures alongside taller beings with elongated heads, engaged in what appeared to be a knowledge exchange. Below the scene was text in the unknown script, alongside symbols that Maya recognized as mathematical equations. "What do you think it means?" Carlos asked. Maya shook her head slowly. "I don't know. But whatever the truth behind Pt.5, it's clearly more complex than anyone imagined." When they emerged from the hidden entrance, the forest had grown dark. They made their way back to camp, guided by GPS, only to find the situation had escalated dramatically. News crews had arrived, drawn by Professor Walsh's media contacts, and were filming the standoff between the archaeological team and Unipetro's security forces. Dr. Ochoa rushed to meet them. "Where have you been? Unipetro's obtained an emergency injunction claiming our protective order was improperly filed. They're planning to resume work at dawn." Maya held up her camera. "Let them try. We've found it, the actual Pt.5, and it's beyond anything we could have imagined." As she showed them the images, Walsh's academic composure finally broke. "My God," he whispered, tears forming in his eyes. "In 40 years of fieldwork, I've never. This changes everything we know about pre-Columbian civilization." The news crews, sensing a breakthrough, gathered around. Within hours, Maya's discovery was being broadcast globally. The images of the underground repository and its astronomical instrument were so extraordinary that they immediately captured worldwide attention. Unipetro executives, caught unprepared by the media firestorm, issued a hasty statement announcing a temporary pause in construction while the archaeological significance of the site could be assessed. 3 days later, Edward Blackwood himself arrived at the site. accompanied by a different team, not construction workers, but corporate public relations, specialists, and scientific advisors. Dr. Reyes. He greeted her with newfound respect. I believe we need to discuss a mutually beneficial arrangement. Pt.5 is prepared to fund a comprehensive archaeological study of this site, with you as the lead researcher. Maya crossed her arms. And the pipeline? We're exploring alternative routes, Blackwood admitted. The board has recognized that the publicity value of supporting this discovery far outweighs the cost of rerouting the pipeline. Maya exchanged glances with Walsh and Dr. Ochoa before responding. Any arrangement would need to prioritize scientific integrity and proper archaeological methods, and the Peruvian government must retain full control of the site and all findings. Blackwood nodded. Of course, we're prepared to establish a foundation to support ongoing research. Pt.5 wants to be on the right side of history here. As negotiations continued, Maya found a moment to slip away with Carlos. They stood at the edge of the camp, looking out over the forest that concealed Pt.5's secrets. My grandmother would say the Guardians have chosen you, Carlos said quietly. Maya considered this. I think the real Guardians were the people who built that repository, who created a way to preserve their knowledge through millennia, waiting for someone to find it again. What do you think we'll discover as we continue to explore? Carlos asked. Maya looked up at the stars beginning to appear in the evening sky, the same stars that had guided the builders of Pt.5. I don't know, but I suspect we've only scratched the surface of what they left behind. And, whatever it is, it belongs to all of humanity, not just to those who find it first. As the jungle darkness deepened around them, Maya felt the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders. The secrets of Pt.5 had remained hidden for centuries. Now, it would be her task to ensure they were revealed with the care and respect they deserved. The mysterious astronomical device, the unknown script, the depictions of knowledge exchange with enigmatic figures, all of it pointed to a history far more complex than the textbooks described. And Maya was determined to uncover the truth, wherever it might lead. In the weeks that followed, a full archaeological expedition was established. International experts arrived to assist, and the Peruvian government declared the entire area a protected heritage site. Under Maya's direction, they began the painstaking process of documenting and preserving everything they found. The underground repository yielded more chambers, each containing new wonders. One held what appeared to be medical knowledge, anatomical drawings of surprising accuracy, and collections of plant specimens with markings suggesting medicinal uses. Another contained technological schematics for water management systems, far more advanced than anything previously attributed to pre-Columbian civilizations. Most intriguing were the astronomical records. The massive orrery at the center of the main chamber proved to be even more sophisticated than initially thought. When properly aligned, it not only modeled the movements of planets, but also predicted celestial events with remarkable precision. This level of astronomical knowledge simply shouldn't have existed in this time and place, Walsh commented, as they studied it. It's as if they had access to information they couldn't possibly have observed with the naked eye. The strange script remained undeciphered, despite the best efforts of linguistic experts. It bore similarities to known pre-Columbian writing systems, but included elements unlike anything documented elsewhere. One evening, as Maya worked late in the research tent they had established near the site, Carlos approached with an elderly woman. Dr. Reyes, this is my grandmother, Isadora Mendoza. She has traveled far to speak with you. The old woman's face was deeply wrinkled, but her eyes were sharp and alert. She studied Maya intently before speaking in Quechua, which Carlos translated. She says the dreams told her to come, that the Guardians are restless because their knowledge is being awakened. Maya set aside her work. Please tell her I'm honored to meet her. Ask if she can tell me about these Guardians. After Carlos translated, Isadora spoke at length, her hands moving expressively as she described ancient stories passed down through generations of her family. According to her account, Pt.5 was not merely a city, but a meeting place between worlds where beings from the stars had once shared knowledge with chosen human guardians. She says the symbols you found are not just writing, but keys, Carlos translated. Keys to understanding that will only reveal themselves to those who approach with respect and the right intention. Maya listened intently. While her scientific training made her cautious about such claims, her experiences at Pt.5 had opened her mind to possibilities she might previously have dismissed. Ask her if she knows anything about the script we found, or the purpose of the astronomical device. Isadora's response, as translated by Carlos, was cryptic but intriguing. The Wheel of Stars speaks in the language of creation. To understand it is to hear the voice of the universe itself. Before leaving, Isadora pressed something into Maya's hand, a small object wrapped in woven cloth. When Maya unwrapped it, she found an ancient stone pendant, carved with symbols that matched some of those found in the repository. She says it has been in our family for countless generations, Carlos explained. A key entrusted to the guardians. She believes it belongs with you now. That night, Maya studied the pendant under her microscope. Its craftsmanship was extraordinary, with microscopic details invisible to the naked eye. The stone itself was unusual, a material she couldn't immediately identify. On impulse, she brought it to the repository the next day. In the main chamber, she noticed something she had overlooked, a small recess in the base of the astronomical device that appeared to be exactly the size and shape of the pendant. With careful deliberation, Maya inserted the pendant into the recess. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a soft humming sound, the massive orrery began to move. The metal rings rotated slowly, aligning themselves in a new configuration. As they moved, previously hidden markings on their surfaces became visible, glowing faintly with the same photosensitive property they had observed in the stone disc. The assembled researchers watched in stunned silence as the device completed its movement. When it stopped, a beam of light from one of the ceiling shafts struck the aligned rings and was reflected in a complex pattern across the chamber walls, illuminating specific symbols in the undeciphered script. "It's a key," Maya breathed, understanding dawning. Not to a physical lock, but to the script itself. The light pattern is highlighting specific characters, showing us how to begin deciphering it. Over the following days, using the patterns revealed by the activated orrery, Maya and a team of linguists began to make the first tentative translations of the mysterious script. What emerged was astonishing, a record of knowledge that spanned astronomy, mathematics, medicine, and philosophy, described in terms that sometimes aligned with modern scientific understanding and sometimes diverged into concepts they couldn't yet grasp. References in the text suggested that this knowledge had indeed come from contact with beings not of Earth, though whether these were literal visitors from the stars or symbolic representations of divine inspiration remained open to interpretation. Even if we take the star beings as metaphorical, Walsh argued during one heated discussion, the fact remains that this repository contains knowledge that was not supposed to exist in pre-Columbian America. We're looking at a chapter of human history that's been completely overlooked. As word of the discoveries spread, the site attracted attention from beyond the archaeological community. Government officials, religious leaders, and representatives from indigenous groups all claimed some interest or authority in how the findings should be managed. Maya found herself not just a researcher, but a mediator, navigating competing interests while trying to protect the integrity of the site and its secrets. She insisted on one principle above all, that the knowledge of Pt.5 belonged to humanity as a whole, not to any single nation, institution, or corporation. Unipetro, true to Blackwood's word, continued to fund the research, seeing the public relations value in being associated with such a momentous discovery. But as the potential technological applications of some of the repository's knowledge became apparent, corporate interests began to maneuver for exclusive access to certain findings. "They're talking about patents," Walsh warned Maya after one particularly tense meeting with Unipetro representatives. "They want to claim intellectual property rights on technological applications derived from what we're finding here." Maya shook her head firmly. "That's not going to happen. This knowledge was preserved for thousands of years to benefit everyone, not to become corporate assets." The conflict came to a head when a Unipetro lawyer arrived. with proposed contracts that would give the company first rights to any commercially viable applications developed from the Pt.5 discoveries. Maya refused to sign. "This site is under the protection of the Peruvian government," she reminded them, "and I will resign as lead researcher before I allow this knowledge to be privatized." The standoff might have continued indefinitely, if not for an unexpected development. As the translation work progressed, they discovered references to additional repositories scattered across South America and beyond a network of knowledge centers that had once been connected by what the texts called the Guardian's Path. It was never just one city, Maya explained to an assembled group of researchers, government officials, and Unipetro representatives. Pt.5 was part of a larger system, a network designed to preserve knowledge against some catastrophe the builders saw coming. This revelation shifted the dynamics completely. The existence of multiple sites meant that no single entity could control all the knowledge. It would require international cooperation on an unprecedented scale to locate and study all the connected repositories. Faced with this reality, Unipetro adjusted its approach. Instead of seeking exclusive rights, they proposed establishing an international foundation with themselves as a founding sponsor dedicated to locating and studying all the repositories in the network. A more enlightened form of self-interest, Walsh commented dryly when Maya showed him the proposal. They get the prestige and goodwill without the legal battles they'd face, trying to privatize this knowledge. 6 months after the initial discovery, the Pt.5 Repository Foundation was formally established, with funding from multiple countries and corporate sponsors. Maya was named its scientific director, with a mandate to coordinate research across all discovered and future sites. The work had only just begun. Based on references in the Pt.5 texts, expeditions were being planned to locations in Bolivia, Ecuador, and as far away as the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. Each site, according to the texts, contained different aspects of the ancient knowledge, preserved by guardian lineages, like Carlos's family. As preparations for these expeditions proceeded, Maya often found herself returning to the central chamber of the original repository. The astronomical device continued to yield new insights as they learned to interpret its movements. With each new understanding came more questions about the true origin and purpose of Pt.5. One evening, as the light faded and most researchers had returned to camp, Maya sat alone beside the device, contemplating all they had discovered and all that remained unknown. Carlos found her there, the pendant which she now wore around her neck, glowing faintly in the dimness. "My grandmother wants you to know something," he said, sitting beside her. "She says that finding Pt.5 was not accident or coincidence. The Guardians have been waiting for the right time, the right person." Maya smiled tiredly. "I'm just a scientist, Carlos. I was looking for geological anomalies, not ancient mysteries. Perhaps that's exactly why you were chosen," he suggested. "Because you seek truth with an open mind. The texts speak of a time when the knowledge would be needed again, when humanity would face challenges requiring ancient wisdom." Maya looked up at the massive orrery, its metal rings reflecting the last light from the surface. "Do you believe that this knowledge was preserved for some specific future purpose?" Carlos considered this. "I believe that knowledge is never truly lost. It waits for those ready to understand it. Whether by cosmic design or human persistence, it finds its way back when needed." As darkness fell completely, the photosensitive markings on the device began to glow more intensely, casting ethereal patterns across the chamber walls. Maya watched them, wondering what messages they still held, what secrets of the past might help illuminate the future. The Guardians of Pt.5 had preserved their knowledge for millennia, waiting for it to be rediscovered. Now Maya and her colleagues were the new Guardians, responsible not just for uncovering the ancient wisdom, but for ensuring it served its intended purpose, the advancement and preservation of human understanding. As she sat in the soft glow of the ancient technological marvel, Maya felt the weight of that responsibility and the exhilaration of standing at the threshold of discoveries that might change humanity's understanding of its own history and potential. The journey had only just begun. The exploration of Pt.5's secrets continued to expand over the following months. With each new translation of the mysterious script, the picture of who had created this repository and why grew clearer and more astonishing. Maya had established a rigorous protocol for documentation and research, ensuring that every discovery was properly recorded and analyzed before any conclusions were drawn. The international team now numbered over 50 specialists, from archaeologists and linguists to astronomers and materials scientists. One morning, as Maya reviewed the latest translations with Dr. Elena Vasquez, a linguist from the University of Barcelona, they encountered a passage that made them both pause. The seventh cycle approaches, Dr. Vasquez read, her finger tracing the now familiar symbols. When the skyfire returns, the knowledge must be remembered. Skyfire, Maya mused. That could be referring to a comet, a meteor shower, or some other celestial event. She cross-referenced the astronomical charts they had been decoding from the walls. One particular section had proven difficult to interpret, a complex diagram showing what appeared to be orbital paths with specific time markers. "Look at this," she said suddenly, pointing to a recurring symbol that appeared at regular intervals on the chart. "This matches the Skyfire reference. And if our dating of these time markers is correct," Dr. Vasquez leaned closer, "the seventh cycle would be now, within our lifetime." Before Maya could respond, Professor Walsh burst into the research tent, his face flushed with excitement. "We've found it," he announced. "The second repository. The Bolivian team just confirmed. It's exactly where the texts indicated, near Lake Titicaca. The Bolivian site was different from Paititi in both construction and content. Where the Peruvian repository focused on astronomy and what might be called theoretical knowledge, the Titicaca location contained practical applications, detailed schematics for technologies that ranged from advanced agricultural systems to medical procedures. Dr. Javier Rojas, who led the Bolivian excavation, conducted Maya through the chambers via video link. "The preservation is remarkable," he explained, his camera panning across walls covered in technical diagrams. "And look at this." He focused on what appeared to be a scale model of a complex irrigation system that used principles of fluid dynamics not documented in Western science until the 18th century. They weren't just preserving knowledge, Maya realized. They were preserving solutions, practical answers to challenges like food production, water management, medical care. Carlos, who had been quietly assisting with translations, spoke up. "The stories passed down in my family spoke of a great forgetting, a time when humans lost much of what they had known. The guardians were tasked with keeping this knowledge safe until it was needed again." Maya considered this. The notion of advanced ancient knowledge being lost and preserved aligned with patterns they were seeing across both repositories. But needed for what? What did they believe was coming? That question found its answer 2 weeks later, when a team of astronomers working with the project made a startling announcement. After analyzing the orbital calculations depicted in the Paititi astronomical charts, they had identified what appeared to be a prediction, a celestial event due to occur within the next decade. "It's a long-period comet," explained Dr. Sarah Kim, an astronomer from the University of Tokyo. "Based on these calculations, it returns approximately every 3,600 years. And according to this chart, its next appearance should be in about 7 years. Have we observed this comet in modern times?" Maya asked. Dr. Kim shook her head. "Not that we can identify, but we've run computer simulations based on the orbital parameters from the charts, and they're consistent with a valid comet trajectory. If it exists, it would be approaching from beyond the orbit of Neptune right now, too distant and dim for most of our current observational equipment to detect easily." The implications were staggering. If the Paititi charts accurately predicted a comet that modern astronomy hadn't yet discovered, it would be definitive proof of astronomical knowledge that shouldn't have existed in pre-Columbian America. Maya authorized an urgent request to several major observatories, asking them to search for the object based on the calculated trajectory. While they waited for results, the team continued their work deciphering the remaining texts. A new section of script, located beneath one of the central astronomical diagrams, yielded information that changed the entire context of their discovery. "The Skyfire brings both destruction and renewal," the translation read. 7 times it has returned since the first Guardians received the knowledge. 7 times the world has forgotten, and remembered. The seventh return marks the gateway when humans must choose their path forward. Accompanying this text were disturbing images of what appeared to be widespread destruction, floods, storms, and what might be interpreted as impact events. Are they suggesting this comet causes natural disasters? Walsh wondered as they studied the imagery. Not necessarily causes, Maya replied thoughtfully. But perhaps there's a correlation they observed. Comets have long been associated with disasters and omens in human cultures worldwide. Dr. Vasquez pointed to another section of text they had recently translated. This speaks of purification through water and fire, followed by the renewal of human understanding. It could be describing a cycle of civilization collapse and rebuilding. Or it could be metaphorical, Walsh countered. Symbolic language about transformation and knowledge. Maya remained focused on the practical implications. Either way, the repositories seemed designed to preserve essential knowledge through some kind of disruptive event, whether literal or societal. And if the astronomers are right about the timing, she didn't need to finish the thought. If the Pt.5 predictions were accurate, they had discovered this knowledge just in time for whatever the ancient guardians had been preparing for. 3 days later, Dr. Kim received confirmation from the European Southern Observatory. Using their most powerful telescopes, astronomers had detected a faint object exactly where the Pt.5 calculations predicted it would be a previously unknown long-period comet on a trajectory that would bring it into the inner solar system within 7 years. The news sent shockwaves through the scientific community. Initial calculations suggested the comet would pass relatively close to Earth, not close enough for impact, but certainly close enough to create a spectacular astronomical event, visible worldwide. Media outlets quickly picked up the story, focusing on the sensational angle. An ancient South American civilization had somehow predicted a comet unknown to modern science until now. Overnight, interest in the Pt.5 discoveries exploded far beyond academic circles. Government agencies, particularly those dealing with astronomy and disaster preparedness, began requesting briefings. Maya found herself suddenly thrust into a role far beyond that of an archaeological researcher. She had become the interpreter of knowledge that spanned millennia. "We need to be extremely careful about how we present this," she cautioned her team during an emergency meeting. "The texts mention destruction and renewal, but we don't have enough context yet to know exactly what that means. The last thing we want is to trigger panic or apocalyptic thinking." Edward Blackwood, who had remained involved as Unipetro's representative to the Foundation, saw things differently. "People have a right to know what's coming," he argued. "If these repositories were created to warn about this event, we should be taking that warning seriously." Maya studied him carefully. Blackwood had undergone a noticeable transformation since the initial discovery from corporate executive focused on pipeline profits to someone seemingly invested in the deeper implications of Pt.5. She wasn't entirely sure she trusted this change. "We'll share what we know when we're confident in our interpretations," she replied firmly. "Right now, that means we can confirm the astronomical predictions without speculating about cataclysmic events." As the world processed the news of the comet now officially designated C-2025 PON, but popularly called the Pt.5 comet, the research team made another breakthrough. A previously unopened chamber in the Peruvian repository yielded a collection of devices that appeared to be scientific instruments of some kind. After careful examination by materials scientists and engineers, one device was cautiously activated. It proved to be a sophisticated sensor that detected subtle changes in Earth's magnetic field technology that shouldn't have existed in pre-Columbian times. "The craftsmanship is extraordinary," marveled Dr. Hiroshi Tanaka, a materials scientist from Kyoto University. "The alloys used in these components show manipulation of metals at a molecular level. We're still trying to understand how they achieved this with pre-industrial technology." More puzzling was why the ancient builders had considered such instruments important enough to preserve. The accompanying texts spoke of reading the Earth's breath and knowing when the sleep ends and waking begins. "I think they're talking about monitoring geomagnetic activity," Maya suggested. "There's growing scientific evidence that cometary passages can interact with Earth's magnetosphere. potentially triggering increased seismic and volcanic activity and electromagnetic disruptions, added Dr. Tanaka, which could affect everything from animal migration to human technology. The implications were becoming clearer. The repositories weren't just preserving knowledge for its own sake, but specifically preserving information and technology that might be needed during and after the comet's passage. As if to underscore this theory, the Ecuadorian expedition reported finding their repository the third in the network. This one contained vast botanical knowledge, including preservation techniques for seeds and detailed information on plants with medicinal properties. "It's like a survival manual," reported Dr. Maria Salazar, the expedition leader. "Everything humans would need to rebuild after a significant disruption to normal life." The pattern emerging across the repositories painted a sobering picture. The ancient guardians had been preparing for an event they believed would significantly disrupt human civilization. But most troubling was the consistent reference to cycles that this had happened before and would happen again. If they're right, Walsh mused during a late-night discussion with Maya, it could explain some of the mysterious gaps and sudden advancements in human history. Civilizations rise, develop advanced knowledge, then collapse with only fragments of their understanding preserved for the next cycle. And we've been interpreting those fragments as anomalies or impossibilities, Maya added, like the astronomical knowledge at Göbekli-Tepe or the Antikythera mechanism. Carlos, who had remained a crucial part of the team both as a linguistic assistant and as a connection to the Guardian traditions, offered another perspective. "My grandmother would say that knowledge is never truly new, it is remembered. The Guardians don't create wisdom, they preserve it for when it will be needed again." As the third year of research approached, Maya found herself increasingly concerned about how the discoveries were being received and utilized in the wider world. The confirmation of the Pt.5 comet's existence had validated the ancient astronomical knowledge, but it had also triggered reactions ranging from scientific excitement to religious fervor to doomsday preparations. More concerning was the growing interest from military and intelligence agencies in certain aspects of the repository's knowledge, particularly the advanced materials science and the electromagnetic sensing technology. Maya had established strict protocols about information sharing, insisting that all discoveries be published openly through academic channels. But pressure was mounting from various governments to classify certain findings as matters of national security. During a tense meeting with representatives from several countries' scientific and defense ministries, Maya stood her ground. The repositories were created to share knowledge, not restrict it, she argued. The ancient guardians preserved this information for all humanity, not for any single nation or interest group. "That's a naive perspective," Dr. Reyes countered, a stern-faced military officer. "In the wrong hands, some of this technology could be weaponized." "Which is precisely why it should be open knowledge," she responded. "History has shown that secrecy around technology leads to imbalances of power and dangerous misunderstandings. Transparency is our best defense." The dispute remained unresolved, but Maya implemented additional measures to ensure that all discoveries were promptly published through multiple channels, making classification effectively impossible. 4 years into the Pt.5 research program, with the comet now confirmed by multiple observatories and visible through powerful telescopes, the network of repositories had expanded to include sites in Mexico, Guatemala, and even one tentatively identified in the southwestern United States. Each location contained specialized knowledge, but all referenced the same astronomical predictions and the same cyclic view of history. Together, they formed a comprehensive library of human knowledge, preserved through what the texts called the forgetting. As their understanding of the repository language improved, new translations revealed more specific information about what the ancient guardians had expected to occur during the comet's passage. "It's not just the comet itself," Dr. Vasquez explained during a presentation to the full research team. They believed its passage would destabilize Earth's electromagnetic field, potentially triggering increased volcanic activity, extreme weather patterns, and disruptions to animal migration and behavior, which aligns with some modern scientific theories about cometary interactions with Earth's magnetosphere, added Dr. Kim. Though the effects would likely be far less dramatic, than what some of these texts suggest. Maya studied the newly translated sections carefully. They also mention social disruption, conflicts over resources, breakdown of governance systems. But is that prediction, or simply their experience from previous cycles? The question hung in the air, unanswered but increasingly relevant as the world began preparing for the comet's closest approach, now just 3 years away. International response to the approaching comet varied widely. Scientific institutions worldwide had coordinated observation efforts, while governments quietly assessed potential impacts on everything from satellite communications to power grids. Public reaction ranged from indifference to fascination to fear. Religious movements incorporating the Pt.5 predictions had emerged, some interpreting the comet as divine judgment, others as the beginning of a new age of enlightenment. Maya tried to stay focused on the research, but the wider implications of their discoveries couldn't be ignored. The knowledge preserved in the repositories, particularly the practical technologies for sustainability, medicine, and disaster resilience, had immediate relevance, regardless of what effects the comet might actually have. Working with the Foundation, she established programs to implement some of the ancient agricultural and water management techniques in communities facing climate-related challenges. The results were promising. Systems designed thousands of years ago proved remarkably effective at addressing modern sustainability issues. It's almost as if they designed these solutions specifically for the environmental problems we're facing now, commented Dr. Rojas after seeing the results of pilot programs in drought-affected regions. Or perhaps, Maya suggested, these are the same problems that emerge during every cycle: resource scarcity, environmental stress, social instability. The thought was sobering, the idea that human civilizations might repeatedly face similar challenges, advance, collapse, and begin again, with only fragments of knowledge carried forward by the guardians. As the comet grew brighter in the sky, now visible to the naked eye as a small smudge of light, Maya received an unexpected visitor at the Peruvian repository site. Edward Blackwood arrived without announcement, requesting a private meeting. Unipetro is divesting from fossil fuel operations, he informed her without preamble. We're restructuring as a sustainable technologies corporation, focusing on implementing innovations based on the repository knowledge. Maya regarded him skeptically. That's quite a transformation for an oil company. Blackwood smiled thinly. Let's just say the Pt.5 discoveries have been persuasive. Our analysts project significant disruptions to global systems over the coming decade, regardless of the comet's direct effects. The companies that adapt early will survive, the rest won't. And you're telling me this because I want to offer you a position, Director of Research and Implementation for Blackwood Sustainable Technologies. He named a salary that made Maya blink: complete academic freedom, with the resources of a global corporation behind you. Maya studied him carefully. You know I won't classify or restrict any of the knowledge. Of course, that's not what this is about. Blackwood leaned forward. The repositories contain solutions to problems we're only beginning to understand. I want to implement those solutions at scale, worldwide, not hoard them. Maya remained cautious. I'll consider it, but my priority remains completing the translations and finding any remaining repositories before the comet's closest approach. As Blackwood left, Maya wondered about his true motivations. Was this genuine transformation, opportunistic business strategy, or something else entirely? The ancient texts spoke of false guardians who would attempt to control the knowledge for their own purposes. Was Blackwood such a figure, or was he an ally in ensuring the knowledge served its intended purpose? With just 18 months until the comet's closest approach, the final 2 repositories were discovered, one in the Caribbean and one, most surprisingly, in southern Egypt. The Egyptian site, hidden beneath an already known archaeological location, suggested connections between South American and North African ancient cultures that had not been previously documented. This changes everything we thought we knew about ancient contact between continents, Walsh exclaimed as he examined the preliminary reports. The similarities in architectural techniques, astronomical knowledge, even linguistic elements, they can't be coincidental. The Egyptian repository contained primarily mathematical and architectural knowledge, including principles of sacred geometry that connected physical structures to astronomical alignments. Most significant was a central chamber that appeared to be designed as a resonance chamber, a space where sound waves created standing patterns that matched celestial configurations. They believed certain frequencies could harness cosmic energies, explained Dr. Fatima Al-Zahrani, the Egyptologist who had joined the project, particularly during celestial events like this comet's passage. The Caribbean Repository, located beneath ancient structures on a small island, focused on oceanic knowledge currents, weather patterns, and techniques for predicting and surviving extreme maritime events like tsunamis and hurricanes. With all 7 repositories now identified and being studied, a complete picture of the ancient Guardian's purpose emerged. They had created a distributed knowledge system, preserving different aspects of human understanding across multiple secure locations, ensuring that even if some were lost, others might survive to guide humanity through what they saw as a recurring cycle of advancement and collapse. "It's like a reset button for civilization," Carlos observed. "When the slate is wiped relatively clean, the repositories provide the essential knowledge to rebuild more quickly." Maya found this perspective both troubling and compelling. The archaeological record did show evidence of advanced societies that had collapsed suddenly, with subsequent cultures rebuilding from a less sophisticated starting point. Was this the cycle the Guardians had recognized and prepared for? 1 year before the comet's closest approach, as it blazed visibly in the night sky, unusual phenomena began to be reported worldwide. Migratory animals deviated from their normal patterns. Increased seismic activity was documented across multiple regions. Magnetic compass readings showed subtle but measurable fluctuations. Most concerning were the effects on electrical systems, sporadic power grid fluctuations, satellite communication disruptions, and unexplained equipment malfunctions. While nothing catastrophic had occurred, the patterns aligned disturbingly well with what the repository texts had predicted as precursors to the main event. Scientific opinion remained divided. Some researchers attributed the phenomena to increased solar activity coinciding with the comet's approach. Others suggested psychological factors, people noticing normal fluctuations more because they were looking for them. But a growing number, particularly those familiar with the repository predictions, argued that the comet's passage through the solar system was indeed affecting Earth's electromagnetic field in subtle but significant ways. Maya found herself at the center of these debates, her archaeological expertise now unexpectedly relevant to contemporary events. When a major scientific journal requested her assessment of the situation, she carefully crafted her response. The repository texts describe a cyclic pattern where this particular comet's passage correlates with periods of environmental and social instability. Whether this is causation or merely correlation remains unclear. What is clear is that the ancient Guardians believed this event significant enough to preserve specific knowledge they deemed essential for navigating its aftermath. Rather than focusing on predictions of catastrophe, we would be wise to focus on the solutions they preserved, proven approaches to sustainability, resilience, and rebuilding that have withstood the test of time. As the article circulated globally, Maya received messages from communities worldwide that had begun implementing technologies and methods discovered in the repositories. From agricultural techniques in drought-stricken regions to natural disaster prediction systems based on animal behavior monitoring, the ancient knowledge was proving remarkably applicable to modern challenges. 6 months before closest approach, with the comet now a striking sight in the night sky, Maya received an urgent message from the team studying the activation mechanism of the Pt.5 astronomical device. They had discovered that the pendant the key Carlos's grandmother had given her was designed to align the device specifically for the comet's passage. "It's not just an astronomical model," the lead researcher explained via video call. "It's some kind of instrument meant to be activated during the event itself." Maya arranged immediate transport back to the original repository site. When she arrived, she found the research team in a state of controlled excitement. "We've identified energy conductors within the metal rings," Dr. Tanaka explained, pointing to newly discovered components within the device. When aligned properly, they appear designed to channel electromagnetic energy, possibly from the comet's interaction with Earth's magnetosphere. Channel it for what purpose? Maya asked. That's what we're still trying to determine. But according to our latest translations, the device was intended to stabilize the Earth's breath during the comet's passage. Maya studied the ancient technological marvel with newfound appreciation. They weren't just predicting the effects, they were attempting to mitigate them. Over the following weeks, similar activation mechanisms were discovered in several other repositories. Each appeared designed to function during the comet's closest approach, and each addressed different aspects of the predicted disturbances, from electromagnetic fluctuations to seismic activity. It's a planetary stabilization network, Dr. Rojas concluded, after comparing notes from all sites. They built these devices at geomagnetically significant locations around the world, intended to work in concert when activated by the Guardians. The implications were staggering. If the ancient builders had indeed created technology capable of moderating planetary scale effects, it represented a level of scientific understanding far beyond what should have been possible in their time. Unless, Carlos suggested quietly, this knowledge wasn't originally theirs. The oldest texts speak of wisdom given to the first Guardians by those who journey between stars. Maya had long been cautious about such interpretations, preferring to attribute the repository's advanced knowledge to lost human civilizations rather than extraterrestrial contact. But as they uncovered more about the integrated nature of the device network, she found conventional explanations increasingly inadequate. With 3 months remaining until closest approach, global conditions continued to destabilize. Weather patterns grew increasingly erratic, with record-breaking storms and temperature fluctuations. Seismic activity had increased by 22% worldwide. Most concerning were the growing disruptions to electrical infrastructure and communication systems. While none of these developments constituted civilization-threatening catastrophes, their cumulative effect was creating significant stress on global systems already strained by climate change and resource limitations. Social unrest had increased in regions most affected by these disruptions, with resource conflicts escalating in several areas. The scientific consensus was shifting toward acknowledging that the comet's passage was indeed having measurable effects on Earth's geomagnetic field, which in turn was influencing various natural systems. What remained debated was the severity of the peak effects during closest approach. Maya convened an emergency meeting of representatives from all 7 repository research teams. The question before them was unprecedented. Should they attempt to activate the ancient devices as they had been designed to do? We've confirmed that the technology is functional, Dr. Tanaka reported. Our tests show the devices can generate coherent electromagnetic fields that could potentially counteract the disturbances we're experiencing. But the scale of activation described in the texts goes far beyond our controlled tests, and we still don't fully understand the principles behind how they work, added Dr. Al-Zahrani. We're being asked to trust technology created thousands of years ago, based on physics we're only beginning to grasp. What about side effects? Walsh asked. Can we be certain activation won't cause unintended consequences? The debate continued for hours, with valid concerns raised on both sides. The risks of activation were unknown, but potentially significant. The risks of doing nothing were becoming increasingly apparent as global systems showed signs of strain. In the end, Maya made the decision that would define her legacy. We will prepare for activation as the texts describe, but we'll proceed with a phased approach, monitoring effects carefully at each stage. If at any point we observe negative consequences, we can abort the process. As the meeting concluded, Carlos approached Maya privately. My grandmother asked me to tell you something. She said, when the time comes, you must trust what you feel, not just what you know. The devices respond to intention as well as action. Maya nodded, though she wasn't entirely sure what this meant. Throughout the project, she had maintained her identity as a scientist, while respecting the traditional knowledge Carlos's family represented. Now, facing a decision that blended ancient wisdom with modern crisis, she found the boundaries between these perspectives increasingly blurred. In the final weeks before closest approach, With the comet now blazing brilliantly in the sky, Maya coordinated the preparation of all 7 sites. Teams of researchers worked around the clock to ensure each device was properly aligned and ready for activation according to the specific instructions preserved in the repositories. Public knowledge of these preparations was carefully managed. While the existence of the repositories and their astronomical predictions was common knowledge, the details of the activation technology had been kept relatively contained to prevent panic or interference. Nevertheless, as the date approached, the sites became focal points for both scientific observation and spiritual pilgrimage. Indigenous groups with guardian traditions gathered near several locations, conducting ceremonies they believed would support the activation process. International scientific teams established monitoring stations to document whatever effects might occur. 3 days before closest approach, with global conditions continuing to deteriorate, power grids failing in several regions, navigation systems becoming unreliable, and unusual seismic activity detected worldwide, Maya arrived at the original Pt.5 site to personally oversee the primary activation. The chamber housing the astronomical device had been equipped with advanced monitoring equipment, but otherwise remained as it had been found years earlier. Maya wore the guardian pendant around her neck, its strange material seeming to pulse subtly as the appointed time drew near. On the morning of the activation, Maya was surprised to find Edward Blackwood at the site, requesting to observe the procedure. "This goes beyond business interests now," he explained. "I've committed my company's resources to implementing the repository knowledge. I should witness this moment." Maya studied him carefully before nodding her agreement. Whatever Blackwood's initial motivations had been, his actions over the past years suggested genuine commitment to the knowledge's proper use. As the designated time approached, calculated precisely from the repository texts to coincide with the comet's closest point to Earth, Maya's team established communication links with all other sites. Each reported ready status, their devices aligned according to the ancient specifications. Following the procedure they had decoded from the texts, Maya inserted the pendant into the central astronomical device. As before, the massive rings began to move, aligning themselves in a configuration they had not previously observed. But unlike previous activations, this time the device began to emit a low humming sound that gradually increased in frequency until it was just at the threshold of human hearing. Monitoring equipment showed electromagnetic fields forming around the device, pulsing in patterns that matched the comet's position relative to Earth. Similar reports came in from the other sites, each device generating fields with slightly different frequencies that, when combined, created a complex overlapping pattern. "It's working exactly as the text described," Dr. Tanaka reported, watching the readings with amazement. "They're creating a stabilizing network, a kind of electromagnetic buffer around the planet." Outside the repository, observers reported unusual atmospheric phenomena, aurora, like lights visible even in equatorial regions, forming patterns that seemed to connect the 7 activation sites. Weather conditions that had been growing increasingly violent began to stabilize. Communication systems that had been failing showed improved function. At the moment of the comet's closest approach, with all 7 devices operating at peak output, Maya felt a strange sensation as if the boundaries between her consciousness and her surroundings had momentarily dissolved. From the expressions of those around her, she wasn't alone in this experience. For a brief period lasting perhaps 30 seconds, the usual flow of time seemed altered. Many later reported experiencing vivid mental imagery, scenes from Earth's past and possible futures, interconnections between human activities and natural systems, perspectives that transcended individual viewpoints. When the moment passed, the devices began to power down automatically, their work apparently complete. Outside, the comet continued its journey away from Earth, its brilliance already beginning to fade. In the days that followed, data from around the world confirmed what many had experienced directly. The activation had worked. Electromagnetic disturbances diminished rapidly. Seismic activity returned to normal levels. Weather patterns, while still showing the effects of climate change, no longer exhibited the extreme fluctuations observed during the comet's approach. Scientific instruments had recorded the entire event, documenting effects that challenge conventional understanding of physics and planetary systems. The data would be studied for decades, likely revolutionizing multiple fields of science. But beyond these measurable effects, something more subtle had occurred, something reported by people across cultures and continents. The moment of activation had triggered what many described as a consciousness shift, a brief but profound experience of interconnection and expanded awareness. Maya found herself fielding questions not just about the archaeological and scientific aspects of the repositories, but about their deeper purpose. Had the ancient guardians preserved this knowledge solely to protect against physical disruptions, or had they understood that the comet's passage offered an opportunity for human consciousness to evolve? The writings in the repositories suggested both. The practical knowledge, agriculture, medicine, architecture, sustainable technologies, addressed physical survival and rebuilding. But other texts spoke of the awakening, a period following the comet's passage when humanity would have the opportunity to advance beyond previous cycles. Perhaps that's the true purpose of the Guardians, Carlos suggested as they stood beneath the stars a week after the event, watching the comet's diminishing light. Not just to preserve knowledge through collapse, but to help humanity break the cycle entirely. Maya considered this. The experience during activation had given her glimpses of possibilities. She was still processing visions of human societies operating in more harmonious relationship with natural systems, technologies that worked with, rather than against, planetary processes, social structures that balanced individual freedom with collective well-being. If that's true, she replied, then our work is just beginning. Understanding and implementing this knowledge will take generations. In the year following the comet's passage, the world entered a period of rapid transformation. The repository knowledge, now being systematically integrated into various fields, sparked innovations in sustainable energy, regenerative agriculture, preventive medicine, and social organization. The network of ancient devices remained active at a low level, continuing to stabilize Earth's electromagnetic field as the comet's influence gradually diminished. Research into their operating principles led to new understandings of energy generation and planetary systems. Most significant was the ongoing integration of traditional Guardian knowledge with modern scientific approaches. The repositories had demonstrated that this wasn't an either-or proposition. The most advanced solutions emerged from combining empirical science with the holistic wisdom preserved by indigenous traditions. Maya found herself at the center of this integration, helping to establish new educational systems that incorporated both perspectives. The Pt.5 Foundation had evolved into a global network of learning centers, each implementing repository knowledge adapted to local conditions and needs. Edward Blackwood, true to his word, had redirected his corporate empire towards supporting these efforts. Whether motivated by genuine transformation or strategic adaptation to changing times, his resources proved valuable in scaling solutions globally. As for the question of the repository's true origin, whether created by lost human civilizations or influenced by non-human intelligence, Maya had come to see this as less important than their purpose. Whatever their source, the knowledge they contained offered humanity tools for navigating the challenges of planetary existence and collective development. 5 years after the discovery of Pt.5, Maya returned to the original site with Carlos. The repository had become both a scientific research center and a place of pilgrimage, with people from around the world coming to learn from its wisdom. Standing before the astronomical device that had changed human understanding so profoundly, Maya reflected on the journey that had brought her here from a geologist, looking for pipeline routes to the interpreter of ancient wisdom at a pivotal moment in human history. The Guardians chose well, Carlos said quietly, as if reading her thoughts. Maya smiled. I'm not sure I was chosen so much as I was in the right place, at the right time, with the right questions. Perhaps that's what being chosen means, Carlos replied, being the person who asks the necessary questions when they need to be asked. As they exited the repository into the sunlight, Maya looked up at the sky where the comet had blazed so brightly. It was gone now, continuing its long orbit that would bring it back in another 600 years, but the knowledge it had helped preserve and the awakening it had triggered remained, offering humanity the possibility of breaking the cycle of advancement and collapse that had defined previous eras. Whether this potential would be fully realized remained to be seen. But for the first time, humans were approaching the challenge with awareness of the pattern and access to wisdom accumulated across multiple cycles of civilization. The guardians of Pt.5 had fulfilled their purpose, preserving essential knowledge until it was needed. Now humanity as a whole had become the new guardians, responsible for using that knowledge wisely and passing it forward to generations yet to come. As Maya and Carlos walked back toward the research center, they discussed plans for the next phase of implementation, a global network of sustainable communities based on repository principles designed to weather whatever challenges the future might bring. The work ahead was immense, but filled with purpose. The cycle hadn't ended, but perhaps it had evolved into something new, a spiral of development that built upon the wisdom of the past, while creating possibilities that had never before been realized. And in that evolution lay humanity's greatest hope. The story of Pt.5's impact continued to unfold across decades, stretching far beyond what Maya Reyes could have imagined when she first discovered those anomalous LIDAR readings in the Amazon rainforest. 20 years after the comet's passage, the integration of repository knowledge had fundamentally altered human civilization's trajectory. What historians now called the Pt.5 revolution had reshaped everything from energy systems to agriculture, medicine to governance. Maya, now in her 60s with silver streaking her once dark hair, had stepped back from day-to-day leadership of the Foundation, but remained its spiritual and intellectual compass. On the 20th anniversary of the activation, she returned to Peru for a global conference, bringing together scientists, indigenous knowledge keepers, and implementation specialists from around the world. The original repository site had been transformed into the Pt.5 Institute, a living laboratory where ancient wisdom and cutting-edge science merged to develop solutions for planetary challenges. The surrounding region, once threatened by deforestation and extractive industries, had become a model of regenerative development, with communities thriving through implementation of repository agricultural and social systems. As Maya walked through the Institute's grounds with Carlos himself, now a distinguished elder in both scientific and traditional knowledge communities, she marveled at how completely their work had transcended its archaeological origins. When we started, we thought we were studying the past, she reflected. Instead, we were uncovering the future. Carlos nodded, or perhaps discovering that the distinction between past and future isn't as clear as we once believed. The conference opening ceremony blended scientific presentations with traditional ceremonies performed by guardian lineages from around the world. Representatives from every continent shared stories of how repository knowledge had transformed their regions, from water management systems, revitalizing arid landscapes, to community governance models that had resolved seemingly intractable conflicts. Edward Blackwood, now in his 80s but still sharp-eyed and commanding, delivered a keynote address tracing the transformation of global economic systems from extraction-based to regenerative models. His corporation, now the world's largest facilitator of sustainable technologies, had indeed proven that prosperity could align with planetary health. The repositories didn't just preserve ancient technologies, he concluded. They preserved a different way of thinking, one that recognizes the inseparability of human and natural systems. Implementing this perspective hasn't just solved problems, it's redefined what progress means. Maya watched him from the audience, still sometimes wondering about the remarkable transformation of the man who had once been willing to bulldoze archaeological treasures for pipeline profits. Was it genuine awakening or brilliant adaptation? Perhaps in the end, the distinction mattered less than the results. Later that day, Maya delivered her own address, focusing on the ongoing scientific research into the repository activation devices. The network remained operational at a low level, maintaining what researchers now understood to be a stabilizing influence on Earth's geomagnetic field. This technology had inspired new energy systems that generated power by harmonizing with, rather than extracting from, natural processes. We're still just beginning to understand the principles behind these devices, she explained. Each answer reveals new questions about the relationship between consciousness, energy, and planetary systems. It's becoming clear that the repositories preserved not just what the ancient guardians knew, but how they knew a mode of understanding that integrates observation, intuition, and direct experience in ways our specialized scientific disciplines are only now relearning to appreciate. The most profound impacts of the Pt.5 discovery, however, had been in human consciousness and social organization. The brief but powerful experience of interconnection during the activation had sparked what sociologists now called the Great Integration, a fundamental shift in how humans perceived their relationship to each other and to the living systems of Earth. This shift manifested in practical reforms across all major institutions. Educational systems worldwide had been redesigned to cultivate both analytical and intuitive capacities. Governance models increasingly incorporated principles from the repositories, balancing individual agency with collective well-being. Economic systems had evolved toward what repository texts called regenerative sufficiency, ensuring prosperity within planetary boundaries. Not that the transition had been smooth or universal. Resistance to these changes had been fierce in some quarters, particularly from entrenched power structures that benefited from previous arrangements. Several nations had initially rejected repository knowledge altogether, dismissing it as pseudo-scientific or culturally imperialistic. But as implementation of repository systems consistently produced superior results, more resilient communities, healthier ecosystems, increased well-being, pragmatism gradually overcame ideological opposition. By the 20th anniversary, even the most resistant regions had begun adopting elements of the Pt.5 approach, though often adapting them to local cultural contexts. On the final evening of the conference, a special ceremony was held at the original activation chamber. Only a select group was invited, those who had been present during the original discovery and activation, along with representatives from guardian lineages worldwide. Maya found herself standing once again before the astronomical device that had changed the course of human history. Though she had visited many times over the decades, she still felt a sense of wonder each time she entered this space. Carlos and his grandmother Isadora, now well over 100 years old, but still lucid and bright-eyed, stood beside her. The old woman reached out and touched Maya's hand. "You have done well, guardian," she said simply in Quechua, which Maya now understood without translation. The formal ceremony involved representatives from each guardian lineage sharing their traditional knowledge of the comet cycle and its significance. What emerged through these diverse perspectives was a remarkably consistent understanding that the comet's passage marked an opportunity for evolutionary advancement, a moment when planetary energies aligned to support conscious transformation. Our ancestors understood that evolution isn't just physical, but encompasses consciousness itself, explained an elder from a Hopi guardian lineage. Each cycle brings the possibility of awakening to greater awareness of our interconnection with all life. After the formal proceedings, Maya found herself alone in the chamber with the astronomical device. On impulse, she removed the guardian pendant, which she still wore on ceremonial occasions, and placed it in the activation recess. The device hummed softly to life, its rings aligning in a configuration she hadn't seen before. But instead of generating electromagnetic fields, it projected a holographic display of extraordinary complexity, showing Earth's position in relation to galactic structures and energy flows that Maya had never seen depicted in any modern astronomical model. "It's a cosmic map," came a voice behind her. Maya turned to find Isadora standing in the entrance, watching with knowing eyes, showing the journey ahead. "Journey?" Maya asked. The old woman nodded. "This cycle isn't the end. It's preparation for what comes next, when Earth aligns with the Great Center." She gestured to a particular configuration in the holographic display. The repositories were created to help humans become ready for that alignment. Maya studied the projection with a scientist's precision and a guardian's intuition. What Isadora was describing appeared to correlate with astronomical predictions about Earth's future position relative to the galactic center, an alignment that would occur roughly 500 years in the future, according to the holographic time frame indicators. The comet was just the beginning. Isadora continued, a doorway opening. The true transformation lies ahead. Maya shared this experience with only her closest associates, recognizing that humanity needed to integrate existing repository knowledge before grappling with its implications for cosmic evolutionary processes. But the revelation gave new context to their ongoing work, suggesting that the repositories hadn't just been preserving knowledge from past cycles, but preparing humanity for future cosmic alignments. Over the following decades, as Maya gradually stepped back from public life, the Pt.5 knowledge continued to spread and evolve. New generations of researchers, unconstrained by old paradigms, made breakthroughs in understanding the physics behind the activation devices, leading to technologies that worked with subtle energy fields in ways previously considered impossible. Communities implementing repository principles demonstrated remarkable resilience through environmental challenges that might otherwise have been catastrophic. The knowledge preserved by the ancient guardians proved adaptable to emerging circumstances beyond what they could have specifically foreseen. 50 years after the discovery of Pt.5, Maya, now in her 9th decade, made one final visit to the original site. Much had changed since her first expedition. The Pt.5 Institute had become the heart of a global network of learning centers. The surrounding region had been transformed from threatened rainforest to thriving bioregional community. The knowledge once hidden beneath the jungle floor now informed human activities worldwide. Carlos had passed away several years earlier, but his daughter Elena now served as the Institute's director, continuing her family's guardian tradition while integrating it with contemporary science and social systems. We've been reviewing the original texts, Elena told Maya, as they sat in the gardens overlooking the Institute complex. There's a passage we finally managed to fully translate. It seems to be addressing future guardians directly. She handed Maya a tablet containing the translation. To those who rediscover this knowledge when the 7th cycle turns, what we preserved is not merely information, but transformation. The true repository is not built of stone and metal, but of consciousness awakened. When humans remember their place in the cosmic pattern, they become not just guardians of wisdom, but participants in creation itself. This is the journey for which we prepared, not to repeat the cycles of forgetting, but to evolve beyond them. Maya read the words several times, hearing in them an echo of her own journey from skeptical scientist to someone who had learned to integrate multiple ways of knowing. They weren't just leaving us instructions, she said finally. They were inviting us into a conversation across time. Elena nodded, and we've only heard the first part of what they had to say. On her final night at Pt.5, Maya asked to spend time alone in the activation chamber. Sitting before the device that had altered humanity's course, she reflected on the extraordinary journey that had unfolded from that first discovery. The pendant she had worn for decades now rested permanently with the device, integrated into its structure as part of ongoing research into its operating principles. But as Maya sat in meditation, she felt a familiar resonance, as if the connection established during the activation had never truly faded, but merely receded to a deeper level of awareness. In that silent communion, she perceived what words could never fully capture: glimpses of both past and future cycles, the larger patterns of cosmic evolution within which human development was nested, the patient wisdom of guardians who had preserved knowledge across millennia, knowing they would never witness its flowering. Maya understood then that her role as guardian hadn't been about heroically saving humanity from catastrophe, but about serving as one link in a chain of transmission that stretched back into the ancient past and forward into futures yet unimagined. The repositories hadn't just preserved knowledge from previous cycles, they had preserved the possibility of evolution beyond cycles altogether. As dawn approached, Maya left the chamber for the last time. Outside, the stars were fading as the eastern sky brightened. She looked up, knowing that somewhere in the vastness of space, the Pt.5 comet continued its long journey, silent witness to Earth's unfolding story. Whatever challenges lay ahead for humanity, whether cosmic alignments or crises of their own making, the repositories had given them tools, not just for survival, but for conscious evolution. The guardians of Pt.5 had fulfilled their purpose across thousands of years, preserving essential wisdom until humanity was ready to receive it. Now that wisdom lived not in hidden chambers, but in communities worldwide, in transformed systems of knowledge and governance, in a growing understanding of humanity's place within larger patterns of existence. The future remained unwritten, but for the first time, humans approached it with awareness of both their history and their potential, aware of the cycles that had shaped their past and the possibilities that might transcend them. As the sun broke over the horizon, Maya smiled at the simple beauty of daybreak, the oldest miracle, renewed each morning. In that ordinary moment of light returning to the world, she felt the extraordinary convergence of past, present, and future that had always been the true gift of Pt.5. The journey continued, as it always had, with each generation adding its own wisdom to the ancient knowledge, not just preserving it, but evolving with it. And in that ongoing conversation between ancestors and descendants, between human consciousness and cosmic patterns, Maya had found the most profound truth the repositories had to offer, that guardianship wasn't about protecting fixed knowledge from the past, but about nurturing living wisdom for futures yet to be born. The story of Pt.5's legacy continued to unfold across generations, reaching beyond Maya Reyes's lifetime and into a future shaped by the ancient wisdom she had helped uncover. A century after the initial discovery, Earth had become nearly unrecognizable compared to the resource-depleted, conflict-ridden planet it had been. The integration of repository knowledge had catalyzed what historians now called the Wisdom Revolution, a fundamental reimagining of human civilization's relationship with natural systems and with consciousness itself. Liana Reyes Mendoza, Maya's great-granddaughter, stood on the observation platform overlooking what had once been the original Pt.5 site. Now it formed the heart of a thriving bioregional community that stretched across what had once been national borders. The institute had evolved into a living university where students from around the world came to study the integration of ancient and emerging knowledge systems. Hard to believe it all started with a geological survey, said Dr. Julian Walsh, grandson of the original Professor Walsh, who had worked alongside Maya in those early days. Now in his 70s, Julian served as the Institute's historian, ensuring that the story of the discovery remained accurate as it passed into legend. My great-grandmother always insisted it was mostly luck, Liana replied with a smile. Being in the right place at the right time. Luck, perhaps, Julian agreed, but also preparation and courage. Not everyone would have recognized what they found or fought to preserve it against corporate interests. They watched as students moved through the grounds below, a diverse group representing every continent and cultural tradition, united by their commitment to what the repositories had called wisdom stewardship. The educational model developed from repository texts emphasized the integration of intellectual knowledge with embodied understanding and direct perception, creating scholars who were also practitioners, scientists who were also wisdom keepers. The Centennial Summit begins tomorrow, Julian reminded her. The delegates will want to hear your perspective on the galactic alignment research. Liana nodded thoughtfully. She had followed in her great-grandmother's footsteps, becoming a leading researcher in what was now called cosmic evolutionary studies, the interdisciplinary field that had emerged from Maya's final discoveries about the repository's ultimate purpose. The Centennial Summit brought together representatives from the global network of Pt.5 centers, over 300 facilities worldwide that implemented and evolved repository knowledge in contexts ranging from urban renewal to ecosystem restoration. What had begun as archaeological research had blossomed into a planetary movement that transcended traditional boundaries between science, spirituality, and social organization. The summit's opening ceremony took place in the original activation chamber, which remained operational after more than a century. The astronomical device at its center had been extensively studied, but never fully reverse-engineered, its principles operating at the intersection of physics, consciousness, and subtle energy dynamics that continued to challenge conventional scientific paradigms. Liana led the gathered delegates in an activation ceremony that had become tradition at significant gatherings. Unlike the dramatic initial activation during the comet's passage, this was a subtler process, aligning the device to what repository texts called cosmic memory patterns that allowed participants to access deeper levels of understanding than intellectual discussion alone could provide. As the device hummed to life, creating its characteristic field of resonance. Liana felt the familiar shift in perception, a broadening of awareness that extended beyond individual consciousness into a shared field of meaning. The experience was both deeply personal and transpersonal, allowing the diverse group to establish a foundation of common understanding, despite differences in language and cultural background. When the ceremony concluded, Liana addressed the assembled delegates, her voice echoing in the ancient chamber. A century ago, my great-grandmother and her colleagues believed they were uncovering the past. What they actually discovered was a possibility for the future, a way of being human that our ancestors knew but that we had forgotten in our rush toward material progress, detached from wisdom. She gestured to the astronomical device, still gently humming. The repositories weren't meant to give us all the answers, but to reawaken our capacity to find those answers through integrated ways of knowing. They preserved not just information, but a methodology for evolution itself, one that recognizes consciousness as a fundamental force in cosmic development. The delegates listened intently, many nodding in recognition. The understanding that consciousness itself was an evolutionary force in the universe had emerged gradually from repository teachings, transforming scientific paradigms that had previously excluded subjective experience from their understanding of reality. As we prepare for the Great Alignment, Liana continued, referring to the approaching galactic configuration that Maya had glimpsed in her final years, we face new questions that even the repositories cannot fully answer. The Guardians preserved knowledge to help us reach this threshold, but what lies beyond it will be our own discovery. The summit's primary focus was preparation for the Great Alignment, a complex astronomical configuration that would occur in approximately 300 years, when Earth's position relative to the galactic center would create what repository texts called a consciousness gateway or evolutionary threshold. According to the ancient wisdom, this alignment represented an opportunity for quantum evolutionary advancement, not just for human civilization, but for Earth's entire living system. The repositories had been created primarily to ensure that humans would reach this juncture with sufficient wisdom to navigate its potentials, rather than being overwhelmed by them. In the main conference hall, built from sustainable materials using architectural principles from the repositories, specialists from various fields presented their research on alignment preparation. The approach was comprehensive, addressing everything from planetary ecological balance to human consciousness development. Dr. Sophia Chen, lead researcher in subtle energy technologies, demonstrated the latest developments in what had come to be called harmonic infrastructure, networks of devices based on repository principles that helped stabilize Earth's electromagnetic fields while facilitating higher-order consciousness integration. The original activation network established during the comet's passage was just the beginning, she explained, showing holographic models of the global system that had evolved from those initial 7 devices. What began as emergency stabilization has developed into a planetary nervous system that allows Earth to maintain balance despite ongoing cosmic influences. Other presenters shared advances in fields ranging from regenerative biosciences to non-local communication technologies, all derived from or inspired by repository knowledge. What united these diverse approaches was their foundation in what the repositories called integrative wisdom, an understanding that recognized the inseparability of consciousness, energy, and matter. During a break between sessions, Liana found herself speaking with Thomas Blackwood, great-grandson of Edward Blackwood, and current director of the Blackwood Foundation for Planetary Regeneration. The foundation had become one of the primary implementation vehicles for repository knowledge, helping communities worldwide transition to regenerative systems. "My great-grandfather's journals are fascinating," Thomas remarked. He was still struggling with a profit motive when he first encountered Pt.5. He saw the repositories initially as a business opportunity, a source of patentable technologies. Liana smiled. My great-grandmother never fully trusted his transformation. She always wondered if he had genuinely awakened to the repository's deeper purpose or simply adapted to changing circumstances. Probably both, Thomas acknowledged. His early entries focus on competitive advantage and market domination, but after the comet activation, there's a distinct shift. He starts writing about legacy, about contributing to a future he wouldn't live to see. Evolution happens in fits and starts, Liana observed, for individuals as well as species. Their conversation was interrupted by an excited group of young researchers who had been analyzing previously untranslated sections of repository texts. Their team leader, Dr. Ravi Patel, approached with a tablet displaying their findings. "We've discovered something remarkable," he announced breathlessly. The sections dealing with the Great Alignment contain references to other star systems, specifically to consciousness traditions preserved on worlds orbiting what we believe are Tau Keti and Epsilon Eridani. Liana studied the translations with careful attention. "You're suggesting the repositories indicate knowledge exchange with other intelligent species?" "More than suggest," Ravi replied. "These passages explicitly describe a network of evolving worlds participating in a coordinated process of consciousness development across multiple star systems. Earth is described as one node in this network, with the Great Alignment representing a synchronization point in a larger cosmic process. The implications were profound. While speculation about non-human influences on the repositories had circulated since their discovery, this was the most concrete evidence yet that the Guardians had been aware of a larger cosmic community. If these translations are accurate, Thomas mused, then the repositories weren't just preserving knowledge through Earth's cycles, they were maintaining Earth's connection to an interstellar evolutionary process. That evening, Liana returned alone to the original activation chamber, seeking the quiet connection with the repository wisdom that had guided her life's work. As the great-granddaughter of Maya Reyes, she had grown up with the story of Pt.5 as both family history and world-changing discovery. But her own relationship with the ancient knowledge had evolved beyond those origins into direct perception of the principles it embodied. She sat before the astronomical device, entering the meditative state that repository texts called resonant attention, a mode of awareness that could perceive the subtle energy patterns generated by the ancient technology. In this state, communication occurred not through language, but through direct transmission of understanding. What emerged in her awareness was a more complete picture of the Great Alignment's significance. She perceived it not as a single event, but as part of a vast cosmic rhythm, cycles within cycles, evolutionary spirals that encompass timescales far beyond human history. The repositories had been created at a crucial juncture when humanity might have lost its connection to these larger patterns, preserving the thread of awareness until consciousness could reawaken to its cosmic context. Most significantly, she glimpsed the nature of the threshold that the alignment represented, not an ending or apocalyptic transformation, but a gateway to more conscious participation in cosmic evolution. Earth was approaching a developmental stage that many worlds had navigated before, a transition from planetary to cosmic awareness that required specific preparations to traverse successfully. The repositories had preserved the essential wisdom for this preparation, not by providing literal instructions, but by reawakening ways of knowing that could perceive the necessary path directly. This was why the knowledge had been structured to reveal itself gradually, becoming accessible as human consciousness developed the capacity to understand and implement it appropriately. As Liana emerged from this state of perception, she found Julian Walsh waiting respectfully at the chamber entrance. "You've seen something important," he observed, noting her expression. She nodded slowly. The repositories were never really about preserving the past. They were about ensuring a possible future, one where humanity remembers its place in a much larger story. The Centennial Summit concluded with a global ceremony, linking all Paititi centers worldwide through the Harmonic Infrastructure Network. Participants experienced a synchronized activation that demonstrated how far the implementation of repository wisdom had developed, from the isolated devices of a century earlier to an integrated planetary system that operated as much through consciousness as through technology. In her closing address, Liana shared a vision for the next century of preparation for the Great Alignment, not as a distant astronomical event, but as the fulfillment of a developmental process already underway on Earth. The repositories had initiated this process, but its completion would require innovations beyond what the ancient Guardians could have specifically envisioned. The Guardians preserved wisdom from previous cycles, But they did so with the explicit intention that we would evolve beyond those cycles, she explained. They weren't trying to recreate a golden age from the past, but to ensure the possibility of a future they could glimpse but not fully imagine. She proposed a 100-year program of coordinated research and implementation, expanding the network of regenerative communities while developing new approaches to consciousness evolution based on repository principles, but adapted to emerging conditions. Our ancestors safeguarded knowledge through the forgetting, she concluded. Our task is to evolve that knowledge through the remembering, not just recalling what was known before, but discovering what becomes possible when that knowing is fully integrated into a planetary civilization ready for its cosmic inheritance. As the summit dispersed, with delegates returning to their respective regions carrying seeds of new understanding, Liana stood with Julian at the edge of the Institute grounds, looking out over the thriving landscape that had once been threatened jungle. "Do you think we'll be ready?" Julian asked quietly. 300 years isn't long for such a fundamental transition. Liana considered this. The repositories suggest that readiness isn't measured by technological advancement, but by wisdom integration, by how successfully we've harmonized our development with planetary and cosmic rhythms. By that measure, we've made remarkable progress in just a century. She pointed to the community below, where repository principles had been implemented in everything from architecture to agriculture, education to governance. What had begun as archaeological discovery had become a lived reality, ancient wisdom made contemporary through creative implementation. Besides, she added with a smile reminiscent of her great-grandmother's, the Guardians wouldn't have preserved this knowledge if they didn't believe we could use it effectively. They saw something in humanity worth the effort of transmission across thousands of years. As twilight deepened around them, stars becoming visible in the darkening sky, Liana felt a profound connection to both past and future, to the ancient guardians who had preserved essential wisdom through cycles of forgetting, and to generations yet unborn who would carry that wisdom forward into cosmic domains. Her own generation could only begin to glimpse. The Pt.5 legacy continued to unfold, not as a fixed body of knowledge, but as a living tradition of wisdom stewardship, evolving through implementation, expanding through discovery, preparing humanity for a threshold of development that would connect Earth more consciously with the cosmic community of which it had always been a part. The journey that had begun with Maya Reyes's discovery in the Amazon rainforest had become a path not just for her descendants, but for humanity as a whole, a path leading from fragmented understanding toward integrated wisdom, from planetary isolation toward cosmic relationship, from unconscious cycles toward conscious evolution. And in this unfolding story, each generation served as both inheritors and innovators, receiving wisdom from the past, implementing it in the present, and evolving it for a future that remained, always, in the process of becoming. As centuries passed, the wisdom of Pt.5 became woven into the fabric of human civilization. The great alignment arrived as foretold, not as a sudden transformation, but as the culmination of generations of preparation, a threshold crossed with awareness rather than fear. Earth took its place in what humanity finally understood to be a vast community of conscious worlds, united not by technology alone, but by evolved understanding of the cosmic patterns that connected all life. The repository's ultimate purpose was fulfilled, not as an end, but as a beginning, a doorway opening to possibilities beyond what even the ancient guardians could have fully envisioned. On a quiet evening 300 years after Maya's initial discovery, a young researcher stood in the preserved original chamber at Pt.5. She placed her hand on the astronomical device that had changed humanity's course, feeling the connection to those who had come before, to Maya Reyes, who had followed evidence rather than convention, to Carlos, who had bridged traditional and scientific knowledge, to guardians across millennia who had preserved wisdom through cycles of forgetting. The device hummed softly in recognition, its purpose now complete. The knowledge it had protected no longer needed safeguarding, for it lived in the conscious awareness of a humanity that had remembered its place in the cosmic pattern. Outside, stars filled the night sky, not distant and unreachable, but beacons in a universe humanity was beginning to explore with both technology and consciousness. Among them, The Pt.5 comet traced its eternal orbit, silent witness to Earth's evolutionary journey. The cycle that had begun in ancient times had finally spiraled upward, rather than merely repeating. The guardians of Pt.5 had preserved the past to make possible a future. They could only imagine a future now unfolding across Earth and beyond, as humanity carried the integrated wisdom of countless generations outward into the cosmic community that awaited them. In this way, the true legacy of Pt.5 was fulfilled, not merely surviving cycles of forgetting, but transcending them altogether. The ancient mystery had become a living truth, and the journey continued. The end.